Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Kakashi hurried over and asked with concern, Obito, how are you feeling now? Why haven't you returned to the village? Kakashi wanted to say so much more, but his words caught in his throat because he saw that both of Obito's eyes were Sharingan, the kind with a spiral pattern. He recognized that right eye in particular. It had resided in Kakashi's own socket for years. Seeing that, Kakashi felt shock and a tinge of loss. So that's it. You hired Uzumaki-sensei to take back your Sharingan? Kakashi's question jolted Obito, and in that moment, he realized his mask was nowhere in sight. Obito stared back at Kakashi, then used Kami, instantly disappearing into a swirling vortex. Obito, wait. Kakashi reached out, trying to stop him, but grasped only empty air. Even if he called out at the exact moment Obito invoked his jutsu, Obito still wouldn't stay. A faint swirl formed in a hidden underground chamber. Obito, still weak, tumbled to the ground. This was the place Madara Uchiha had once used to save him, a very safe hideout. Though, Uzumaki-sensei's power was so fearsome that safe now was only relative. At the moment, Obito was both agitated and furious. He landed in a heap, breathing heavily. He had been battered severely this time, first beaten nearly to death by Sensei, then subjected to Orochimaru's meddling. Though Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation had failed to take him over, due to Obito's unique body and his Zetsu cells, it had still done damage. Now Obito slumped on the ground, curiously sensing the effect of having two Sharingan once again. That part at least improved his mood. Damn it, just you wait. He had warned Nagato that Sensei was a major problem, but Nagato paid no heed. And look where that got him, nearly killed. Curse that Uzumaki-sensei. Curse that Orochimaru, and that fool Nagato. They'll pay for this. I won't just let it go. In Orochimaru's research base, Orochimaru had reverted from his Yamato no Orochi serpent form back to normal. He was exceedingly pleased with Sensei's after-sales service. After the Yamato no Orochi fruits enhancements, his body was now the ultimate vessel. He already had plans to push more of his experiments forward. Orochimaru glanced at Sensei. As expected of the black market's strongest mercenary, a ninja reputed for keen insight. I'm very satisfied with this outcome. Sensei brushed aside the compliment. If Orochimaru wanted to cozy up, fine, but the next step was for him to commission more missions. Having dealt with Sensei extensively, Orochimaru knew him well. Strictly speaking, Orochimaru was likely Sensei's top client. After a brief consideration, Orochimaru said, I need the Sharingan and Byakugan KK Genkais. Have you got a way? Sensei found it amusing. Did he have a way? He possessed the production channels, the sales channels. Even a zero-cost procurement channel if needed. Of course, rarity meant a higher price, and he had to get Orochimaru to pay willingly. Senshai stroked his chin and made a show of looking troubled. The Byakugan? The Sharingan? Those are Hidden Leaf Village's most prized KK Genkai. Orochimaru cut him off. He knew these lines hinted at a high fee. I need them in a form that can be perfectly used. Acquiring a KK Genkai is no small feat, being able to use it perfectly is even harder. Still, there was one thing nobody doubted: while Senshai might charge an outrageous sum, he would always deliver. Having roamed the ninja world for years, Senshai's acting skills were top-notch. Seeing his pained expression, Orochimaru frowned slightly. Inwardly, he mused, so obtaining a perfectly usable KK Genkai is really that difficult? Even this kid Senshai looks unsure if he can pull it off. Senshai frowned for a moment longer, then told Orochimaru, getting the Sharingan and Byakugan bloodlines isn't easy. Getting them in perfect working condition? Even more difficult. Orochimaru, are you certain that's what you want? Hearing that, Orochimaru's spirits lifted. After all, you get what you pay for. In the ninja world, if Senshai couldn't handle a mission, nobody else in the black market likely could. Orochimaru thought it over and finally said, name your price. Senshai casually replied, 100 million ryo for the Sharingan, and 100 million ryo for the Byakugan. Orochimaru patted his ear, as though suspecting that the Yamato no Orochi fruit's transformation had damaged his hearing. Irritated, he said, Uzumaki Senshai, that's not how a quote is supposed to go. Senshai grinned. The Uchiha clan is practically wiped out. There are hardly any people in the entire ninja world who can provide Sharingan. Orochimaru nodded. Alright, so for a pair of perfectly usable Sharingan, I'll pay 20 million ryo. In his view, that price seemed fairly reasonable. He even felt some regret about the past. Back when he left Hidden Leaf Village, he hadn't gone to the Uchiha clan to snatch a few Sharingan eyes. Of course, if Orochimaru had actually done that, he might never have made it out of Hidden Leaf Village in one piece. 20 million ryo. That would barely cover a pair of single Tomoe Sharingan. Orochimaru, you clearly have no clue about the going rates. Orochimaru let out a cold laugh without saying anything more, waiting for Senshai to continue. Chapter 68, Money is Needed. Snake Bro, I've already told you most of what I know about the Sharingan. Hand on your heart, do you think charging you 100 million ryo for a pair of 3 Tomoe Sharingan is really that expensive? Senshai had just rattled off a bunch of hot facts about the Sharingan to Orochimaru. Sure, they're effectively hot swappable, ready to use once transplanted. But without a special constitution, simply being unable to deactivate them becomes a huge liability. Look at Kakashi, an undisputed genius. He's been dragged down to a 50-50 reputation largely because of his Sharingan. His chakra consumption has become the stuff of legend. People practically use him as a measurement unit for chakra. So while obtaining a Sharingan might be relatively easy, getting one that you can fully and perfectly utilize is a whole different problem. Granted, thanks to his system's rewards, Senshai actually wouldn't have any real trouble handling it. But if he didn't make Orochimaru sweat a little, how else could he drive up the price? Thus, Senshai continued his pitch. I've already told you, there are only 3 Uchiha left in the entire shinobi world. Obito and Itachi are both useless to you. That leaves only Sasuke. Orochimaru rocked his snake-like head, thinking it over. That's true. But Sasuke is just a kid, Senshai pointed out, shrugging. And now that you've got the power of the Yamato no Orochi fruit in your body, are you really going to give that up just to take over a little Uchiha boy? Or wait until he grows up? At that, Orochimaru fell silent. Senshai's argument wasn't without merit. Once Orochimaru realized neither Obito nor Itachi could be of any real use to him, he had briefly considered Sasuke. But the kid wasn't his priority at all. Yes, in the original timeline, Orochimaru eventually decided on making Sasuke his new vessel, though that was more out of desperation. Kinamaru was on death's door, and Orochimaru's own body was failing. Even so, Orochimaru, convinced of his success, ended up getting reverse killed by Sasuke. Though he survived in a fragmented form, he was out of action for quite a while. Senshai absolutely did not want that repeating in this world. He was trying to talk Orochimaru out of it, worried that if Orochimaru did set his sights on Sasuke, not even having 8 lives would be enough to keep him safe. Let's not forget that Sasuke currently has a tutoring contract with Senshai. If Orochimaru also came after Sasuke, then Sasuke would be learning from both Senshai and Orochimaru simultaneously. Add in Sasuke's own stubborn, obsessive personality and the rage that drives him, and his growth would skyrocket. Soon enough, Sasuke would be far beyond Orochimaru's control. And if that ended badly, Orochimaru might wind up dead. As for Senshai, that would mean losing out on future mission rewards. That was unacceptable. Luckily, Orochimaru wasn't all that fixated on Sasuke right now. For one, Orochimaru was still strong and healthy, with both his arms intact. He was in his prime and didn't see much worth in a mere Uchiha child. For another, raising Sasuke would require time and resources. It'd be more cost-effective to rely on Senshai, the walking task completion machine. After all, up to this point, with Senshai's frightening abilities and extensive intel network, there was no task he couldn't accomplish. Having worked it through in his mind, Orochimaru's expression shifted to a sly grin. Yes, indeed. Which brings us to the real question, how exactly do you plan on getting me a pair of Sharingan that I can use perfectly? Senshai put on a pained look. It's definitely tricky, though I do have a rough plan in mind, it's just that. He trailed off, letting his gaze linger on Orochimaru. Having dealt with Senshai for so long, Orochimaru instantly grasped his meaning. Gritting his teeth in reluctance, he snapped, fine. 100 million is 100 million. But then Orochimaru changed the subject. I agreed to pay 100 million for the Sharingan, but the Byakugan is a different story, isn't it? The Hyuga clan is still living in a hidden leaf village. All you'd have to do is sneak in and grab someone. Wouldn't that easily net you a pair of Byakugan? I've even heard that over in Hidden Mist Village, there's some Byakugan killer who already snatched one Byakugan. Doesn't that prove it's not that hard? Hearing that, Senshai rolled his eyes. Ugh, Orochimaru, are you planning to be a one-eyed snake? If you don't mind that, sure, I can go harvest that single Byakugan for you. Don't worry, it'll cost less than 100 million. Orochimaru was momentarily at a loss for words. He obviously didn't want just a single Byakugan. Scowling, he said, but if the Hidden Mist Village shinobi could get hold of one, you definitely wouldn't be weaker than them. Right? Senshai shook his head. Snatching a Byakugan isn't the hard part. But do you think simply getting them solves all the problems? Look at Ao from the Kiri. Once he took that Byakugan, Hidden Leaf Village slapped him with a high-level wanted notice. And unlike the Hidden Mist Village, which can take care of its own, I'm just a small-time wandering shinobi. Could I really afford to ignore Hidden Leaf Village's bounty on my head? I wouldn't be able to eat or sleep soundly. If I ended up mentally unstable from all that pressure, who'd be responsible then? Orochimaru couldn't help but stare at Senshai, who was now putting on a melodramatic show of anguish. In just a few days, Senshai's shamelessness seemed to have grown even faster than his power. This was the so-called strongest mercenary of the black market. The number of people out there who want him dead is basically infinite. And he's worried about a Hidden Leaf Village bounty? Before Orochimaru could respond, Senshai continued. Besides, the Hyuga clan is divided into the main house and the branch house. Killing a few branch members might not be a big deal, but if you kill someone from the main house, you're basically kicking a hornet's nest. And anyway, sure, the branch house Byakugan can be transplanted, but it's branded with a caged bird seal. Is that really what you want? Hearing that, Orochimaru's eyes flickered with thought. He certainly knew about the caged bird seal, a technique specifically designed to prevent Hyuga eyes from falling into enemy hands. Even if someone did manage to snatch those eyes, the seal would destroy them. That's why almost all Byakugan remain strictly within the Hyuga clan. Obviously, Orochimaru wasn't interested in any sealed branch house eyes. Even if the clan slipped up and the eyes somehow escaped the seal intact, he had no interest in that sort of defective product. After pondering it carefully, he realized Senshai's point was correct. Getting a fully functional pair of Byakugan was no easier than getting Sharingan in perfect working order. Still suspicious, Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at Senshai, who just gazed back with supposedly sincere eyes. But Orochimaru had a strong hunch that Senshai had some shady trick up his sleeve. And right now, only Senshai seemed capable of pulling it off. So Orochimaru swallowed his doubts and said, fine, 200 million it is. As long as you deliver the goods, 200 million is no problem. New employment mission accepted, client, Orochimaru, goal, acquire a pair of Sharingan and a pair of Byakugan. Both fully usable, reward, 200 million Ryo, rank, S rank, mission bonus, 200,000 employment points. Senshai looked at the system screen, clearly delighted. Good fortune puts one in a great mood. Even Orochimaru's grim, constipated expression now looked oddly handsome to him. Seeing Senshai had accepted the job, Orochimaru asked, so, Senshai, how do you plan to get the Byakugan, exactly? At that, Senshai shot Orochimaru a meaningful glance and spoke in a cryptic tone, perhaps granting the branch house freedom from the caged bird seal could earn their loyalty. At that point, obtaining Byakugan would be an easy matter. With those words, Senshai invoked the power of his Kama ability, disappearing from the spot. He left Orochimaru there, shocked into silence. Outside the black market, Senshai stepped out of the distorted space. The story he'd just spun to Orochimaru was largely nonsense. He could accomplish the real process more simply. But how else could he stress how hard his job would be, and justify that hefty fee? When you're out in the field, you have to inflate your own importance. Think of how massive this plan sounded, just to get Orochimaru 2 pairs of eyes he could use. Didn't that deserve a 200 million ryo payout? With that in mind, Sensei hummed a tune as he headed back inside the black market. Obviously, he wasn't going to deliver the Byakugan or Sharingan to Orochimaru right away. He figured he'd do a few black market missions first and drop them off later. The pay for these smaller black market missions wasn't huge, but even the smallest crumbs add up. Never underestimate the value of small tasks, Sensei mused. With that, he pushed open a door and said, "Itachi, I'm back. You must be bored after such a long break. It's time we teamed up again for some missions." He was referring, of course, to Itachi Uchiha, an incredible brand name just sitting here. Letting him go unused would be a crime. But when he opened the door, there was no one around. A bad feeling settled in Sensei's gut. Could it be that his beloved partner, his dear brother-in-arms, his perfect collaborator, Itachi Uchiha, didn't wait around like they'd agreed? No way. He muttered. He hurried forward, spotting a note on the table. Picking it up, he read only 4 concise words, summoned by the organization. "Don't worry." Behind them was a small crow's mark. One glance was enough for Sensei to know who had left this message. The sky seemed to fall. Itachi ran off? Sensei glared at the slip of paper, grinding his teeth. That precious living brand name had vanished. Of course his mission efficiency would plummet now, costing him time and money, both in direct rewards and employment points. And whose fault was that? Itachi's. That guy was now indirectly depriving him of who knows how many employment points. Wait. If you think about it, those were Sensei's to earn, so if they vanished, that means Itachi now owed him that much. Clenching the paper, Sensei cursed, "Itachi, how dare you run off like that? Do you know how much you've made me lose, how much you've cost the organization?" The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. But Itachi was broke. There was no way to squeeze any money out of him. Yet Sensei just couldn't swallow this frustration. At last, he made a ruthless decision. He'd train Sasuke into the strongest Pokemon possible. Once Sasuke encountered Itachi, he'd unleash some real payback, and Itachi would learn the meaning of true cruelty. The thought brought a mysterious smile to Sensei's face. If Karen were around, she'd know that whenever Sensei smiled like this, someone was about to have a very bad day. Meanwhile, a wary Itachi had returned to the Akatsuki hideout. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, as if something terrifying had locked onto him. He could guess who it was. Sensei must have noticed his absence. Even so, Itachi felt no regrets. Just 3 days at Sensei's side had been more exhausting than his entire tenure in the Anbu. Another few days, and he might die of overwork before ever reuniting with Sasuke. Sensei is definitely not someone I want to get mixed up with again, Itachi thought with lingering dread. He yawned, quickly laid down in his room, and finally succumbed to a deep sleep he hadn't enjoyed in a long time. Sensei had his own concerns, but Danzō had bigger problems on his end. The 4th Hokage, Minato no Mikaze, in his ninja career, completed a massive number of missions. But even if we take the lowest reward for each mission and then account for Hidden Leaf Village's split of the earnings, that legendary Kage-level ninja only racked up around 100 million ryo in personal income over his entire career. Yes, even someone as great as Minato earned only about 100 million ryo through missions, after all the standard splits and minimum payouts. And yet Danzō had misappropriated 1 billion, 10 times that, which basically required the combined lifetime efforts of 10 Kage-level ninjas like Minato to accumulate. Hidden Leaf Village, Root Division. A member of the Shimura clan walked up to Danzō, looking nervous. His name was Shimura Isshin, responsible for expanding the clan's territory. Glancing at Danzō, who was seated high above him, Isshin spoke in a trembling voice, "Lord Danzō, our latest application was denied again." Danzō frowned, displeasure written all over his face. Seeing that, Isshin hastily added, "It was the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobe himself, who rejected it. There's nothing we could do." Hearing that, Danzō slammed his fist on the desk. With a bang, the wooden tabletop broke into splinters. Again with this nonsense. I've served Hidden Leaf Village from the shadows my entire life, and this is how the village treats the Shimura clan? Furious, he waved Isshin away, then called over another subordinate. "That assignment I gave you, how's it going?" The kneeling root ninja bowed his head. "Lord Danzō, Lord Sarutobe Hiruzen has cordoned off the area for his own vital matters. Right now, only the Anbu are allowed in. We of Root have been shut out completely." Danzō's anger flared even hotter. He is even pushing his reach into Root, is he? He snapped. I want to see what Sarutobi Hiruzen's plotting. Does he think this village is his personal property? With that, Danzō stormed out and marched to the Hokage's office in a fury. Sarutobi Hiruzen, pipe in hand, looked a bit surprised to see him. In a friendly tone, he said, Danzō, what brings you here instead of Root? Hiruzen, what exactly are you trying to do? Danzō snarled, face twisted with rage. It's only been a few days, and already you've reassigned all members of the Shimura clan from their posts, rejected every route request, and sealed off every mission site we plan to go to, barring us from entry. What is your goal here, Hiruzen? This is Hidden Leaf Village, not the Sarutobi estate. I'm not dead yet. At that, Sarutobi Hiruzen dropped his genial facade. His face grew cold as he said, yes, Danzō. This is Hidden Leaf Village, not the Shimura estate or your route. You took 1 billion ryo from the village treasury, without a single word. That's 1 billion, not a million or 10 million. On a normal day, if you borrowed a bit, I'd turn a blind eye. Even 100 million or 2, maybe I'd pretend not to see. But 1 billion? Even for Hidden Leaf Village, that's an astronomical amount. Hamura Midokado and Koharu Udatane, the two advisors, turned their gazes on Danzō, waiting for his response. Glaring, Danzō insisted, I never took that money. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a mocking laugh. I don't care if you did or didn't, until that 1 billion ryo reappears in Hidden Leaf Village's treasury, you'll keep being blocked at every turn. And I don't mean for a day or two, I mean indefinitely, Danzō. Do keep that in mind. It was obvious he was refusing to back down. Danzō was stunned. Hiruzen was sounding more like the fearless god of shinobi he had once been, not the old man he'd grown used to. Even so, Danzō believed it would only be temporary. He was convinced that, by rights, he should be Hokage. If not for certain events back then. He bit down his resentment. All he needed was the power of Hashirama's cells. If he could recreate another Senju Hashirama for Hidden Leaf Village, even if only partially, he could bring the entire ninja world to its knees under his command. And here came Hiruzen, constantly trying to thwart him. Proof that Hiruzen was unfit for the Hokage's seat. Smoldering, Danzō hissed, you'll regret this, Hiruzen. In response, Hiruzen shot back, Danzō, I'm the Hokage. Neither man would yield. The tension was thick, each glare like a dagger. At that point, Koharu and Hamura intervened. Danzō, this time you really went too far. That sum of money must be returned to the treasury. Otherwise, how could we explain it to the daimyo? Danzō turned to look at them, realizing that basically all of Hidden Leaf Village's top brass had sided with Hiruzen. Seeing no way to fight them all simultaneously, he left without another word. Indeed, as Hiruzen had said, this was Hidden Leaf Village, not the Shimura estate nor route. If Danzō had actually been Hokage, well, that 1 billion would all be used for Hidden Leaf Village, not a single coin going to himself. Right now, he could only hope Orochimaru would hurry up with some breakthrough. He imagined the scene, if Orochimaru cracked the secrets of Hashirama's cells, maybe he could awaken through several thousand hands or deep forest emergence, some technique that would let him personally humble those 3 old codgers. Then all his troubles would be solved. Humphrey. With that thought, Danzō snorted and stomped out. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched him go, then sighed. Danzō was growing more reckless by the day. Could it be that he is just too old to rein him in? Shaking his head, Hiruzen turned to Hamura and Koharu. We can't allow Danzō to run amok like this any longer. Back en route, Danzō unleashed his rage, damn that Sarutobi Hiruzen. This time he's even convinced Koharu and Hamura to take his side. Hokage. That seat should have been mine. He roared and ranted, letting off steam, but he knew full well that all of Hidden Leaf Village's upper echelons had turned against him. If this continued, the Shimura clan and route would have no room to operate. That gave him a pounding headache. Waving over a trusted subordinate, he barked, go give Orochimaru a message, find out how his research is going. Just as the root ninja was about to depart, Danzō stopped him. Also tell him that no matter what, he needs to produce some tangible results soon. The subordinate nodded and vanished. Left alone, Danzō could only stifle a groan and pin all his hopes on Orochimaru. If Orochimaru could at least show some preliminary finding, anything at all related to Hashirama's cells, then Danzō could use that to pacify the third Hokage. Just proving the funds had been put to good use would force Koharu and Hamura to back off, leaving only Hiruzen. And Hiruzen alone wasn't enough to remove him. Root's courier moved quickly, and soon Orochimaru got Danzō's message. But Orochimaru had no intention whatsoever of catering to that old man's wishes. What a joke, showing off something just to please Danzō. Orochimaru could see perfectly well that the man had already paid out that jackpot of 1 billion ryo. He had no more oil left to squeeze out. Why should Orochimaru stick around to indulge him? Still, with Danzō's eyes on him, staying too close to Hidden Lee village was now inconvenient. Not that Orochimaru was scared of him, but the old fool would keep pestering him. Moreover, Orochimaru had another idea altogether. So he summoned Kabuto. "Kabuto, pack up. We're leaving." Kabuto obeyed, though he asked, puzzled, "Lord Orochimaru, if we're leaving now, where are we going?" "I'm Kabuto," Orochimaru smirked. "To Hidden Cloud's village." Hearing that, Kabuto was even more confused. Hidden Cloud's village? What were they going to do there? Orochimaru, spotting the unspoken question, explained, "That Senshai fellow is indeed convenient. Anything we want, he can get. But his prices are atrocious. Even though we have a few 100 million ryo on hand, at the rate Senshai collects payment, we'll be broke soon enough. So I have a plan to squeeze a hefty sum out of Hidden Cloud's village." As Kabuto listened, excitement glinted in his eyes. He had long coveted Orochimaru's Yamato no Orochi fruit. If Orochimaru's plan worked and they made a fortune, Kabuto might be able to afford such a fruit for himself. Eagerly, Kabuto packed up their things and set off with Orochimaru to Hidden Cloud's village. Chapter 69, Electric-type Pokemon, Sasuke. Not long after, Senshai returned to Hidden Lee village. Without delay, he headed straight for the Uchiha district. Once there, he saw his wood clone teaching Karen and Sasuke. The Pokemon, Sasuke, was drenched in sweat from ninjutsu training and didn't notice Senshai's arrival. But Karen, being a sensory-type ninja, had sensed him already. She dashed over and climbed onto his shoulder at once. Senshai smiled and patted Karen's red hair, feeling his mood brighten considerably. After enjoying that warmth for a moment, Karen tilted her head in curiosity. "How come you came back alone? Where's the other one?" The instant Karen asked this, Senshai's expression turned cold. "Itachi? He had something to deal with at home and went back early." Even Karen couldn't help shivering at Senshai's cold tone. She had no idea why Itachi had left, but just seeing how Senshai looked made it clear that someone was in for a rough time. Not that she minded. If that Itachi Uchiha had angered Senshai, he deserved anything that was coming to him. Senshai walked over to Sasuke and pulled him away from his ninjutsu training in one quick motion. Sasuke had just been about to launch his lightning-style, lightning ball, but before he could, he felt himself lifted off the ground like a little chicken. Instinctively, he was about to fight back, until he saw the person grabbing him was Senshai. Frowning in annoyance, he mumbled, "Sensei, what are you doing?" Then he realized. "Wait, you're not the wood clone, Sensei, you're back?" Seeing two versions of Senshai, one real, one clone, Sasuke got excited. While the wood clone could teach him ninjutsu just fine, he knew how overwhelmingly strong the real Senshai was. In Sasuke's mind, being taught by the actual Senshai was multiple times more effective than being taught by a clone. His power would grow much faster that way. Sasuke was just about to ask what the new training Senshai had planned for him, when he saw Senshai produce a few odd-looking items and thrust them into his hands. Puzzled, Sasuke stared at the strange objects. "Sensei. What are these?" It wasn't Sasuke's fault for having limited knowledge, these things were just too bizarre. He'd never seen anything like them, not even in rumors. Calmly, Senshai told him, "They'll make you stronger, strong enough to stand a chance against Itachi." Hearing that, Sasuke murmured in confusion, lowering his head to study the items carefully. On the far left was a deep green gemstone with a streak of orange lightning etched inside it. Apart from that, it looked just like an ordinary jewel. At least it was identifiable as some type of gemstone. The other two were even more abstract, two thin, silvery discs with holes in the center. They looked a bit like weapons but seemed too soft to serve that purpose. If anyone else had handed him such items, Sasuke would have taken them for junk salvaged from somewhere. "These really make me stronger?" Skepticism filled Sasuke's face. He couldn't figure out how such weird objects could possibly be as powerful as Senshai claimed. But Senshai nodded resolutely, as if utterly certain. Inwardly, he was fuming. "Sasuke, I'm seriously going all in here. With these things, you'd better beat the crap out of Itachi for making me lose a fat paycheck. I'll make him regret every choice he made." While Senshai's mind raced, Sasuke just looked clueless, worried that maybe his teacher had been traumatized somehow after traveling with Itachi, enough to dump this random stuff on him. Could it be Itachi actually drove Sensei insane, worried that I'd catch up to him if Sensei trained me further? The more Sasuke thought about that possibility, the more convinced he became, and the angrier he felt. "Damn you, Itachi. I swear I'll kill you." Senshai, oblivious to Sasuke's wild speculations, just said, Use your lightning ball. Though still confused, Sasuke nodded. Lightning style, lightning ball. The moment he conjured the lightning ball, something felt off. A mysterious energy surged out of the thunderstone in his hand and flooded into his body. As the lightning ball grew, the powerful energy radiating from the stone boosted it even further. For the first time, Sasuke realized that this unremarkable jewel was in fact a precious item capable of amplifying his lightning-style jutsu. It was astonishing, almost terrifying. The lightning chakra from the stone was so strong that Sasuke, with his current skills, simply couldn't manage it. The lightning ball swelled beyond his control and exploded, blasting Sasuke like a kite with a snapped string. He flew backward before collapsing in a heap. Only after a while did he manage to force himself upright, suppressing the pain that racked his whole body. He stared at the huge crater on the ground, forgetting how disheveled and dirty he looked. His eyes shone as he turned them on Sensei. Sensei. That was really my jutsu that did that? Sensei smiled and nodded. Truth be told, he was surprised, too. The Thunderstone's amplification was stronger than he'd anticipated. For Sensei, who already had advanced lightning abilities, thanks to the Rumble Fruit's power, that stone barely did anything, like a drop of water added to an ocean. Besides, he found it inconvenient to carry items around for an extra boost. But in Sasuke's hands, it caused a huge change. Sensei stroked his chin, now fairly certain that giving Sasuke the Thunderstone had been a good decision. By this time, Sasuke had managed to limp up to him, still brimming with excitement. Although his hair and clothes were singed, Sasuke's eyes gleamed with joy. He never expected that odd jewel would be so powerful. And his teacher hadn't just given him the jewel, he had 2 more peculiar items besides. Earlier, Sasuke had dismissed those silver discs as trash, but now he was bursting with curiosity. If the jewel was this strong, maybe the discs would be equally amazing. Sasuke felt embarrassed for ever doubting his teacher. He recalled his earlier suspicion that Sensei might be broken or going insane because of Itachi. He wanted to slap himself for the mere thought. How could he doubt such a teacher? Sensei was treating him more kindly than a father would a son. Pointing to one of the discs, Sasuke asked excitedly, Sensei, I get what the stone does now. But what about these? Sensei gave a mysterious smile. The one you just used is called a Thunderstone. It amplifies your lightning ninjutsu if you carry it with you. As for that round one, that's called an motor drive. Or let's say, the electric engine. Electric engine? Sasuke repeated, baffled. It was another name he'd never heard before. But by now, he'd learned that anything Sensei gave him was guaranteed to be top-notch. It was probably another lightning-related booster. Is it also something you just carry around? Sasuke asked, recalling how he hadn't felt any new effect earlier. Shaking his head, Sensei explained, no, this one's single-use. To activate it, you have to break it. Break it? Though uncertain, Sasuke trusted his teacher. He gripped the electric engine learning device and crushed it in his hands. It splintered into tiny lights, which sank into his body. A warm, gentle power began altering him from within, and even Sasuke could sense the change. He inhaled sharply, trying another lightning ball. This time, keenly aware of his previous failure, he mustered all his concentration. But as soon as the lightning ball formed, he realized something was off. Even with the engine, there was no obvious power boost. Confused, Sasuke allowed the lightning ball to disperse. Sensei. He turned to Sensei, who merely laughed. Electric engine doesn't amplify your own lightning ninjutsu. Instead, it. Mid-sentence, Sensei formed a huge crackling thunder in his hand. The lightning, under his total control, was intimidating in size but precisely measured in strength. He hurled it straight at Sasuke's chest. To Sasuke, who didn't know Sensei had carefully restrained the lightning's power, it looked like a death sentence. Fear overwhelmed him. Don't tell me. Sensei was never on my side? Just like Itachi? In that instant, Sasuke thought his world was ending. Even the light in his Sharingan seemed to fade. But a few moments later, he heard Sensei's voice, Sasuke? Why are you just standing there? Sasuke blinked in confusion and looked down at himself. I''am not dead? Sensei almost laughed in exasperation. Of course not. Why would I kill you after all I've invested? That'd be a massive waste. Sure enough, Sasuke's clothes were singed around the chest area, but his body was untouched. There wasn't even a bruise. Don't just stand there. Hit me back, Sensei said, then quickly added, seeing Sasuke ready another lightning ball, no ninjutsu, use taijutsu. Nodding, Sasuke grabbed a kunai and charged. Even as he moved, he noticed something stunning. He was fast, far faster than he'd ever been before. He practically rocketed forward, pouring the momentum into his weapon. It crashed into Senshai with a resounding clang, sending a jolt up Sasuke's arms. Senshai chuckled. Feel it? That's the electric engine's power. An average A-rank lightning jutsu can't harm you anymore. If anything, it feeds you energy. It boosts your physical abilities. A glow of understanding lit Sasuke's eyes. Like what I just did, increasing my speed? Wearing a satisfied you're a quick learner expression, Senshai nodded. Delighted, Sasuke then looked to the remaining disc in his hand, the other trademark. Without waiting for instructions, he crushed it as well. Immediately, a flood of information poured into his mind. Sasuke winced at the pain of sudden knowledge overload. Gritting his teeth, he endured it, letting that new data merge into his brain. Thunder Punch. This taijutsu is unbelievably powerful, and I just learned it in an instant? Sasuke mumbled in awe. The learning device didn't just teach him the concept, it touched the muscle memory directly into his body. He could now execute Thunder Punch as though he drilled it hundreds of times. One single device saved him what could have been months or even years of training. Sasuke grasped just how precious it was. If these learning devices could be mass-produced, no shinobi village would ever bother running a ninja academy again. Well, except Hidden Leaf Village, which would probably still insist on preserving the Will of Fire, yet, for something so valuable, Senshai had handed it to him without hesitation. All Sasuke had to do was pay 12 million ryo a year for his lessons. Does Sensei really need money that badly? With his power, earning that amount must be trivial. Why would he bother teaching me so meticulously, giving me such rare tools? Touched by the realization, Sasuke felt a surge of emotion. From Senshai, he sensed a deep warmth, a bond. Ever since that night of the Uchiha massacre, he hadn't felt anything like this. His heart brimmed with gratitude. He started thinking that maybe the only reason Senshai even charges tuition is so Sasuke wouldn't feel guilty accepting so many benefits. Sasuke's earlier resentment, born from Senshai going off with Itachi, the traitorous Uchiha, vanished. He never imagined that once Senshai returned, he'd shower him with 3 incredible gifts. Compared to that man he hated so deeply, Senshai felt more like a true big brother. Unaware of Sasuke's emotional whirl, Senshai simply said, "Why don't you test out your new powers?" Sasuke responded like a thrilled child who just received a brand new toy. He recalled the fresh knowledge in his head and activated Thunder Punch. Golden arcs of electricity danced around his right fist as he shot forward like a cannonball, slamming into the target area. He still had the electric engine's speed boost active. When combined, the result was more than just 1 + 1 = 2. Boom. Amid thunderous noise, lightning surged outward in a destructive wave, snapping the trees ahead and toppling them in a neat row. The force of Thunder Punch was terrifying. Senshai, watching Sasuke, nodded in approval. Calling Sasuke back, he said, "Good. Now that you have this level of strength, I can stop worrying." Sasuke's face lit up, but a strange feeling nagged at him. A heavy sense of foreboding crept in, and sure enough, Senshai's next words hit him like a bolt from the blue. "My task in Hidden Leaf Village is finished. I can leave without worrying now." It was as if someone had doused Sasuke with ice water. He stared at Senshai, stunned. "Sensei. Must you really go?" Seeing Sasuke's reluctance, Senshai tousled his hair. "Of course. I'm Akatsuki's top mercenary. If I stay here, who knows when Hidden Leaf Village might decide to wipe me out in one fell swoop?" Sasuke fell silent. He knew as well as anyone how absurd it sounded to say that Senshai feared Hidden Leaf Village. Yet if his teacher had reasons to leave, Sasuke couldn't force him to stay. Still, he couldn't hide how upset he felt. Over these past days, training alongside Senshai and Karen, he'd made tremendous progress. He'd even grown to enjoy their company. Sasuke found himself smiling more than he had in years. In them, he felt a warmth he never experienced among the Uchiha or even in all of Hidden Leaf Village, the warmth of family. And now that source of warmth was leaving. Reaching for a last-ditch excuse to hold Senshai back, Sasuke mumbled, "What about my lessons? Without your guidance, I can't kill that man." For once, the notoriously aloof Sasuke sounded hesitant. But Senshai only said, "Don't worry. No matter what happens, my wood clone will stay here to teach you. As long as you follow the plan, trust me, you'll be strong enough to beat the crap out of that Ichini-san guy." Sasuke said nothing, even though he should be thrilled by the promise that he'd someday defeat Itachi and kill the man who betrayed his clan. But his sense of loss overshadowed that triumph. No doubt, Sasuke hated watching Senshai leave. Pouting like a little kid, he was clearly unhappy about their impending farewell. Chapter 70, Naruto. Karen could clearly sense Sasuke's dejection. You didn't even need a sensory-type ability to see it. He was practically wearing his unhappiness on his face, and the air around him was thick with dejection. Putting herself in his shoes, she could understand how he felt. In a way, just like her, Sasuke saw Senshai as the beam of light that illuminated his world. During this period, aside from Senshai's wood clone, Karen was the one who spent the most time accompanying Sasuke in training. From observing how relentlessly he trained, it was clear his talk of killing that man wasn't just talk. Sasuke genuinely intended to give anything and everything to accomplish it. Over time, Karen also learned about Sasuke's past. The older brother he once admired had, in one single night, personally murdered all of their clan and family. Even Karen, who had endured inhumane treatment in Hidden Grass Village, felt a chill hearing that. Because of this, she cared quite a bit for Senshai's new student, who was like a little brother to her. If one day Senshai told her he was leaving, even for a good reason, Karen knew she too would feel lost and lonely. Thinking about that, Karen looked at her little brother with concern. Right now is when I should step in. She was quite certain that, given Senshai's mission-driven personality, he wouldn't notice Sasuke's emotional turmoil. Without me, this place would fall apart sooner or later, she thought. That notion made Karen's cheeks suddenly grow hot, as though steaming, but she quickly shoved it aside. Turning to Sasuke, she said, "Don't worry, Sasuke. If you want to see us, we can come back any time." As she spoke, a pair of crimson eternal Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in her eyes. Seeing this, Sasuke's heart skipped a beat, his grief momentarily forgotten. He recognized the strange pattern. He'd seen something similar in Itachi's eyes on the night his clan was destroyed. That's the Sharingan? Karen straightened her back with pride. Yes, these are the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. My dujutsu lets me teleport freely through space. As if to prove her words, Karen's body abruptly phased out, and a second later, she reappeared behind Sasuke. He whirled around, staring in disbelief. Speaking in a knowing tone, Karen continued, "It's an advanced Sharingan ability. Don't worry, if you work hard enough, you'll reach this stage, too. And there's an even more powerful technique, but I won't spoil that. Once you unlock your own eternal Mangekyo, you'll find out." Off to the side, Senshai watched them chat and just shook his head, smiling. He knew very well how Karen really got those Sharingan. She was acting as though she'd trained tirelessly for them, and as for that even stronger ability, no doubt she meant Susanoo. In truth, most of those abilities came from Karen's special hacks. But Sasuke, of course, didn't know all that. He only saw the eternal Mangekyo in Karen's eyes and its mysterious spatial teleportation. A spark of hope rose in him, quickly overshadowed by sadness at the impending farewell. He drooped again, looking dejected. Noticing this, Karen hurriedly continued, "As for Senshai, your teacher, his ability is even more impressive. Though he doesn't have the eternal Mangekyo, he's placed a teleportation marker here. He can appear with a single thought. So if you ever want us back, just tell his wood clone. We'll come right away. It's really easy for us to visit you, no problem at all." Karen shot Senshai a meaningful look, and he nodded slightly, confirming her words. Sasuke understood perfectly well how powerful his teacher was, so it was no surprise he could come and go at will. But still, the fact remained, they would be parting ways. Knowing it didn't make accepting it any easier, and Sasuke's sadness remained. He'd just received 3 gifts that excited him, yet the surge of grief snuffed that excitement out. That was how intense Uchiha emotions could be. Especially Sasuke's. Ever since that night his clan was annihilated, his feelings had grown more and more obsessive. He wasn't as extreme as he'd become in the future, but the tendency was already there. It's just the nature of the Uchiha. Seeing his glum face, Senshai rose and clapped his hands. "All right, enough talk about sad farewells. Let's go eat something good, shall we?" "Yay!" Karen cheered, raising both hands before Sasuke could respond. She'd been cooped up in the Uchiha district for so long that she was dying for something tasty. She followed Senshai, then beckoned Sasuke. "Come on, let's go. Think of it as a reward for all your hard training lately." Sasuke forced a small smile and joined them. Once they stepped out of the Uchiha district, Karen asked Senshai curiously, "So, Senshai, does Hidden Leaf Village have any special local dishes?" Senshai grinned at her, a bit cryptically. "For sure. Here, let me show you around. Let's head for Ikiraku Ramen and taste the real thing." After all, Ikiraku Ramen was legendary, no ninja passing through Hidden Leaf Village could resist trying it. Though Senshai had gotten an Ikiraku Ramen prize from his system before, actually visiting the shop was a completely different experience. It wasn't especially crowded at Ikiraku Ramen at that time of day, so the 3 of them had plenty of space. After sitting down and placing their orders, the delicious aroma soon wafted out as they were served heaping bowls of ramen. Smelling it, Senshai's mouth watered. Being Hidden Leaf Village's most famous eatery, the taste was naturally top-notch. He dug in eagerly, devouring 3 bowls in a row and even ordering a 4th. Meanwhile, Sasuke had just finished his first bowl. Watching his teacher's appetite, he asked, "Sensei. Were you really that hungry?" Sensei let out a deep sigh. Seeing this, Karen looked at him curiously as well. Slowly, Sensei explained, "When we're out and about, Karen here usually cooks for us. Let's just say it's an experience." He trailed off, wearing a pained expression at the memory. Sasuke might be rather dense, but he couldn't miss that look. He cast a sympathetic glance at Karen. Feeling their stares, Karen's face turned bright red. Clenching her small fists, she pouted at Sensei, "Just you wait. Someday my cooking is going to be..." Suddenly, her words froze. Her gaze shifted to the entrance of a kairaku ramen. Sensei followed her line of sight, noticing a scrawny blonde boy with goggles, a whiskered face, standing outside the shop, wearing a faintly envious look as he watched the three of them. Or perhaps he envied their big bowls of ramen, or maybe the closeness between them. Sasuke was also surprised. "That dead last kid?" Karen said quietly, "I'm sensing a familiar aura around him, very much like yours, Sensei." She glanced back and forth between the boy outside and Sensei, but they certainly looked nothing alike. Could the kid be an illegitimate son, and he just took after his mother's looks? Before she could spin more theories, they heard people outside shouting at the boy, "Fox demon, get out of here. Who let you come around? Yeah, scram. If you don't leave, we'll kill you. Stinking fox. Beat it." A few children even picked up rocks and hurled them at the boy. He, being small and slow, couldn't avoid them all, and soon bruises dotted his limbs. Crestfallen, he turned to run away, until Sensei spoke up. "Sasuke, bring him in." Though Sasuke didn't understand Sensei's reasoning, he obeyed at once. He leapt out, flaring his chakra, Sharingan gleaming, and fixed a glare on the stone-throwing kids. Scram. His cold command, underpinned by intimidating chakra, sent them scurrying in terror. Thanks for helping," the blonde boy murmured, looking Sasuke up and down. Of course he recognized the prodigy Uchiha from the academy, the popular kid all the girls liked. Naruto, always ostracized, found Sasuke's popularity unbearable at times. "He's the type I hate the most." Frowning, Naruto mumbled, "Why did you help me, Sasuke?" Normally, Sasuke wouldn't even involve himself, his mind focused on avenging his clan and killing Itachi. He had no strong opinion about Naruto either way. But right now, his teacher had given him a mission. So he responded with rare patience. "My teacher wants to see you. Come with me." Chapter 71, Sensei Virus. Hearing that, Naruto glanced curiously into the ramen shop. "Is it Iruka-sensei? I don't see him." Sasuke ignored Naruto's question. He turned back toward the inside of a kairaku ramen. "Come in," he said. Though Naruto was still puzzled, he followed Sasuke inside, partly out of curiosity. Once inside, he could finally get a proper look around. Other than Toki, the owner of a kairaku, there were two people sitting at the counter, a red-haired girl about his age, and a very handsome young man. Yet for some reason, the instant Naruto's eyes landed on that young man, he felt a strange sense of familiarity and closeness, like the warm feeling one gets from a family member. He wasn't stupid. One look told him that this extraordinarily good-looking man was most likely Sasuke's teacher. But when had Sasuke gone and found himself a new teacher? Wasn't that why Sasuke was the #1 student at school, because he had a private tutor? I'd sure like to have a teacher like that too. All sorts of thoughts swirled through Naruto's mind. Even though this was a kairaku ramen, and Toki was one of the few people in the village who didn't give him weird looks, Naruto still lowered his head upon seeing Uzumaki-sensei. Sensei, for his part, glanced at Naruto, who looked uneasy. Inside, he found it almost laughable. This early in the timeline, Naruto was still the kid who sat alone on the swing, watching others get picked up by their parents, wishing he had someone like that too. The sheer loneliness and longing inside him were intense. That the village could treat the hero's child in such a way was incomprehensible. A sudden idea flashed in Sensei's mind. Without a word, he pushed over a freshly made bowl of ramen, untouched by chopsticks, to Naruto. "Go ahead and eat." For me?" Naruto swallowed hard, and his stomach rumbled audibly. He was starving, but he couldn't believe that a stranger was offering him free food. "Of course." Sensei nodded. "Thank you, big bro." Naruto broke into a trademark grin, plopped onto the stool, and started wolfing down the ramen. "Don't rush." Sensei gave a wry smile. "If it's not enough, order another. Just don't make yourself sick." He recalled clearly that nobody really looked after Naruto, so the boy usually survived on expired instant noodles and milk. It was pretty much a miracle he never keeled over and died, thanks to his robust Uzumaki bloodline. Karen watched with a skeptical look, glancing between Naruto and Sensei. She'd never seen Sensei be so gentle to a stranger. It wasn't at all like his usual behavior. Could this boy truly be Senshai ''S. illegitimate child? Why else would Senshai treat him so kindly, especially when their chakra signatures felt somewhat similar? That possibility flitted through her mind, and she couldn't help herself. Why does his aura feel so familiar? Is he here? Karen trailed off. Senshai nodded. Of course you find it familiar. He's one of our clan. Those words shocked both Naruto and Karen. Naruto even paused mid-bite. They both blurted the same thing, our clan? Senshai smiled and nodded. Naruto Uzumaki, right? I'm Senshai Uzumaki, and this is Karen Uzumaki. Meanwhile, before heading to Hidden Clouds Village, Orochimaru first planned to return to Hidden Rain Village. He wanted to set up some sort of revenue project before leaving. People often say Orochimaru is cunning, insidious, cruel, and vile. They also claim he's arrogant and foolish. He lost more than once to the Uchiha brothers, after all. But it's hard to deny he's also a master of science in the shinobi world. He's perpetually researching and developing new methods. And his sheer survivability is second to none. He's notoriously difficult to kill. Even Senshai finds the idea of killing Orochimaru a headache. Even without his extra 8 lives from the Yamato no Orochi fruit, Orochimaru had techniques like the Orochimaru-style body replacement jutsu, living corpse reincarnation, curse mark resurrection, and so on. Now, with the fruit enhancing him and granting multiple extra lives, Orochimaru was practically the definition of legendary cockroach. He was so adept at preserving himself, he could still birth a synthetic child in the new era and even send him to study in Hidden Leaf Village. It's an apartment example of his unmatched self-preservation methods. Yes, he is cunning, insidious, possibly deranged, but his scientific prowess is top-notch. Otherwise, how could he have invented so many groundbreaking things in the shinobi world? Heck, he even developed tattoos before the village started doing fancy Mangekyo contact lenses. And so he was better than some stubborn old fossils at adapting and learning, especially from Senshai. After so many dealings with Senshai, and taking so many losses, even a pig would have picked up a thing or two. Orochimaru was no pig, he was a genius. Senshai's greatest skill is the two birds one stone trick, a single mission, and somehow he gets paid from both sides, with both sides feeling grateful to him. It's ridiculous. Senshai always ends up with his pockets full, yet no one really seems to feel cheated. It's almost beyond comprehension. But Orochimaru had gleaned Senshai's method: if there's no existing demand, create one, then simultaneously satisfy both parties. That's the heart of Senshai's double-dip strategy. Orochimaru wanted to put that into practice. Therefore, since he already planned to go to the Hidden Clouds Village, why not drop by Pain's place first and secure a tailed beast capture mission? That way, he could execute his own plan while also scoring payment from Pain. After all, the Hidden Clouds Village holds not one, but 2 tailed beasts. Now that Orochimaru was so much stronger with Senshai's help, snagging a tailed beast along the way didn't seem out of reach. Still, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a bit weird. He had joined the Akatsuki originally to investigate Itachi Uchiha, staying aloof from most missions and rarely interacting with his partner. He never imagined he would end up actively requesting an Akatsuki mission one day. But what could he do? He needed money. He still had a few 100 million ryo, but in a sense, that money was already earmarked for Senshai. Because if you want Senshai, the one who charges sky-high, borderline criminal fees, to do anything, you have to be prepared to keep paying. He's like a black hole. Once he starts working for you, it's hard to stop paying him. Yet he's so good at what he does that you can't just abandon him. It's a love-hate relationship. Hence, Orochimaru decided he must seize every opportunity to make money. If Senshai is the terrorist in the black market, Orochimaru intends to be the same in the Akatsuki. With that in mind, he returned to Hidden Rain Village and approached Pain with confidence. Pain, he said, voice low yet resolute, I'm here for a mission. I can take down the tailed beast in Hidden Clouds Village. Just leave it to me. Hearing that, Pain was momentarily stunned. He was full of questions. Orochimaru, asking to undertake a tailed beast capture mission. He studied the figure before him carefully. It was undoubtedly Orochimaru. That voice, that posture, maybe if the guy's face were covered, Pain would have mistaken him for Senshai, since Senshai was the one always asking for jobs. But the Akatsuki were notorious slackers. Nobody except Senshai usually came looking for missions like this. Could Senshai's personality be contagious? Was Pain under a Ganjutsu? But that was impossible. He had the Rinnegan, so visual illusions wouldn't affect him. Did Orochimaru develop some flashy sound-based Ganjutsu? Confused, Nagato, the man behind Pain, felt a headache coming on. The Akatsuki members were all rogue shinobi, each with their own rebellious nature. Leading them was never easy. But ever since Senshai joined, everything started getting turned on its head. First, the previously most diligent member, Kakazu, was forced to take breaks because he couldn't keep up with Senshai's mission harvesting. Now, even Orochimaru, someone who was all about his own research and cared little for organizational tasks, was voluntarily coming to take a mission. And he wanted to capture a tailed beast in the Hidden Clouds village, of all places. It was as if the world had flipped upside down. Still, speaking through pain, Nagato maintained a stern stance. The Hidden Clouds village belongs to the Land of Lightning. With our current strength, we should avoid direct conflict with any of the 5 great nations. Orochimaru immediately took offense. If they weren't going to fight Hidden Clouds village and capture the tailed beast, there'd be no mission, and hence no payout. That also meant no funds to commission Senshai for anything. Unacceptable. Akatsuki should get moving on the tailed beast capture plan. We're much stronger than before, Orochimaru pressed. Besides, we already have the 3 tails sealed away. If the 5 great nations find out, they'll likely ramp up their defenses. We should capture at least 1 tailed beast from a great nation to see how they respond. Starting with the Hidden Clouds village seems right. Nagato fell silent, pondering. He was inclined to refuse because he didn't trust Orochimaru's motives. This man had layers of hidden agendas. But logically, Orochimaru made a valid argument. The Akatsuki nowadays, bolstered financially by Senshai's efforts and Hidden Grass Village's annexation, plus the Land of Rain's rapid development, was far stronger than before, strong enough that the shinobi world could no longer ignore it. Meanwhile, the Hidden Clouds village, with its typically abrasive diplomacy, had already offended many nations and had few true allies. It might not be able to rally an effective counterattack against the rising power of Akatsuki. Furthermore, the tailed beast plan had to keep moving. Why not use this opportunity to see how the 5 great nations would react? With that reasoning, Nagato nodded slightly. Indeed, they owed a lot of their rapid growth to Senshai. That same Senshai was being slandered by Obito, aka Madara, who wanted to remove him from the organization. Nagato frowned, wondering if he should ramp up the intensity next time Madara showed up unannounced. But he kept those thoughts to himself and spoke through pain. All right. I'll let you handle capturing the Hidden Clouds village's tailed beast. Bring Sasaori with you. He's your partner. Orochimaru frowned. Sasaori. The name rang a bell, that guy who turned himself into a human puppet in pursuit of eternal art. Yes, Sasaori was theoretically his assigned teammate, but Orochimaru never really teamed up on missions, preferring to do his own research. They had collaborated on research once, but they never truly got along. Sasaori was big on puppet transformations, while Orochimaru was about body modifications. Different approaches to immortality. Moreover, Orochimaru wanted the mission profit all to himself. Why share it with Sasaori? So he insisted, no need for Sasaori. A single-tailed beast isn't worth worrying about. I can deal with it alone. Nagato, however, sounded displeased. Don't underestimate the tailed beasts, Orochimaru. Even if you're confident you can handle one, the Hidden Clouds village holds 2. And that doesn't include their entire village's response. It's impossible for you to leave unscathed. With Sasaori's help, you'll be safer. Besides, we have a rule in Akatsuki, operations are done in pairs. Even Senshai never refused that. Orochimaru scowled. Like I said, Sasaori and I don't get along. Not only does it not help, it might even reduce our efficiency. Nagato stood firm. Regardless, tailed beast capture missions always require 2-person teams. In reality, it was only partly about safety. The other goal of pairing members was that in the Akatsuki, full of rogue ninja with their own secrets, nobody completely trusted anyone. Working in pairs was also a form of mutual surveillance, less chance both members would conspire to betray the group. Noting Orochimaru's reluctance, Nagato continued, if you refuse Sasaori, you'll have to wait. Senshai said he'll be back soon. Perhaps the 2 of you can do it together, your success rate would be higher. That made Orochimaru's heart skip a beat. He sensed danger at the mere idea of letting Senshai in on his plan. He had a strong feeling he'd come out on the losing end of any such collaboration, so he quickly backpedaled, and never mind. I'll go with Sasaori. Tomorrow, no, this afternoon, we'll depart. Nagato gave a blank nod. Very well. I appreciate your effort. You're dismissed. But Orochimaru's next words nearly made Nagato spit blood in shock, almost succumbing to the Senshai virus on the spot. Hold on, leader. We still need to discuss my mission fee. Meanwhile, in Hidden Leaf Village's Root Division, Danzō sat behind a desk, frowning at the documents in front of him. They detailed Root's current dire situation with painful clarity. Bang! He slammed his fist down on the table in rage. Orochimaru, That accursed snake. Danzō was truly furious, more so than he had been in a long time. Orochimaru's disappearance was like defecating on his head. Yet ironically, Danzō had no way to get back at him. Worse, he couldn't even contact Orochimaru at this point. Seething, Danzō glared at the stack of papers, files sent over from the Hokage's office, and an undercurrent of resentment built up in him. Just then, a member of the Shimura clan entered. Shimura Moya, nervous as could be, approached Danzō. Everyone en route knew Danzō had been in an abysmal mood lately. He was mercurial at the best of times, but recent events had only made him more volatile. None of them wanted to bring him bad news, but Moya, being from the main branch of the Shimura clan, had drawn the short straw and was forced to make the report. He had already heard the loud crash of Danzō's fist hitting the desk before entering. Now he could see cracks webbing across the tabletop. Swallowing hard, Shimura Moya steeled himself for the worst, fearing that if he delivered the bad news, Danzō might slap him dead on the spot. But he had no choice. He stepped forward, though he could barely speak. Danzō eyed him darkly and snapped, "You come in here without reporting? Do I have to toss you in interrogation to loosen your tongue?" Moya trembled under Danzō's biting words and forced himself to talk. "Danzō-sama, the Shimura clan's monthly provisions. The Hokage-sama refused to approve them." He also said. At that point, Moya's voice grew quieter and quieter, until even Danzō, with his honed hearing, couldn't make it out. "Speak up." Danzō roared. "What did Hiruzen say?" Stammering, Moya replied, He said if we want money, we should ask you to fund it. The village won't pay a single coin." Crash. Before he could finish, Danzō slammed his palm onto the table again. Wooden splinters flew in all directions with enough force to cut Moya's face to the bone. Streaks of blood trickled down, but Moya dared not utter a single complaint. He only bowed his head, trembling. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, you really don't take me seriously, do you?" Danzō roared, fury blazing in his eyes. He caught a scathing glance at Moya. "You've made your report, now get out." Grateful to escape, Moya fled without another word. Danzō stared after him with open malice. Ever since he diverted that 1 billion ryo from Hidden Leaf Village as treasury, he hadn't had a single easy day. The other village elders, the so-called Hidden Leaf Village F3, had been pressuring him non-stop, leaving him no wiggle room. And it was all thanks to Orochimaru. Just the thought made his blood pressure spike. Ever since I struck that deal with him, not one piece of good news has come my way. And now he's vanished entirely, leaving me to face all the heat alone. Even for Danzō, it was becoming overwhelming. Pacing in his root office, he reflected that he'd already dispatched his own forces to find Orochimaru. How could so much time pass with no news at all? Just then, a masked Truth ninja flickered into the room. "Danzō-sama, we've visited Orochimaru's research base. He's gone. All the research facilities have been taken, and the site has been thoroughly cleared. We found no useful clues or research results." Hearing that, Danzō's anger burned so fiercely he couldn't even put it into words. It's obvious now, Orochimaru practically took the money and ran. Yet he hadn't even received a single coin for himself, it was all in Orochimaru's hands. If Orochimaru had at least shown some shred of progress, perhaps Danzō could have used that to placate Hidden Leaf Village's leadership. But now, there was nothing, and the bigwigs all assumed it was Danzō who spent the money. Even as Kage of the Shadows, Danzō felt buried under a mountain of blame he couldn't shrug off. Should he go try explaining everything to Hiruzen? He instantly dismissed the thought. Hiruzen likely wouldn't believe him, or he'd pretend not to, using it as grounds to take root away. That would end any hope Danzō had of becoming Hokage. Unthinkable. He kept pacing until finally, a certain face flashed through his mind. Uzumaki Sensei? That ninja. If he accepted my protection commission, maybe there's a chance I can use him to get some money back? Chapter 72, Wind Hidden Leaf Village. Ikiraku Ramen. When Naruto heard the news, he froze on the spot, forgetting all about the ramen in his hands. Family. Clansmen. Those words had always seemed so distant, something he'd yearned for his entire life. And now someone was telling him that he really did have clan members alive in this world. Naruto blurted anxiously, "Big bro, you have the same surname, Uzumaki, but you're not a Hidden Leaf Village ninja. Are we really from the same clan? And the others, are they not in Hidden Leaf Village either?" At that, Naruto's eyes were wide, clearly filled with a longing for something that had seemed impossible before. Sensei nodded lightly. "For now, besides the few of us, there aren't many Uzumaki left. But yes, we're definitely your clansmen. You and I share the same blood." As he spoke, Sensei reached out and ruffled Naruto's hair. Feeling the warmth from Sensei's palm, Naruto blinked out for a moment. He touched his cheek and winced. "Ow, that hurts." He let out a cry of pain, but then burst into a big grin. Standing off to the side, Sasuke looked at Naruto with disdain, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Sensei, this dead last. He's actually from your clan? That loser who couldn't even master the basic 3 academy jutsu was from the same clan as Sasuke's all-powerful teacher? Humans really do differ more from each other than humans from dogs. Naturally, Sensei caught the meaning in Sasuke's words and just smiled. Sasuke, don't underestimate Naruto. In certain ways, he's a genius. He wasn't just flattering Naruto. Sasuke had no way of knowing that, in the future, he and Naruto would team up against the Otsutsuki with some transformations basically derived from the 3 academy jutsu. In terms of clone and transformation jutsu, once Naruto became a Genin, nobody could match him. One night was all it took for him to learn the multi-shadow clone, and his sexy jutsu had single-handedly humbled countless top-tier foes. At that moment, Karen shifted her gaze off Sensei's face and onto Naruto's head. Pointing to his bright blonde hair, she asked Sensei, "Sensei, your hair and mine, and Nagato's, are all red. But this guy named Naruto Uzumaki has yellow hair? I mean, my mom told me the symbol of the Uzumaki clan is their red hair, right?" Hearing that, Sensei snickered inwardly. Why? Probably because that blonde gene from a certain family line is just too strong. Outwardly, however, he shrugged, he is in the second stage of being an Uzumaki, basically going Super Saiyan. Karen blinked, looking baffled. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Sensei, don't tell me you're joking again. Sensei stroked his chin. I know you're curious, but just wait. If I ever draw some Saiyan bloodline in my lottery, I'll show you a real blonde form. Naruto, meanwhile, had no idea what they were babbling about. He was terrible at academic subjects, and to him, Karen and Sensei's banter was total gibberish. But he did grasp one crucial point. Sasuke was the academy's top student thanks to extra training with his private teacher, Sensei Uzumaki. Damn. He's my own clan member, Naruto thought, feeling even more awkward. Then he gathered his courage and asked, Big bro, can I learn ninjutsu from you, too? Sensei pondered a moment. He held no hostility toward Naruto, who was essentially a good kid. Sure, Naruto was a bit of a brat at the start, but he was still likable enough, especially with how hard he'd had it. The only problem was that Naruto had no money, unlike Sasuke, who had a fortune. Still, a young sapling can grow into a fine tree. Naruto was definitely a high-potential investment for the future, and maybe he'd team up with Sasuke for some co-op missions down the road. With that in mind, Sensei nodded. Sure, no problem. The instant he said that, a system prompt echoed in his head, congratulations. The trusted allies count has reached 4. The strongest mercenary corps module has been unlocked. You may form a mercenary corps with your allies. Whenever any member completes a mission, you'll receive 50% of their mercenary point rewards. Sensei's eyes went wide. What the? A strongest mercenary corps? So this is the new feature? Where's my standard grinding system from before? Have I been working my butt off all this time for a management sim add-on? If I'd known this earlier, I would have gathered a crew of unstoppable Pokemon a long time ago. Sensei felt some regret. He could have formed bonds left and right instead of slogging through missions alone. He had lost out on who knows how many draws. He heaved a deep breath, opened his system interface, and sure enough, besides his usual system menu, there was now a mercenary corps interface. 4 character cards were displayed below. 1. Name, Karen Uzumaki. Gender, female. Age, 9. Bond level, 99 out of 100. Current strength, S potential, SSS. Overall rating, SSS 2. Name, Kakazu. Gender, male. Age, 84. Bond level, 82 out of 100. Current strength, S potential, S+. Overall rating, S+ 3. Name, Sasuke Uchiha. Gender, male. Age, 9. Bond level, 69 out of 100. Current strength, B+ potential, SSS. Overall rating, SSS 4. Name, Naruto Uzumaki. Gender, male. Age, 9. Bond level, 61 out of 100. Current strength, C potential, SSS. Overall rating, SSS. Wow, 3 SSS ratings. Sensei was startled. He understood Sasuke, Naruto, and Karen being top tier, but Kakazu, too? The same Kakazu who always complained about not wanting a partner? Apparently, the old tsundere was in as well. Sensei felt a sudden surge of emotion. Kakazu, buddy, you must miss me after all this time. Don't worry, I'll team up with you on missions soon enough. With that in mind, Sensei turned to the 3 kids. I just formed a mercenary corps, and I'd like you 3 to join. Is that okay with you? Karen gave no objection, she agreed without looking up. Sasuke, unclear on what exactly a mercenary corps was, also had no reason to refuse. His teacher had been good to him, so he trusted him. Naruto, not really understanding either, saw the others agree and followed suit. After finishing their meal, the group returned to the training ground. This time, Naruto was with them. On his first time training together with the others, Naruto acted like a wide-eyed country bumpkin, unable to contain his excitement. He was darting around, checking everything out like he had ADHD. Sasuke ignored Naruto, quickly settling back into his own training routine. Even though a skill trademark had given him direct mastery of Thunder Punch, Sasuke's combat experience was still limited. He needed dedicated practice. While Naruto was busy gawking, Sasuke concentrated lightning around his fist. Boom! The electric-type Pokemon Sasuke drove a crackling punch into a large tree. It was so thick that it would take 3 people joining hands to circle it, yet under the force of Sasuke's thunderclap blows, the tree looked frail. After a few hits, it gave a groan before toppling over. Naruto jumped at the sound. He stared at the fallen tree, then at the lightning dancing around Sasuke's fist, and gulped audibly. What the heck? Back in the academy, Sasuke was considered a prodigy, but the gap between him and the other students hadn't felt this huge, just more techniques. Now, though, he'd gained an ability so strong that if he hit Iruka with that punch, Sasuke might be begging him not to die. It had only been a short time, yet Sasuke was already this powerful. And it was all thanks to that man, Sensei Uzumaki. Envy flickered in Naruto's eyes. If I'm taught by him, could I be this strong someday, too? Naturally, Sensei noticed Naruto's expression but didn't say anything. Instead, he quietly opened his system's lottery feature, minus 100,000 mercenary points used. Remaining, 120,935 points, drawing, congratulations. You've obtained, KK Genkai, Shikatsu Yaku, Dead Bone Pulse, X1 Spicy Chili Pills X20 Explosive Tags X Den Chakra Pack, 5 cards worth, Ikiraku Ramen X15 etc. Scanning over the loot, Sensei picked through for something that might suit Naruto. The new mercenary core system had given him a fresh perspective. One person's power was limited, even with wood clones. No matter how strong, he couldn't handle all the missions at once, and he also had other goals in life. With the mercenary core, though, the more people under me, the more tasks we can do at once. 50% of their earnings might not sound like a lot, but it adds up. Of course, he wouldn't let just anyone join. It wasn't a dumping ground. But the ones already in, Karen, Sasuke, Kakazu, and now Naruto, were worth investing in. Karen had her eternal Mangekyo with double Kami, and even if she mostly used Susanoo to cook, your average ninja couldn't handle her. Sasuke had his brand new Pokemon skill set and was still growing. Kakazu was a veteran from a past age, brimming with experience. That left Naruto, whose talents were still untapped. Sensei planned on leaving Hidden Leaf Village soon and couldn't stay to teach Naruto much. While his wood clone would keep instructing him, that wouldn't accelerate Naruto's power as dramatically. If Naruto, and Sasuke, etc., eventually started completing missions themselves, Sensei would earn half their mercenary points. This was a solid investment opportunity. He also knew Naruto's overall potential. With the Nine Tails and Uzumaki lineage, he had monstrous chakra, easily 100 chakra bars, so to speak. And once Naruto learned the multi-shadow clone jutsu, he'd become a perfect grind machine. While thinking it over, Sensei's eyes suddenly locked onto a promising item, skill trademark, Aura Sphere. Generate aura from within your body and fire it at an opponent. This attack will never miss. Sensei couldn't help grinning. Sasuke is my electric-type Pokemon, so Naruto can be Lucario, huh? Aura Sphere is like forming a chakra ball, which Naruto is practically a pro at. Alright, this is it. He took the Aura Sphere disc out and handed it to Naruto. Here. Think of this as my parting gift to you. Naruto blinked in confusion, accepting the thin, round disc. Sensei, what's this? Now that Sensei had agreed to teach Naruto, the boy had switched to calling him Sensei, just like Sasuke did. Before Sensei could answer, Sasuke spoke up in a haughty tone, "Dead last will be dead last, huh? This is a skill learning disc, it's extremely precious. My new ninjutsu came from one of these." Naruto froze. Sasuke's terrifying new technique came from this? Now Sensei's just handing it to me. Did that mean he'd be able to learn something just as powerful? He imagined the looks on everyone's faces, especially Sakura's, and grinned. Yes. Thanks so much, Sensei. I'll work really hard. Sensei gave him a small smile. No worries. But it won't be the same as Sasuke's move. He got Thunder Punch because he's more suited for lightning style, whereas yours is called Aura Sphere. Your primary nature is wind, so I figure this suits you better. Hearing that, Naruto felt a surge of gratitude. His new teacher had not only given him something precious but even made sure it was the best possible fit for him. Naruto felt warmth spread through his heart. He clenched his fists, vowing to master it as soon as possible. Off to the side, Sasuke added, just crush it, and your body will automatically learn the technique. Naruto did so. The learning disc shattered into shimmering fragments that flowed into his body. Instantly, countless pieces of knowledge about Aura's fear filled his mind. Without a word, he dashed toward a nearby tree and unleashed the technique. The chakra inside him condensed into aura form, piercing straight through the trunk in a blink. Sensei nodded in satisfaction, seeing Naruto's success. It's probably time for me to leave. After all, Naruto and Sasuke were far from able to run missions independently, so they wouldn't be earning him points anytime soon. There was an XP bag named Pikachu waiting in the Akatsuki. Sensei had to hurry over and get him fully on board. The sooner, the better. That 50% cut of mission rewards was too good to waste. He'd give Pikachu some perks to speed up his mission turnover. The motto, grind till you drop, but don't actually drop. With that thought, Sensei set off toward Hidden Rain Village, his mind swirling with new plans. Chapter 73, Invitation. Hidden Rain Village, late afternoon. Hidan and Kakazu stepped into the black market, dropping several wrapped heads onto the table in front of the client. All the ninjas you placed bounties on are in there, Kakazu said. The client opened the bundles, verified that the targets were correct, and paid promptly. Clearly, this particular client wasn't someone to be trifled with. If the payment had been stingy, Kakazu would have had no qualms about taking the client's head as well to recover his losses. Having received his payment, Kakazu scanned the bounty board and frowned. There were quite a few postings, but most of them were either low-paying or required a lot of tedious work. As an ancient, battle-worn shinobi, Kakazu couldn't spend his days running around doing everyone else's errands like feeding pets or babysitting, right? In that moment, Kakazu suddenly pictured Sensei in his mind. If only Sensei were here now. With his wood clone technique, Sensei could have easily breezed through all those trivial tasks, leaving the more profitable missions for them. No need to even pick and choose. So convenient. Phew. Kakazu sighed heavily. Never realized how troublesome life would be without Sensei around. His Earth Grudge Fear technique was nowhere near as convenient as Sensei's wood clones for rapidly handling multiple assignments. Eventually, Kakazu picked out one bounty that at least looked decent and somewhat profitable. Right then, Hidan, who'd been standing silently to one side, spoke up. Kakazu, are you serious about taking more jobs? Are you out of your mind? Don't you value your life at all? Hidan stared at him in disbelief. Ever since joining Akatsuki, they hadn't stopped working for a second. Hidan was getting fed up. He joined Akatsuki to spread his faith, not to get bogged down in endless chores. With Kakazu dragging him from one job to another, he had no time to preach the word of Jashin. Kakazu felt a twinge of annoyance. At first, he'd thought Hidan was a decent partner. He'd even lowered his usual mission workload to avoid scaring off the newcomer. After all, even someone with immortality might get bored if forced to do tasks at the breakneck pace Sensei used to work at. Kakazu considered himself reasonable. And here Hidan was, complaining at only a fraction of the usual intensity. Alright, let's take a short break, Kakazu said. He considered it pretty generous. 10 minutes was plenty. After all, when he was with Sensei, they practically worked non-stop, back-to-back missions without respite. But Hidan only grew more agitated, feeling this was the final straw. He snapped, a break for just a few minutes? You really are insane, Kakazu. If someone else wants these bounties, they can have them. I'm done doing this with you. With that, Hidan spun around and walked off, as though afraid Kakazu would try to stop him. Kakazu frowned, watching him go. Why doesn't that guy have any passion for missions? He let out a deep sigh. Since Sensei left, my income has obviously taken a massive hit, he thought gloomily. This doesn't bode well. So he accepted one more bounty, completed it half-heartedly, and returned to his own place. Approaching his front door, Kakazu spotted the faint footprints Sensei had left behind, triggering a wave of nostalgia. He mumbled something under his breath, then opened the door, mind churning with the idea of possibly talking to Nagato about reteaming with Sensei. Perhaps it was a case of daytime thoughts, nighttime dreams, but Kakazu suddenly thought he was hallucinating. There in his room, where Sensei was absolutely not supposed to be, was Sensei himself, sitting casually on Kakazu's bed with his legs crossed. Noticing Kakazu enter, Sensei waved cheerfully. Yo, Kakazu, long time no see. Kakazu froze for a second at the familiar voice. Then, a possibility struck him. He slammed the door with a bang and began to regulate his breathing, trying to calm his disordered chakra. This has to be a Genjutsu, he told himself. There's no way Sensei would conveniently appear right after I was just thinking about him. Besides, Sensei should be out on a job around this time. How could he be in my house? Once he was sure he'd steadied himself, Kakazu pushed the door open again. Inside, Senshai was still there, grinning as though nothing had happened. Senshai, who'd just been greeting Kakazu, was left staring at the now-shut door, question marks practically floating over his head. What the heck? What's Kakazu playing at now? Before Senshai could get up and check, Kakazu opened the door a second time and swore loudly, "Damn it, it's not a Genjutsu, it's really you, Senshai? What are you doing back here?" Senshai shrugged. "What do you mean, what am I doing? Of course I'm the real deal. I'm back because I finished my mission." "What, you're not happy to see me?" At those words, Kakazu wore a complicated expression. Yes, he'd missed their glory days of high-efficiency mission-taking, and the large profits that came with them. But to have Senshai suddenly show up like this made him anxious rather than excited. It wasn't that Kakazu disliked or feared Senshai. He had indeed felt nostalgic for their partnership. But Senshai's frenzied approach to mission after mission was inhuman. Kakazu wasn't mentally prepared to jump right back into that 24 out of 7 workaholic lifestyle. Reacclimating to Senshai's pace was daunting. Kakazu's mood wavered between wanting more money with faster efficiency and worrying about being worked to death by Senshai's insane schedule. He stared at Senshai with an extremely conflicted gaze. Seeing that look, Senshai felt a chill run down his spine. What's with him? I'm just cracking a joke, why the intense stare? Fearing things might get out of hand, Senshai quickly said, "The reason I'm here is actually important. I've created a mercenary corps. Do you want to join?" Chapter 74, Senshai's Proposal. Mercenary corps? Kakazu echoed the words almost reflexively. The Akatsuki organization was rather free-form. As long as one didn't betray the group or jeopardize its interests, it tolerated quite a lot from its rogue ninja members. After all, if it weren't so tolerant, it never would have allowed the likes of Orochimaru to linger around causing trouble, nor would it have let Sasuke form Taka later on. Furthermore, everyone in Akatsuki had secrets, and Nagato never pried into them. So, whether Senshai started his own mercenary group or Kakazu decided to join it was not an issue in itself. The only thing that puzzled Kakazu was why Senshai had suddenly decided to create such a group. Was there some sort of business he couldn't handle alone? Senshai's expression turned serious. He spoke slowly, "I believe that a single person's power is limited. Even if you and I keep going around the clock, we can only handle all the black market requests in one place at a time. But with a mercenary corps, it's different. We'd be acting as a united whole. We could have ninja members stationed across the shinobi world, each of them taking on different bounties and jobs. Not to mention, we could share resources, share intel on different areas' bounties, that sort of thing. My plan is to build a big-name brand, the strongest mercenary corps in all the shinobi world, bar none. Whereas the Akatsuki moves in secret, we could be as high-profile as we like. One day, the entire shinobi world will know of our corps, and whenever they want to post a mission request, they'll think of us first." Listening to Senshai's impassioned vision, the old fossil Kakazu couldn't help but feel a hint of excitement. If the corps turned out as strong as Senshai hoped, then they could pick and choose high-paying bounties at will. Sounded pretty tempting. So he asked, "Who else is in this mercenary corps of yours?" Senshai replied matter-of-factly, "Karen Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki." Kakazu was speechless. Senshai had talked it up with grand phrases like the strongest mercenary corps in the shinobi world and absolutely guaranteed mission success, yet aside from Senshai himself and Kakazu, who hadn't joined yet, the rest were all a bunch of little kids. "All I see are a few brats. Don't tell me this is just you and Karen playing house?" Kakazu grumbled, sounding unimpressed. Senshai shook his head. "I'm always serious when it comes to missions. You should know that by now, Kakazu." After a moment's thought, Kakazu shrugged. "Fine. I'll join." Hearing this, Senshai broke into a grin and clapped Kakazu on the shoulder. He'd guessed that out of all the shinobi in the Akatsuki, indeed, in the entire ninja world, Kakazu was one of the few who both qualified and met the conditions for joining his mercenary corps. He wouldn't disappoint. "All right, then. Take it easy for now." With that, Senshai activated his Kama ability and vanished from the spot. Kakazu froze in place, baffled. "Take it easy?" Did Senshai just say that? Wasn't the usual routine for Senshai to immediately drag him off to some black market hub for round-the-clock bounty runs? Kakazu had already prepared a bunch of excuses, like how he was partnered with Hidan, or that he had other tasks on his agenda. He'd even rehearsed plausible scenarios in his mind for how to fend off Senshai's mission spam. But now Senshai's take it easy left him with nothing. He'd zipped right off, without even a backward glance. Kakazu felt conflicted. Shouldn't I be happy? I was worried he'd throw me back into non-stop missions at insane speed, and now he's not. Why do I feel kind of disappointed? Senshai's departure, however, wasn't born of kindness to let Kakazu rest. Far from it, he would have loved nothing more than to keep Kakazu working 24 out of 7. After all, now that Kakazu had joined the Corps, every mission Kakazu completed would kick back some of its profit to Senshai. Classic unscrupulous capitalist. Telling Kakazu to take it easy was mostly a throwaway line. Given Kakazu's workaholic nature, he wouldn't idle for long anyway. Meanwhile, Senshai had something more pressing to deal with. He strode through Hidden Rain Village, following his mantra sense, and came before Pain. Pain, he said directly, I believe the Hidden Rain Village should set up a ninja academy. Even Pain's typically expressionless face showed clear surprise at this. A ninja academy. In Hidden Rain Village? How did that mesh with the Akatsuki's style? Inwardly, Nagato was full of question marks. Hidden Rain Village is just a small village. Why a ninja academy here? Senshai didn't reply right away. He'd come up with the idea of founding a ninja school after the Mercenary Corps feature unlocked in his system. This was no whim, he had deeper plans in mind. The system's new module gave him a fresh channel for recruiting potential mercenary talent. Now the key was figuring out how to expand the Corps with people who weren't some random rebel. He also had to maintain quality. After all, he wasn't just blowing hot air with the claim of building the strongest mercenary corps. If they failed missions left and right, nobody would trust them with high-paying requests. Moreover, not everyone could be recognized by Senshai's system as recruitable. Judging from the fact that so far only Kakazu, Karen, Sasuke, and Naruto qualified, personal trust in Senshai seemed to be a critical factor. Hence why Nagato, despite working with Senshai for some time, still wasn't recognized by the system as a candidate. The trick, Senshai reasoned, was that trust is hard to build among battle-hardened adult rogues, but children, on the other hand, were simpler to guide. While Pain, Nagato, was still frowning, Senshai gave a light cough. Think about it. The 5 great shinobi nations have so many ninjas, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands, whereas the Akatsuki is just 10 odd people. On the battlefield, one of us might have to fight 10,000 of them. That's like having to wrangle over 10,000 pigs, except these pigs are actually skilled ninjas, like Hidden Clouds Village's AB Combo, Kiri's Rising Star Maitru Mummy, Hidden Leaf Village's San and Tsunade and Jiraiya. None of those are easy targets. Even we need time and effort to beat them. Hearing Jiraiya's name, Pain's body stiffened for a moment. That was exactly the reaction Senshai was hoping for. He continued, every great nation has its own hidden village and ninja academy. It's their established educational system. If Hidden Rain Village wants to get stronger, strong enough to stand against the 5 great villages, then we need to make some changes. Do you know what struck me the most during my time in Hidden Leaf Village? Senshai paused a second before answering his own question. I realize that Hidden Leaf Village's younger generation is extremely talented. They're well trained by the time they're even out of the academy. Once they mature, they'll keep fueling Hidden Leaf Village's military power. If one day we truly go to war with the 5 great nations, these kids will become the new troops. Meanwhile, Hidden Rain Village has no future generation. If something should happen to the Akatsuki, or if our veterans die off, everything we've built goes with them. Don't forget, we still have to capture the tailed beasts. Nagato found Senshai's viewpoint surprisingly reasonable. Senshai pushed on, if we raise our own ninjas from scratch, they'll be loyal, we can't trust them. Even if they're mere gainin at first, that still helps. If we find any prodigies, well, that's even better. Compare that to our current Akatsuki members, how many of them follow orders without question? Most are disloyal rogues. And indeed, Nagato couldn't deny it. Before Senshai came along, the only truly reliable Akatsuki member had been Kakazu. The rest, like Sasori or Orochimaru, did pretty much whatever they wanted and barely participated in missions unless it was related to capturing tailed beasts. If they cultivated their own ninjas, those new elites could eventually outshine the older, more uncooperative members. That really could solve a lot of problems in one fell swoop. As Nagato thought it through, he realized Senshai's idea wasn't just a random notion. Since Senshai's arrival, even Orochimaru had found motivation to complete a few tasks. If even that snake could be convinced, surely loyal homegrown talent could surpass him, right? So Nagato showed interest. You make a good point. But where do we get the teachers and the students? That's a problem in itself. Hidden Rain Village was tiny, and it rained constantly thanks to Rain Tiger at will, making the climate uninviting. They were already caught between the 5 great nations, barely scraping by. Even if they built a school, would there be anyone to attend? Of course, Senshai wasn't about to let Pain dismiss him. That's the thing, this world is never short on refugees. The endless wars leave countless uprooted from their homes, wandering as orphans and exiles. Hidden Rain Village can't take those people in and train them, turning them into our most valuable weapons against the great nations. For example, take the Uzumaki clan as a case. Nagato looked startled. He hadn't expected Senshai to mention something like that. But indeed, war orphans was a term he himself was all too familiar with. He had once been one. Though it sounded cruel, if you looked at it from the orphan's perspective, a stable living environment was exactly what they longed for. If only there'd been a ninja academy for Nagato and his friends. After a few moments of reflection, Paine's expression turned grave again. He spoke in a measured tone. That's actually not a bad idea. Senshai shrugged lightly. He didn't have any particular clan pride just because he bore the Uzumaki name, but if he had the resources, helping out the scattered remnants of his clan didn't seem so bad. After all, in the original story, both Naruto Uzumaki and Karen Uzumaki had heartbreaking childhoods. And those two were in Hidden Leaf Village, which was already somewhat safer. Just imagine the desperation for the scattered clan members who might still be out there. Red hair was far too eye-catching, ensuring they had a hard time hiding. What's more, the Uzumaki clan possessed massive chakra reserves, making them an ideal ninja lineage. Some, like Karen and her mother, had healing blood. And the clan had formidable sealing arts, adamantine sealing chains, mind's eye of the Kagura, and more. Powerful abilities that Senshai was keenly interested in. If he gave the Uzumaki survivors shelter, in turn they could lend him their might. Fair exchange. Still, Nagato looked troubled. He took a breath, deciding to be frank. After all, Senshai was now a core member they could rely on, at least in Nagato's eyes. Only that Madara Uchiha kept trying to badmouth Senshai, and Nagato considered that old fossil a hindrance to true peace. Taking in refugees and building a school, both great ideas, but they're very costly, Paine said flatly, face expressionless. The organization doesn't have enough money. If he could make a helpless gesture, he would have, but Nagato was too proud for that. Everyone knew Senshai was the Akatsuki's biggest earner. Since he joined, the group's income had skyrocketed. Yet still, Akatsuki wasn't here just to make money, it had a larger goal, bringing about peace through force. They couldn't just dump all their funds into this schooling idea. Besides, Nagato had another unspoken thought, Senshai himself was also expensive to hire. Whenever they needed a top-notch job done, they had to pay Senshai's steep fees. But Senshai merely gave a mysterious grin. If I suggested these things, obviously I'll pay for them. Just make me the principal, that's all I ask. He waved his hand expansively, as though money was nothing to him. Oddly enough, it wasn't entirely an act. His system missions had rewarded him with huge piles of cash, leftovers from all his black market jobs. His day-to-day expenses were minimal, even his food and clothing often came from the system's random draws. In essence, he was a money magnet, it only went in, never out. If he poured this wealth into Hidden Rain Village, it would circulate and reinvigorate the local economy. That, in turn, meant bigger payouts for future bounty missions, and more mercenary points for Senshai, another cycle of double benefit. And on top of that, he was actively seeking new recruits for his mercenary corps. Investing in education here lined up perfectly. Nagato was instantly suspicious, this was too big and too kind of a gesture from the famously mercenary Senshai. It would cost a fortune to build a school in Hidden Rain Village and take in so many refugees, yet the direct benefit to Senshai personally seemed unclear. Senshai wasn't exactly known for saintly altruism. Could it be that he'd suddenly become charitable, viewing money as worthless and wanting nothing more than to do good? Absolutely not, Senshai being good was laughable. He was the very definition of no pay, no mission. Did that mean he was wholeheartedly devoted to the Akatsuki's cause, ready to help them for free? Also unlikely. Senshai might be one of their better members, but he was definitely an outsider, not someone who shared Nagato's grand vision of ending war through universal pain. So how did Senshai plan to profit from all this? Nagato was stumped. With his experience, he simply couldn't imagine how investing in education might yield returns. Schools in the shinobi world were typically like Hidden Leaf Village's academy, where someone like Iruka taught future generations that the third Hokage was the strongest Hokage ever, passing down authority through the teacher-student lineage. After pondering for a moment, Nagato looked at Senshai and said, "Senshai, what are you really after?" Chapter 75, I like your partner. Senshai chuckled. Me? I just want to set up a mercenary corps and do a good job handling tasks for Hidden Rain Village. When I think of how many people still need my help, it pains me to the point of not being able to breathe. Yet I'm only one person and can't handle it all by myself. That's why I need manpower. Since I can't find enough people out in the ninja world, I'll just train some myself. Senshai didn't bother hiding his plan to build a mercenary corps. Indeed, it wasn't something he could keep under wraps, especially since Nagato had so many channels of information, even within the territory of Hidden Leaf Village. And if his corps was going to take on missions, they'd need to build their name openly, which Nagato would inevitably find out about. Besides, establishing a mercenary corps wouldn't conflict with Akatsuki's interests, so Nagato had no reason to object. All the same, Nagato found himself at a loss for words. It was hard to imagine a ninja founding a mercenary corps and then, in order to recruit people, going so far as to shelter refugees and open a school. Didn't that seem like a case of putting the cart before the horse? Logically, if someone wants to create a mercenary group to handle black market missions, their goal is usually just to earn bounties and rewards. Who'd truly pour resources into charity work, like Senshai claimed, helping people purely out of goodwill? That's ridiculous. Nagato knew a few people in this world might act out of pure benevolence, like Jiraiya-sensei or Hueco. But Senshai was definitely not one of those. Not when the black market included plenty of missions that required killing people. From that perspective, Senshai's approach was completely beyond Nagato's expectations. Sheltering refugees and building a shinobi academy would cost astronomical amounts of money. Could he really ever recoup the cost simply by organizing a mercenary corps to do missions? Nagato was skeptical. Not everyone could be like Senshai, a soulless, mission-grinding machine. Perhaps only Senshai was that unique, a total outlier in the shinobi world. Turning a profit on it all seemed unlikely. Could it really be that he just wanted to complete black market missions, like he claimed? That was. Wait. Nagato shot a suspicious look at Senshai. A thought came to him: if it were anyone else saying such a thing, Nagato would have smacked them across the mouth for spouting nonsense, or suspected they were trying to dupe him. Under normal circumstances, no one would believe this explanation. But if the one saying it was Senshai, then as outlandish as it sounded, it somehow felt plausible. Which was strange. Recalling everything that had happened since he met Senshai, and Senshai's personality, Nagato realized, it actually might be true. Senshai's obsession with missions was downright bizarre, and not just in Nagato's opinion, everyone who dealt with him thought so. Ever since joining the Akatsuki, Senshai insisted on mission fees, yes, but the results always justified the cost. You really couldn't find a better deal anywhere in the ninja world. At another point, more than money, Senshai seemed to care about the fact of being hired, like a mercenary relationship itself was what he valued. Nagato remembered hearing from Kakazu that when they first tried recruiting Senshai, he refused unless it was a formal, ongoing job arrangement. Similarly in the black market, Senshai only joined because Kakazu hired him. And now, Senshai was willing to blow a fortune to harbor refugees and build a school. All in order to train more ninjas to do missions? Could it be that Senshai simply loved mission grinding? The more Nagato thought about it, the more it made sense. If Senshai's problem was that he couldn't be satisfied just doing it alone, eventually he'd want more people doing missions. That indeed matched his plan to form a mercenary corps. Nagato gave Senshai a strange look, but soon felt relieved. So he just likes mission grinding. That might seem bizarre to an outsider, but in the Akatsuki, where almost everyone was abnormal in some way, Senshai was practically normal by comparison, certainly more harmless than Kakazu, who liked murdering teammates for bounties, Sasori who turned people into puppets, or Itachi who'd slaughtered his entire clan. Yes, Senshai was just a different kind of eccentric. Nagato could accept that. So, from Nagato's perspective as Akatsuki's leader, he couldn't find any real grounds to oppose Senshai's plan. He nodded. Alright, if that's what you have in mind, then you handle it yourself. The organization won't interfere, and Hidden Rain Village and the Akatsuki will cooperate with you if you need them, except for funding. Early the next morning, Senshai yawned as he returned to his room, having spent the entire night making arrangements with Conan. Despite his strong constitution, he was still worn out. Handling missions day after day was mindless enough, but planning the large-scale project of housing refugees and establishing a ninja academy had taxed him mentally. Even Conan was exhausted. As for Nagato, he was acting like a complete hands-off boss. Beyond agreeing that Hidden Rain Village and Akatsuki would cooperate, he hadn't lifted a finger to help. So it fell on Senshai and Conan to work out every little detail, including how to spend the huge sum Senshai had put forward for housing refugees and building the school. Though Senshai had loads of money stocked up, he still had to spend it wisely. Even if he didn't need to double his investment like he usually did in two-sided deals, he couldn't afford to just squander everything. They had to figure out how to bring in refugees, where to build the academy, and how to manage relations between the newcomers and Hidden Rain Village's existing residents, no small task. Luckily, he and Conan had hammered out a plan. Collapsing onto his bed, Senshai smacked his lips and started pondering the future. He still needed to keep doing missions. As for the mercenary corps, well, the academy was still under construction, so that could wait. Most of the requests within Akatsuki had already been taken care of. For anything outside. Bang. Suddenly, his front door was kicked open with brutal force. Senshai's eyes narrowed in annoyance as he turned toward the intruder. This is the Akatsuki base, who would have the gall to pick a fight here? But then he recognized who it was, Kakazo. He retracted the crackling lightning chakra that had gathered in his palm, lifted a brow, and asked, "Something you need?" Kakazo eyed Senshai lying in bed and frowned. "You're still sleeping? Get up, we've got missions to grind." Senshai almost laughed out loud. Kakazo, in the short time since they'd last met, suddenly had this much energy? He's even taking the initiative to drag me out on missions? One reason Senshai hadn't rushed Kakazo sooner was that Senshai thought, after returning, he'd let Kakazo rest for a while, like charity, since Kakazo had already been farming missions almost non-stop and needed downtime occasionally. Senshai never expected Kakazo would come pounding on his door first, demanding they go back to the black market. "Alright, buddy," Senshai thought with a sly grin. "You asked for it." He was more than ready to revert to task-harvesting demon mode if Kakazo was volunteering. Plus, this time it was Kakazo who'd insisted on it. He wouldn't be able to refuse later, no matter how taxing it got. Just as Senshai was about to voice his agreement, he caught sight of someone else, a familiar figure, stepping in behind Kakazo. Hidan. Oh ho. So that's Hidan, huh? Senshai quickly pieced together the situation. This must be Kakazo's new partner. Indeed, the Undying Duo. He recalled Hidan's peculiar ability, immortality. Sure, by raw power Hidan might not hold a candle to some top fighters. For instance, if he fought Shizue or Atachi, a single Ganjutsu might incapacitate him. Even Kakazo, knowing Hidan's trick, could likely find a way to bury him alive, the way Shikamaru did. But still, true immortality was extremely rare. Unlike Kakazo, whose earth grudge fear gave him multiple extra hearts, but still left him exhausted sometimes, Hidan had genuine immortality. He could get blown to bits and eventually piece himself together. Overwork or death wouldn't stop him permanently. That meant no breaks, no rest days, no risk of fatal injury. Senshai's mind raced. Wait, that's incredible. He can't die? Even if he does collapse from exhaustion, give it a bit of time, and he'll be back at full strength. All those times Kakazo or other teammates needed to rest had dragged down Senshai's mission efficiency. But with Hidan, who never truly died, there'd been none of that. In Senshai's eyes, Hidan was the perfect mission partner, a prime candidate for 24 out of 7 labor, the ultimate work mule. Senshai's face lit with what he believed to be a warm, friendly smile, though to Hidan it looked decidedly predatory. Feeling that unsettling gaze, Hidan instinctively shrank behind Kakazo. Even though he had the protection of Jashin, he sensed something terrifying in Senshai's eyes, like Senshai was plotting something dangerous or disrespectful. Kakazo, noticing the look, asked, "Senshai, why are you staring at my partner?" Senshai said calmly, "Your partner? He looks great, I think I'll take him. Now he's mine." "Kakazo? Hidan?" They both just stared at Senshai, dumbfounded. What's he saying? Since when can a partner just be claimed like that, as if bartering property? In a flash, Kakazo realized Senshai was trying to snatch Hidan away. Sure, Hidan wasn't exactly a saint, but it was weird to be so blatantly stolen. "Senshai?" Before Kakazo could finish, Senshai locked an arm around Hidan's neck, pulling him in. "Look, buddy, following Kakazo is a dead end. Come with me, and let's talk about a better deal." Panicking, Hidan tried to pry Senshai's arm loose, but found it as unyielding as steel. The force felt so great it nearly choked him. Helpless, he looked to Kakazo for rescue. "Hey! Let go of me!" Kakazo protested too. "Senshai, seriously, what are you doing? That's my partner." Senshai ignored him, pivoted with Hidan in tow, and beckoned to Kakazo. "Kakazo, you're over 80 now, you're old enough to handle things solo without clinging to someone else. It's time to grow up and run missions on your own. I believe in you." With that, Senshai strode away, dragging Hidan along. This was no joke, Kakazo had already joined Senshai's mercenary corps, which meant, from Senshai's perspective, Kakazo was effectively on payroll and any missions Kakazo did would net Senshai 50% of the mercenary points for free, no need to accompany him at all. Whereas Hidan's immortality was far more valuable if Senshai could rope him into daily missions. And Senshai was a big enough name now that he no longer needed Kakazo's face to get high-paying black market tasks. Left behind, Kakazo gaped at the doorway. He was the one who'd came to drag Senshai out for missions, yet he ended up alone, with his partner Hidan gone. Am I just extra baggage now? Elsewhere, Obito, Dobi, had just met up with Zetsu. Scowling, Obito declared, "Zetsu, Nagato is slipping out of control." We need to revise our plans. To ensure the success of the Eye of the Moon plan, we must seize real power in Akatsuki. We must also expel that Senshai from the organization, or bury him. When he spoke Senshai's name, fear and anger flickered in Obito's eyes. Senshai's strength was far beyond normal. Not only that, his rate of growth had eclipsed all other ninjas. When he first joined Akatsuki, he and Kakazu fought to a draw. Not long after, Senshai was strong enough to instantly overpower Kakazu. Then he nearly killed Obito himself, humbling him in a humiliating defeat. That was some time ago. Who knew how powerful Senshai had become since then? It made Obito's gut churn. He still hadn't found a way to counter Senshai's bizarre jutsu that could even invade his Kamyu dimension, one of the cornerstones of his fighting style. Even regaining his second Sharingan hadn't eased his anxiety. Hence, he came to see Zetsu, hoping they could devise a plan to crush Senshai or at least oust him from Akatsuki. Otherwise, Obito feared that with Senshai's backing, Nagato would easily solve problems and become impossible to manipulate. Obito blamed Nagato for leaking their conversation and turning Senshai against him. He no longer trusted Nagato, and he knew that targeting Nagato would inevitably require dealing with Senshai first. Especially now, Akatsuki had effectively hired Senshai as a permanent mercenary, forging quite the close bond. To force Nagato to bend, they'd have to remove Senshai from the equation. Chapter 76, Best Use of Immortality. Unexpectedly, Zetsu gently shook his head and said, "That won't work. For now, as far as the Akatsuki is concerned, Senshai Uzumaki is an indispensable piece. Moreover, only Nagato possesses the Rinnegan. We need his power. If we seize control of the organization in a way that causes him to withdraw his support, that would be a colossal loss." As the hidden mastermind behind the puppet gang, the very filial child of the ninja world, Zetsu had his own considerations. The so-called Eye of the Moon plan was something he had been using to fool Madara Uchiha and Obito. His only true objective was to revive his mother. For that, he was willing to sacrifice everything. He had been hidden away in the ninja world for a very long time, all to achieve this goal. Now that he was on the verge of his mother's resurrection, there was no way he would allow Obito to delay matters. Senshai Uzumaki's efficiency in capturing tailed beasts was simply too high. He practically fired the first shot in the Akatsuki's tailed beast hunts. If not for Nagato's concerns about large-scale seizing of tailed beasts inciting the collective wrath of the 5 great nations, they likely would have already gathered all 9 tailed beasts chakra for the Jado statue and begun the plan. Perhaps, in an even bolder scenario, Zetsu might have already seen his mother by now. But Obito was still an important tool. Even if he must eventually die, he had to complete his role first. So Zetsu wanted to calm him down. With that in mind, Zetsu added, "Don't worry, Nagato hasn't betrayed us, and we already have a way to keep Senshai in check. Madara said the Eye of the Moon plan will begin, no one can stand in his way." At the mention of Madara Uchiha, Obito's thoughts drifted to that frail old man he had encountered once. For a moment, Obito fell into silence. Madara, a name that once rivaled Hashirama, had truly shaken the ninja world. Even the image of his declining years remained intimidating. Obito understood the weight of that name. After all, why else would he rely so heavily on Kamyu or on proclaiming, "I am Madara Uchiha"? Snorting, Obito said coldly, "It had better be that way." Zetsu said nothing further. He already knew that, a few days ago, Nagato had dispatched Orochimaru to the Hidden Clouds village to capture a tailed beast. Moreover, via White Zetsu's surveillance of Orochimaru, Zetsu was well aware that Senshai had a hand in it. More importantly, in Zetsu's view, Orochimaru now had ample power to capture a Hidden Clouds village tailed beast. Thus, this mission wasn't just an act of seizure, it was also a test, a probe of the great nation's tolerance. If the 5 great nations didn't launch an immediate, decisive crackdown on Akatsuki, Nagato's one bag of rice plan would likely move into high gear. Also, from his long years lurking since Madara's era, Zetsu knew that if only 1 or 2 tailed beasts were captured, the 5 great nations wouldn't risk all-out war against Akatsuki right away. They had too many concerns, not just Akatsuki, but also the possibility of being stabbed in the back by other great nations. Only if most of the tailed beasts were captured, posing a true threat, would the great nations set aside their rivalries and unite against Akatsuki. This had once been a major hurdle in the plan, but things had changed. With Senshai Uzumaki on their side, once he was fired up, gathering all the tailed beasts was practically a done deal. The bloated bureaucracies of the 5 great nations might not be able to mount a proper counterattack in time. Akatsuki would succeed before the nations could do anything serious. Even more importantly, Senshai was just too useful, much more so than Obito, who was prone to getting caught up in personal feelings and still hesitated about reclaiming his own Sharingan. But Senshai? He only cared about completing missions, with no interest in personal allegiances. Zetsu had heard many rumors about him selling out his comrades if the job demanded it. Such a person was ironically the most reliable to use. Unlike Obito, who was always broke, Zetsu had his cockroach jutsu and could freely travel underground, collecting treasures hidden by the erosion of time. If he wanted to hire Senshai to hunt tailed beasts, or for other tasks, he could do so easily. Therefore, Zetsu completely disagreed with Obito's idea of cutting off Nagato and Senshai. On the contrary, in Zetsu's mind, as long as there was enough money, Senshai Uzumaki was the most dangerous and most useful weapon in the ninja world. Meanwhile, dragging Hidan along, Senshai strolled into the black market. "Hey, Hidan, today I want you to grind missions with me. See, there's the black market up ahead. You just go over, accept all the bounties in your name, and then hire me to help complete them. Got it? I'm a generous guy. You're a newbie, but I won't trip you off. We'll split the rewards 50 out of 50. Deal?" He wasn't lying. Senshai didn't really care about the money itself, just the mission points from being hired. So Hidan would get 50% of the cash reward, same as when Kakazu first partnered with Senshai. Of course, to Senshai, it wasn't ripping him off, he called it guiding Hidan toward mutual prosperity. Unfortunately for Senshai, Hidan, who was basically penniless, didn't understand his good intentions. He cursed inwardly, "Are all these Akatsuki guys crazy? They go on about some great goal to bring peace to the ninja world, but every one of them is obsessed with these bounty missions. Kakazu wasn't too bad, at least he didn't force me. But this Senshai guy just dragged me along whether I wanted it or not." However, with Senshai's arm clamped like a vice around his neck, Hidan didn't dare curse aloud. Instead, he tried, "If it's just missions, can't you do them alone?" Senshai shot him a fierce look, tightening his hold. "We're all buddies here. How could I keep the money-making all to myself? Of course I want to share it around. Didn't you see Kakazu rush in to find me as soon as he could? I turned him down, giving you the opportunity because you're new. Plenty of people would kill to partner with me, you know?" Senshai spoke earnestly, as though the joy of mission grinding was some sacred faith he was sharing. Hidan, however, felt only confusion. "So why not go with Kakazu, then?" But before he could finish, Senshai threw him a murderous glare, and Hidan swallowed his words, hastily correcting himself. "I mean, I don't need money. Why not let someone else enjoy this opportunity?" He sounded righteous, like some selfless hero. But Senshai didn't give him a chance to refuse. With a sharp yank, he tightened his grip on Hidan's neck. Hidan's face started turning blue. Sure, Hidan was immortal, but he could still feel pain and the fear of suffocation. "This is your chance to temper yourself and grow stronger," Senshai lectured. "Why are you newbies so ungrateful?" Hidan couldn't reply, he was too busy trying not to pass out. Finally, he raised his hands in a sign of surrender. Senshai eased up. Hidan gasped for breath. "Fine, I'll do tasks with you. Could you at least let go so I can accept a bounty and then formally hire you?" Senshai nodded, releasing him. But the moment Senshai's hold slackened, Hidan grabbed his scythe and slashed furiously at Senshai, yelling, "You think I'll just go along with your crap? I hate everything about the black market. Die." Hidan expected to see blood or at least hear a groan. But instead, crack. His supposedly high-grade scythe shattered on impact, as if striking unbreakable metal. Hidan stared in bewilderment. This scythe was a prized weapon of the Jashin cult, how could it just snap off on the target's body? He hadn't sensed any visible chakra or defensive jutsu. Either this was an illusion, or Senshai's body was far tougher than any high-grade ninja tool. But he had no time to think. Senshai's sinister laugh echoed in his ears, accompanied by the popping of his knuckles. "Done with your swing? Hey, guess it's my turn now. Enough, enough. Senshai bro, I'm sorry, please stop." Hidan's pained wails reverberated around the black market. Immortality was great, but Senshai's blows were as hard as steel, and while Hidan might not die, he still felt pain. Worse, each punch targeted a vital spot. And because Hidan was immortal, Senshai didn't bother holding back at all. Hidan couldn't break even a bit of Senshai's skin, so he had no counterattack. He once got this undead body via experiments in Hidden Hot Water Village's Jashin cult, being the only success case. Even then, it was easier compared to what he was enduring now. Back then, after the experiments, he at least gained power. But this, all he was getting was endless suffering. At last, Senshai paused, leaving Hidan bruised and trembling. "I'm someone who prefers to reason with people. If you still don't want to, I can keep teaching you logic." Hidan gulped. "You don't call that reason?" Senshai let lightning crackle around his palm, flashing a sadistic grin. "Oh, I have plenty more reasons I can show you. Care to continue? Hidan was momentarily speechless. He'd had enough. Thoroughly cowed, he willingly consented to start doing bounties alongside Senshai. The setup was the same as before. Hidan would pick up the missions and formally hire Senshai, who would then help him complete them. Only he never imagined the workload would be that intense. Hidan finally understood why Kakazu used the word grind rather than just do. This wasn't normal mission taking, it was a marathon of mayhem. Hidan used to think Kakazu's schedule was nuts, spending most of the day on jobs. But now he saw that Kakazu was actually gentle compared to Senshai, practically an angel of mercy. Under Senshai, there was no rest. None at all. From the moment he said yes, it was, accept bounty, hire Senshai, complete bounty, collect reward, and repeat, endlessly, with no break. Several days later, Senshai returned to Hidden Rain Village with Hidan in tow. By the time, Hidan was like a soulless husk, physically alive but mentally numb. Indeed, while his immortality kept him from dying, it did nothing for the damage to his psyche. Even the painful experiments that granted him immortality had been easier than this. Back then, at least, he'd gained something. Now, all he had was emptiness. We're finally done, he muttered, trudging along behind Senshai like the walking dead. Senshai ignored him. Honestly, Hidan had proven to be quite useful, although he'd become quieter and quieter, that only improved efficiency. Thanks to his immortality, Senshai didn't have to worry about his condition. They just kept grinding missions without pause. Senshai smacked his lips thoughtfully. He probably would have stayed out even longer if he didn't worry about leaving Karen alone. What if she tried practicing Susanoo-based cooking and accidentally blew up the whole village? He wanted to quickly see how she was doing. Reaching home, Senshai opened the door to find Karen boredly practicing mystical palm jutsu on a fish, presumably to sharpen her healing skills. He nodded in approval, though he still hadn't stumbled upon that rumored deep-pocketed big client. Starting early was good. Noticing Senshai's return, Karen dropped the fish, still wriggling, and ran over. Senshai, where did you go? You didn't even say a word before leaving. She looked annoyed, a pout forming on her lips. Senshai patted her head and yawned. I had some urgent work, sorry. Next time I'll let you know. At that, Karen's expression softened. Then she noticed the utterly dejected Hidan trailing behind him and asked curiously, who's this? Senshai clapped Hidan on the shoulder. This is Hidan, a new member of Akatsuki. Don't underestimate him, maybe one day he and I will be the best of partners. Hidan didn't dare talk back. He wanted nothing more than to run far, far away. But all he managed was a half-hearted smile that looked worse than crying. Hello, he stammered. Karen responded politely, Hi, I'm Karen Uzumaki. She eyed him with curiosity. In all her time with Senshai, she'd never seen him praise anyone so highly. So she figured this Hidan must have some remarkable skill. In her mind, even Hidan's half-dead face took on the aura of some mysterious shinobi. However, Senshai soon clapped his hands, cutting their introduction short. All right, let's grab some good food and celebrate our new partner's arrival. Karen cheered up at the mention of a feast. As for Hidan, he was absolutely overjoyed. Anything that wasn't grinding missions was heaven. Dinner took quite a while, not because Senshai demanded some extravagant spread, but because Hidan ate unbearably slow. Possibly relishing his first real break in days, he savored every mouthful as if tasting the greatest delicacies, his face practically glowing with relief. That only made Karen more intrigued. At the same time, in a high tower in Hidden Rain Village, Nagato and Conan sat in silence. After some time, Conan finally spoke up. Nagato, do you think Senshai's proposals are feasible? Nagato paused. He recalled the grand blueprints Senshai had painted. Yes, he was well aware Senshai had his own motives, but the idea itself held great appeal. After thinking it over, he murmured, regardless of what Senshai's personal agenda is, moving forward with this would be beneficial. Sheltering refugees and founding a ninja academy benefits both the organization and the Land of Rain. In the short term, it's also beneficial for the whole ninja world, giving those displaced people a place to go, so they don't have to suffer out there. More orphans would have a way to learn and survive, avoiding bitter memories. Conan glanced at him sympathetically. She could see Nagato was recalling their own tragic past. She comforted him, but a ninja academy, by nature, trains ninjas. In the short run, it's kind to orphans, but eventually they'll become combatants, people who take lives on the battlefield. Hatred will only spread, continuing the cycle we seek to end. The chain of hatred doesn't break, it just grows, leading to future wars. Only our plan can truly end that cycle and bring permanent peace. Nagato nodded. True, but I still think we should proceed. 1. It helps keep Senshai at ease. 2. It's ultimately a positive development. The organization doesn't have to spend anything since Senshai's footing the bill, and it might be a favor we can call in later. Conan agreed. After a few moments, she remembered something and asked, what about Madara Uchiha? Still no contact. Nagato shook his head. I've tried every previous method we had, but nothing works. I'm not sure if he's deliberately keeping quiet or if something happened. Conan frowned, worried. Did he just vanish completely? Could he be plotting something in secret? He was the demon of the ninja world, it's concerning. Nagato sighed. I doubt it. Our overarching goals should still be aligned. He wouldn't sabotage our main objective until it's complete. But he did came to me once, urging me to deal with Senshai, and I refused. After that, he never showed up again. Conan found that perplexing. Would a figure like Madara Uchiha really go into hiding just because of such a minor dispute? Could he be mad at us? She mused aloud. She couldn't imagine such a legendary figure being so petty. But then again, this was the ninja world, anything was possible. Think maybe he's run into trouble? Nagato thought it over and shook his head again. I can't imagine what could be so major that he couldn't handle it. But there's no way for us to verify any of this right now. So, with no clues and no way to reach him, all they could do was keep their doubts bottled up. Chapter 77, Bakayuro, Konoyuro. Land of Lightning, Hidden Clouds Village. The Land of Lightning boasts beautiful natural scenery, blue skies, white clouds, and towering peaks, like a paradise outside the world. Some parts of Hidden Clouds Village can be a bit noisy, though. Thunder echoes frequently around the misty valleys, and near Killer Bee's place, the thunder might have a distinct rhythm. That rhythmic backdrop allowed him to make his debut at a young age as a naturally gifted rap star, and now he's the #1 rapper in the ninja world. Even Senshai would have to give him a thumbs up and say SKRRT. Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto entered the Land of Lightning this time without too much hassle. Their arrival in Hidden Clouds Village was relatively smooth. Orochimaru wasn't here to cause trouble, he came to make money. So at the village entrance, he had Kabuto inform the Hidden Clouds Village ninja that they had important matters and needed to request an audience with the Raikage. Shortly after the Hidden Clouds Village ninja left, Yarui, one of the 4th Raikage's most trusted subordinates, appeared at the village gate. Orochimaru was a well-known, extremely dangerous figure in the ninja world, so the Hidden Clouds Village was taking his arrival seriously. Darui examined Orochimaru and Kabuto carefully, then asked, Orochimaru, why do you want to see Lord Raikage? Orochimaru smirked coldly. That's for me and the Raikage to discuss. Darui frowned. He really didn't want Orochimaru getting involved in any Hidden Clouds Village affairs, this ninja was very troublesome. But the Raikage was easily the kind of man who feared nothing. Judging by his scornful expression when he heard the news, scoffing at the legendary Hidden Leaf Village Sannin who's so dangerous, the Raikage didn't seem to take Orochimaru seriously at all. After a moment's hesitation, Darui told them, you can come with me to see Lord Raikage, but I'll say this in advance, if your visit isn't friendly and you have other intentions, the Hidden Clouds Village will take the harshest possible measures against you. Lead the way, Orochimaru replied, disregarding Darui's warning and urging him to move along. Darui scowled but said no more, doubling his vigilance as he led Orochimaru and Kabuto toward the Raikage's office. Even now he had no idea what Orochimaru's real purpose was, leaving him distinctly uneasy. Under Darui's guidance, the pair made their way through the Raikage's building and into his office. The 4th Raikage, sat there dominantly, confident and intimidating. Relations between Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Leaf Village weren't the best. The damage the 3 legendary Sannin inflicted on the Hidden Clouds Village during the war was quite significant. Although the Raikage agreed to meet Orochimaru, he had already decided that no matter what Orochimaru wanted, he'd make sure Orochimaru suffered a bit. The 4th Raikage looked at Orochimaru and began hurling mocking words straight to his face. So, the so-called brilliant student of the 3rd Hokage, Orochimaru, now wandering like a stray dog, has come to our Hidden Clouds Village for help. Hearing the Raikage's sarcasm before Orochimaru could respond, Yakushi Kabuto spoke in a flat tone, Raikage-sama, please treat Lord Orochimaru with respect. Or is the Hidden Clouds Village's remote location to blame for your barbaric approach? Is this how your village welcomes guests, with such crude manners? The Raikage had planned on provoking Orochimaru, this was his way of trying to pick a fight. He hadn't expected Kabuto to butt in. Perfect? Orochimaru hadn't taken the bait yet, but his assistant did. Boom. The Raikage's aura flared as he roared, there's no place here for you to talk. Get out. A split second after his outburst, he cloaked himself in raging blue lightning chakra and darted at Kabuto with terrifying speed. Hiss. Orochimaru let out a sinister laugh and unleashed his hidden shadow snake hands. Several snakes shot out from his sleeve, violently striking toward the Raikage. Boom! A deafening crash echoed through the Raikage's office. Dust and rubble flew everywhere, and part of the wall collapsed into a huge opening. Orochimaru and the fourth Raikage flew out through that gaping hole. Darui and Yakushi Kabuto followed in pursuit, chasing after the Raikage and Orochimaru. The two landed on a wide platform nearby. Despite the ferocity of that collision, Orochimaru stood there calmly as if unaffected, which left the fourth Raikage puzzling over how that brief clash happened in a flash, but he had noticed something. Orochimaru's reflexes could keep up with his taijutsu speed, and his raging lightning chakra, which normally cut through anything, hadn't devastated Orochimaru as expected. Though known for being rash, the fourth Raikage was no fool. He snorted, "Humphrey. So you came prepared. What you saw just now was only a warm-up." Orochimaru smirked. A warm-up? If that's the level of Hidden Cloud's village's lightning style, maybe you should pick a different title instead of Raikage to avoid embarrassment. It was a bold provocation indeed. But Orochimaru had reason to feel confident. Previously, he'd fought against a lightning-style user whose power had reached terrifying heights, Senshai Uzumaki. Compared to him, the Raikage's lightning style felt underwhelming. After all, Senshai's lightning style was so advanced, he could fire 60 million volt lightning dragon blasts at will. The fourth Raikage was unquestionably an elite among lightning jutsu practitioners, but Orochimaru had long since analyzed Senshai's techniques and optimized his own ninjutsu accordingly. Those preparations might not work on Senshai, but using them here against the Raikage was far more than enough. Most crucially, after obtaining the Yamato no Orochi fruit from Senshai, Orochimaru had evolved into a new perfect vessel. His strength now surpassed any previous peak. So, although the fourth Raikage was brash and explosive, as soon as Orochimaru openly disrespected him, he erupted. Chop! Surging with formidable lightning chakra, the Raikage dashed forward with unimaginable speed, swinging an arm chop that could slice through almost anything. Orochimaru responded again, countless snakes poured from his sleeves, surging at the Raikage like a tsunami. Having endured Senshai's hell training, Orochimaru was no longer fazed by lightning users. Hiss! 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 Each time the Raikage slashed, he beheaded a snake's head, yet more snakes instantly replaced them, seemingly infinite. Enraged, the Raikage increased his attack, lightning oppression horizontal chop. He charged Orochimaru with ferocious power. Orochimaru greeted him with no courtesy, brandishing his signature technique, snake sword ejection. A giant serpent mouth gaped wide, and the Kusanagi blade shot forth at lightning speed, stabbing at the Raikage. Though his lightning armor protected him from harm, the Raikage found himself increasingly startled by Orochimaru's skill. His lightning chakra only mildly affected Orochimaru, whose resistance was suspiciously high. Suddenly, one of Orochimaru's snake arms coiled around the Raikage's body several times like a python. Though strangling someone as physically strong as the Raikage to death was impossible, the unimaginable scene unfolded. Before Darui and other Cloud Shinobi's shocked eyes, Orochimaru hurled the Raikage away, slamming him into the ground. Boom! The Raikage hurtled through the air and landed heavily, fracturing the stone floor like a spiderweb. Yo-yo! Bakayuro, Konoyuro, who dare harm my big bro? A white-haired man wearing sunglasses and holding a blade appeared. It was none other than the other half of the AB combo, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer B. A frowned at him. B, what are you doing here? Killer B made a couple of rhythmic gestures and replied, whenever someone wreaks havoc in the Hidden Clouds village, I'm always there to rap it out. Yo-yo, can't let them trash the place, so let's lay the smack down, big bro. With that said, Killer B charged straight at Orochimaru. Seeing B's move, the Raikage didn't hesitate. He leaped toward Orochimaru again for a joint assault. Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals and crouched, formation of 10,000 snakes. Hiss! From Orochimaru's mouth poured a veritable ocean of poisonous snakes, swarming to devour the Raikage and Killer B. Yo-yo, your snakes are many, annoyingly plenty, B rapped as he brandished 8 blades in a storm of steel, chopping down the endless serpents, but you've ticked us off, so you won't have any days left. Oh. He kept rhyming non-stop, as befitted the ninja world's rap star. Meanwhile, the Raikage unleashed his advanced lightning oppression horizontal chop to keep shredding the snakes. The Orochimaru standing before them was far stronger than they'd expected from past intel. Once known for being unkillable, now he had risen to nearly unbeatable. Indeed, Orochimaru had never been in such a peak, tyrannical condition. Observing how the AB combo hacked away at the serpents, Orochimaru decided to raise the stakes. Yamato no Orochi form. Formation of 10,000 snakes. Gui. Orochimaru transformed, his single head multiplying into 8. Before, one head spewing snakes already troubled the AB combo. Now 8 heads simultaneously flooded the area with a storm of serpents. In an instant, B and the Raikage found themselves in a sea of snakes, a world of slithering scales. The numerous hidden clouds village ninja watching recoiled in terror. Orochimaru looked too calm, hinting he still wasn't at his limit. Realizing Orochimaru's strength exceeded intelligence reports, the Raikage prepared to get serious. He turned to Killer B. B, you ready? The Raikage resolved to use a fusion technique with B. Yo-yo, oh no. We might be out of tricks. Be wrapped, but we can still do our double lariat, oh yeah, yo-yo. As soon as he finished, B and the Raikage sprinted at Orochimaru from opposite directions in a blitz, double lariat, guillotine drop. Their speed peaked, attacking Orochimaru from 2 sides at once. At the center of their collision, Orochimaru's middle head was snapped clean off. But the AB combo had no time to celebrate. Orochimaru emerged unharmed from the broken stump. It was simply a disposable snake body substitution. Standing there completely intact, Orochimaru sneered, so, was that enough warming up? Do we keep going? Yo-yo. You're tough, man. What are you doing here in the Hidden Clouds village, got a plan? Killer B shot Orochimaru a couple of rapboses. He and his big brother were still able to fight, but it was obvious Orochimaru wasn't here simply for a life-or-death struggle. Therefore, B asked straight out. Although B's way of speaking was odd, Orochimaru understood. He gave a sinister grin. Should we really discuss our business right here? The Raikage snorted, turning back toward his office, which now had a gaping hole in one wall. They headed back inside. Killer B, glancing at the hole, rapped, yo-yo. Big bro's so rash, another hole in the wall so brash. The Raikage grimaced, irritated at B's remark, and got straight to business with Orochimaru. Speak. Why have you come? Smack. Orochimaru clapped his hands in a summoning gesture. Ninja art, summoning. A wooden post emerged from the floor, followed by a large coffin rising from beneath. Bringing a coffin, huh? Orochimaru so bad, giving the Raikage a reason to be mad. Said B, still rapping, Bakayuro, Konoyuro, while the Raikage's rage flared even more. Who shows up and summons a coffin in his office? That was basically picking a fight. Noticing the Raikage about to explode, Orochimaru hastily added, don't get riled up just yet. You'll be grateful in a moment. His words puzzled both the Raikage and B. Orochimaru formed more seals, tiger, snake, dog, dragon. Edo Tensei. With a burst of white smoke, the coffin lid fell away to reveal a figure inside, shocking both the Raikage and B. Inside was the third Raikage, A's father. Dad. The fourth Raikage gaped at the man in the coffin, eyes wide like saucers. Yo-yo. This jutsu is hot, bringing Big Bro's dad back from the plot. B exclaimed, as the revived third Raikage stepped forth with a towering presence. At first, the third Raikage seemed very disoriented. He recalled fighting 10,000 enemies for 3 days and nights until he died of exhaustion. Why was he here now? And how had his son grown so much? He looked to the fourth Raikage in confusion. What's going on here? Equally baffled, the fourth Raikage shook his head. Dad, I don't know either. Orochimaru did this. He then turned to Orochimaru again, who gave a nicey grin. It's a technique allowing the dead to return to this world. The father and son Raikage were stunned by what they were hearing, but they didn't dwell on the jutsu for long. The third Raikage turned to his son. How's the war? The fourth Raikage responded honestly, Father, the third great ninja war ended. Right now, Hidden Clouds village is stable. The 5 great nations have minor disputes but no large-scale war. As for the tailed beast, B has become a perfect Jinchuriki of the 8 tails, no more worry about Juki. Hearing this, the third Raikage burst into hearty laughter, pounding his son's shoulder in approval. Ha ha ha. That's wonderful news. You've done well. Though the fourth Raikage was physically very strong, he still felt like his father's slaps were like hammer blows. Yet he was overjoyed, his father only displayed such excitement when he truly approved. But just as the Raikage was about to converse further, the third Raikage's body suddenly fell limp, reverting to a lifeless corpse. The fourth Raikage was horrified, his father disappeared? B was stunned too. Bakayuro, Konoyuro, Orochimaru's so cruel, brought back the third, then made him vanish. You better explain in a flash, or else you'll get smashed. The fourth Raikage also snarled, Orochimaru, what the hell did you do? Where's my father? With a neary laugh, Orochimaru said, "As you saw, this jutsu is still in its infancy. It can only last this long, though your fatherly bond is strong. I can't help much more right now. If you want this technique perfected to last longer, Raikage-sama, well, that depends on you." He was spouting nonsense. In truth, the third Raikage disappeared because Orochimaru cancelled the Edo Tensei himself. After witnessing that reunion, he guessed both the Raikage and B would be very interested in improving it. Meanwhile, in Hidden Leaf Village's Ninja Academy, many students gathered to watch two classmates spar. One was the school's top genius, Sasuke Uchiha. The other was the universal dead last of the school, Naruto Uzumaki. Typically, Sasuke should have crushed Naruto in a practice match, yet reality proved otherwise. Sasuke was strong, yes, but today he was far stronger than usual. While that was plausible for the school's genius, what shocked everyone was that Naruto's strength wasn't inferior to Sasuke's at all. For classmates like Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, and even their homeroom teacher Iruka, the high-level showdown between Naruto and Sasuke was unbelievable. Swish! Naruto's kunai glinted as it slashed towards Sasuke's throat. The speed made everyone, especially Sakura, gasp. How would Sasuke handle such a swift attack? Humphrey. Sasuke curled his lips, did a slick backward somersault, dodging Naruto's strike. Midair, he flung 3 shurikens spinning at Naruto. Whoosh! Clang! The shuriken tore through Naruto's figure, only to reveal it was a puff of white smoke. Naruto had used a body replacement jutsu, leaving a wooden log behind. What? Not only that, Naruto reappeared a short distance away and immediately hurled his kunai back at Sasuke. Sasuke was still in midair, nowhere to brace himself, making Sakura and others even more tense. Yet Sasuke showed no panic, twirling gracefully 720 degrees. In a flash, he seized Naruto's thrown kunai mid-spin and landed lightly on his feet. So cool. Though Naruto's moves today were also cool, Sasuke's style was simply more elegantly flashy, prompting squeals from girls like Sakura. Naruto, of course, felt annoyed, knowing his power was no less than Sasuke's, but he couldn't match Sasuke's flair. On a nearby rooftop, the elderly third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, watched with clouded eyes, frowning deeply. "This shouldn't be happening," he murmured. Chapter 78, Will of Rain. On the training field at the Ninja Academy, Sasuke and Naruto were still locked in their high-level duel. But the third Hokage's mood had become rather heavy. He had been swamped by all sorts of problems lately. First, the Forest of Death was mysteriously razed to the ground. Then 1 billion Ryo vanished from Hidden Leaf Village's treasury. And as if that weren't enough, even Sasuke and Naruto had started showing strange developments. Sasuke was the sole surviving Uchiha in Hidden Leaf Village, while Naruto was the 4th Hokage's son as well as the village's 9 tails Jinchuriki. One way or another, nothing could be allowed to happen to these two. Yet a few days ago, the Ninja Academy sent word that both Sasuke and Naruto had reached the graduation standard. When he heard this, Hiruzen Sarutobi was taken aback. It wasn't too surprising that Sasuke, already the Academy's genius, might have leaped forward in skill. But Naruto was the Academy's eternal dead last. How could it be that he had already met the graduation requirement? That left Hiruzen puzzled. After all, Hidden Leaf Village's dead last students were never simple. Jiraiya, Obito Uchiha, Might Guy, Naruto Uzumaki, each had turned into a formidable force as they grew. Even so, from the intel Hiruzen had at the moment, Naruto's sudden surge in ability looked extremely fishy, prompting him to come check in person. And indeed, the school's teachers hadn't been exaggerating. Sasuke and Naruto had truly reached the standard for an early graduation, perhaps even far beyond it. This baffled the third Hokage deeply. And they hadn't even fought all out. If they had, the so-called professor, Hiruzen himself, would have witnessed 2 new jutsu he'd never seen before, Lightning Punch and Aura Sphere. It seemed he'd been too busy dealing with Danzō and had failed to keep an eye on Naruto. Curse that Danzō. Hidden Rain Village, the black market. After Orochimaru had obtained his perfect vessel, Sensei had also found his perfect partner, Hidan. At present, Hidan had that smoky eye look, his dark circles were even worse than Gaara's. During missions, Sensei had a policy of using Hidan's immortality as far as it could go. If he was truly immortal, then just work him to death again and again. It was Hidan's first time suffering so much since acquiring his immortal body. He did enjoy pain, physical pain, that is, but not this kind of mental torment. He couldn't remember how many days it had been since he'd slept, forced to run endless missions alongside Sensei. He felt half-crazed. On Sensei's back, Karen was hugging him like a little octopus, sound asleep. Seeing that, Hidan felt jealous. Staring at Karen, who slumbered away behind Sensei, Hidan groused angrily, Why does she get to sleep? Senshai cast him a complicated look, yet didn't argue. He replied casually, she's tired, obviously, so she's sleeping. Don't ask silly questions in the future. Hidan promptly jammed his scythe into the ground. I'm tired too. Hearing that, Senshai grinned and lifted a hand. Bzzz. Rumble. A towering bolt of lightning slammed down, engulfing Hidan completely in crackling electricity. When it dissipated, Senshai glanced at the blackened Hidan. Feeling awake now? That was a nice jolt, right? Hidan was left dumbfounded, thinking Senshai's even more brutal than the Jashinists themselves. Back in his cult days, not even they had used electroshock therapy to keep him awake. With black smoke curling from his mouth, Hidan couldn't say a word, but Senshai didn't need him to speak, his meaning was obvious. Hidan was definitely wide awake now. Ha 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 ha. Good job, perfect partner. All charged up, yeah? Let's keep grinding more tasks to make up the time we've wasted. Hidan wanted to die right there and then. Not too far away, Kakazu stood in a corner of the black market holding a thick stack of mission posters. His glowing green eyes squinted at the distant lightning flash, face dark. He recognized it as Senshai's lightning jutsu. He felt a wave of gloom as he recalled that Senshai saw Hidan as the best partner. On the one hand, he felt indignant. On the other, he found it laughable. No way could Hidan be Senshai's perfect teammate. Comparing their records, Kakazu had been on the job in the ninja world for 60-odd years. Hidan couldn't compete. Kakazu had spent most of his life zealously doing missions. Hidan never cared. Kakazu's knowledge of every black market was unmatched. He'd been at this longer than most black markets existed, while Hidan hardly understood the black market at all. No matter how you look at it, Hidan wasn't an ideal partner. So Kakazu burned with resentment, but resolved to channel it into mission grinding. Just you wait, Senshai. You'll soon see who's the second best mercenary in the ninja world, and who's truly your best partner. Senshai himself had no idea Kakazu was right here in the black market. But it didn't matter. Kakazu was a self-propelled, excellent worker, or beast of burden, so to speak. Senshai didn't doubt his motivation or efficiency in taking commissions. He also knew that while people might question Kakazu's powers, no one could doubt his hunger for money. A short while later, Senshai noticed something strange. He started receiving continuous system prompts. Mercenary Corps member Kakazu has completed a task. You've earned 200 employment points. Mercenary Corps member Kakazu has completed a task. You've earned 500 employment points. Mercenary Corps member Kakazu has completed a task. You've earned 100 employment points. Senshai counted them, there were dozens. He was taken aback by how many missions Kakazu had done. Wow, Kakazu's going all out now? Not a word, and suddenly he finished a bunch all at once? At once, Senshai felt both astonished and pleased. Kakazu's made progress indeed. He's graduated from Mission Maniac 1.0 to Mission Maniac 2.0. The future looks bright. He started considering whether to give Kakazu a boost. After all, Kakazu was a core member of the Mercenary Corps now. Senshai did have an item that seemed tailor-made for him. Just then, sheets of paper fluttered in from the distance. Before long, the lovely figure of Konan, though only a paper clone, appeared in front of Senshai. Her cool voice said evenly, all the preparatory work you proposed is basically done. Refugees everywhere should be receiving news that the Land of Rain is offering them shelter. Of course, many small nations and the 5 great nations will also catch wind of this. Senshai wasn't worried about that. This wasn't a small-scale gesture but a massive move. Hidden Rain Village and the Land of Rain had begun wholeheartedly accepting refugees and building a fully staffed ninja academy. Of course the other nations would catch on fast. Conan's clone continued, the opening ceremony for the ninja academy is more or less ready. I was hoping you could come and deliver a speech as the principal. Senshai nodded. No problem. I'll head there now. At that, Conan's clone dispersed into dozens of paper butterflies. As Conan anticipated, the rumors spread swiftly throughout the ninja world, like a hidden gust of wind. The many refugees learned that if they went to the Land of Rain, they'd receive help, food, shelter, and for eligible children, an academy education. And so people began pouring in. Those who arrived earliest found that Hidden Rain Village truly didn't lie. They settled in, were given temporary housing, and their kids were admitted to the new ninja academy. Where once Hidden Rain Village sealed itself off, it now appeared extremely active. Reactions from the other lands varied. Land of Water, Hidden Mist Village. Inside the Mizukage's office, the elderly Genji and Maitre Mami were discussing Hidden Rain Village's new developments. Genji lapsed into a thoughtful silence upon hearing the news. Being so old, he found the village's administration a heavy burden, so he often asked Mai's opinion. After a moment, Mai spoke, Genji-sama, after we in Hidden Mist Village opened up, Now Hidden Rain Village has followed a similar path. That proves our plan of openness isn't wrong. We should further expand communications and cooperation with the outside. He nodded slowly. Hidden Mist Village's situation isn't identical to Hidden Rain Village's. Still, I agree with your viewpoint, but changes must be made gradually. Because the Hidden Mist Village is bigger, many vested interests complicate reform. If they pivoted too abruptly, it could lead to backlash. Even so, I couldn't help feeling a pang of envy for Senshai. In Hidden Rain Village, a smaller shinobi village, he could do whatever he wanted. She already knew that Senshai had proposed building a ninja academy and taking in refugees, with everything going smoothly. While she faced endless hurdles in the carry. Life was so unfair. Land of Earth, Hidden Stones Village. Inside the Sushi Kage's office, the third Sushi Kage, Anoki, had also received intelligence about the Hidden Rain Village's changes. Sturdy-faced Hakatsuchi and the future leg Kage, Kurotsuchi, were both standing by. Anoki studied the intel for a while, then gave a cold laugh. They're just asking for trouble. In his view, the Land of Rain was a small nation. Accepting so many refugees would prove unbelievably difficult, enough to cripple large countries, never mind a small one. When Akatsuchi asked, Anoki-sama, is there something wrong with what they're doing? He explained that Hidden Rain Village was biting off more than it could chew. Land of Lightning, Hidden Clouds Village. The hole in the Raikage's office had already been patched up. The fourth Raikage read over the intel on Hidden Rain Village, frowning in puzzlement. He simply could not figure out why that little village would take in countless refugees. Yo-yo. The Raikage's perplexed. What's Hidden Rain Village as pretext? Let the homeless be left, or do we see them as guests? Killer Bee Freestyle rapped at his side. In the Raikage's eyes, Hidden Rain Village was tiny and already had plenty of its own problems. Taking in refugees meant piling on more trouble, a pointless burden. So for now, he'd just keep an eye on them. He was more concerned about reviving his father, the third Raikage. If that succeeded, it'd be huge for him and for Hidden Clouds Village. Land of Wind, Hidden Sand Village. Standing before an endless desert, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, had also heard the news. The Land of Wind daimyo had been slashing Hidden Sand Village's budget, forcing Raza to use his magnet style to pan for gold in the desert to keep the village afloat, like panning billions from desert dust. There was no way they could do what Hidden Rain Village was doing. Mulling it over, Raza guessed the Hidden Rain Village intended to build itself up by welcoming more residents and forging a more productive ninja academy, gathering more money-earning ninjas. If they actually pulled it off, it could be of great benefit. Raza was admittedly a bit envious. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village. Inside the Hokage's office, Hidden Leaf Village's F3, Hiruzen, Hamura, Koharu, gathered yet again, a frequent occurrence these days. They had to thoroughly deal with the matter of Danzō's embezzling 1 billion ryo, and on top of that, the Hidden Rain Village now seemed to be up to something. Hidden Leaf Village, which had relatively solid intel, was baffled by Hidden Rain Village's behavior. Collecting refugees cost tremendous sums, with no short-term benefit, food, housing, management resources. Even the wealthy Land of Fire didn't do that. They realized that in general, each country left refugees to fend for themselves. Only in Land of Fire, they might find a way to blend in, but they wouldn't receive official help. True refugees often lived miserably, like Karen and her mother, who fled to Hidden Grass Village after Hidden Eddy Village's downfall and ended up being used like living healing potions. Karen's mother died young from exhausting her life force to heal others. Hiruzen was pensive and felt that something about Hidden Rain Village's transformation smelled fishy. Where there's strangeness, there's a catch. That closed off, mysterious Hidden Rain Village had abruptly opened its doors and changed everything in the blink of an eye. He just couldn't figure out what was going on. Just then, an Anbu ninja arrived to report, Lord Hokage, in the last few days, after class at the academy, Naruto has been going to the Uchiha district. Both Sasuke and Naruto have been training at the Uchiha compound. Hiruzen, who'd witnessed Sasuke and Naruto's progress, had asked for further investigation. But hearing that result only deepened his confusion. They're alone? Only those two? The Anbu nodded. Yes, Lord Hokage. Based on our findings, no one else has been teaching them. They're just training together every day in the Uchiha district. Hiruzen thought, how can their progress be so great with only the two of them? At the same moment, in that Uchiha compound, Sasuke and Naruto were likewise puzzled. Why had their teacher vanished all of a sudden? Fortunately, the wood clone of Senshai reappeared before long, so they asked eagerly, Teacher Senshai, where did you go just now? Sasuke stared curiously at the clone. Wearing a faint smile, the clone answered, a fly came snooping around just now. I hid to avoid causing trouble. No worries, carry on with your training. Even if Anbu or even the third Hokage came, they might not detect a well-hidden wood clone. At the gate of Hidden Rain Village's new ninja academy, Konan and Kakazu stood waiting. Kakazu couldn't fathom why Senshai would lavish so much money on refugees and a new academy. But it wasn't his money, so he couldn't care less. Shortly after, Senshai arrived with Karen and Hidan in tow. Upon seeing Hidan's wretched appearance, scorched and zombified, both Konan and Kakazu were stunned. Konan's expression softened in sympathy at Hidan's miserable state, not knowing what horrors he'd endured to end up like this. Kakazu's face darkened. He still firmly believed he was Senshai's best partner, not Hidan. But that hardly mattered. Senshai clearly knew how hard Kakazu had been working. Indeed, Senshai had planned to give Kakazu a gift. Now that they'd met, he might as well do it right away. Approaching Kakazu, Senshai grinned. Kakazu, well done. You sure knocked out a ton of missions lately. Humphrey, Kakazu snorted, inwardly surprised that Senshai seemed to know how busy he'd been. But Senshai didn't mind his cold attitude. Kakazu was a key member of the Corps, having earned him a lot of points these past few days. Senshai pulled out a suitable item for Kakazu. Here, this belongs to you, he said, handing Kakazu a disc. It was a skill trademark for battle armor, described as battle armor, protected by a sturdy shell. You won't have your vital points struck by the enemy's attacks. For most people, that might not be too helpful, because being slashed anywhere can be fatal. But for Kakazu, it was perfect. His only real weakness was that all his hearts could be destroyed. In the original timeline, that was precisely how he died. With this, each heart would be protected, making him effectively unkillable. What's this? Kakazu asked, peering skeptically at the thin disc. Senshai didn't bother explaining in detail, he simply used it on Kakazu directly. Crack, 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 a mysterious, powerful force flooded Kakazu's body, wrapping each of his hearts in a fortress-like shield. Kakazu jolted, wide-eyed, quickly realizing that this barrier was unbelievably tough. As long as his heart stayed intact, he couldn't die. Now that they were so heavily protected, he was practically invincible. He looked at Senshai, caught in a swirl of emotions. Senshai hadn't forgotten this long-time partner's contributions after all. Senshai, reading Kakazu's expression, patted him on the shoulder. Good job, Kakazu. Keep it up. Kakazu was nearly moved enough to say, so long as you don't abandon me, I'll work myself to the bone. But Senshai didn't require that kind of vow, he just needed Kakazu to keep toiling away like an ox or horse, the backbone of the Corps. A short distance away, families from Hidden Rain Village, Hidden Grass Village, and other places were dropping off their kids at the new ninja academy. Spotting Senshai, many offered grateful bows. They understood that without Senshai, none of this would exist. It was his idea and his funds that built it. That must be Headmaster Senshai? Let's remember the face of our benefactor, said a middle-aged woman, holding a sickly child as she gazed toward him. Hearing her mother words, the little one studied Senshai curiously, committing his face to memory. Further off, a stern father with his wife and kids arrived at the school gates. Taro, once you're in this ninja school, study hard. Don't let Headmaster Senshai's kindness go to waste, he said. The boy nodded firmly. Yes, father. I understand. In small clusters, villagers watched the opening ceremony from a distance, whispering among themselves, we owe it to Lord Senshai that our lives in Hidden Rain Village are getting better. Yes indeed, Senshai got Hidden Rain Village and Hidden Grass Village working together. It's helped us a lot. In Hidden Grass Village, we also used to be chaotic. With Lord Senshai's assistance and Lord Mua's governance, the Hidden Grass Village is getting better each day. People felt hopeful. They looked forward to sending their own children here in the future. Karen, standing beside Senshai, felt a surge of happiness at the sight. Senshai patted her head and asked, Karen, would you like to attend the ninja school? She immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. No way. I want to stay with you. Smiling, Senshai didn't force her. Karen's skill was already high enough that she hardly needed lessons in an academy. After talking a bit, Conan's cool but pleasant voice rang out, the opening ceremony is about to start. Let's go inside so you can give the principal's address. Senshai nodded, got it. With Karen, he followed Conan into the academy building. This new school had been remodeled from older structures, so Senshai initially expected it to be crude. To his surprise, everything was well equipped. He cast Conan a look. Conan, you got these facilities done so fast? Your efficiency matches my own for missions. He wanted to tease a smile out of the frosty beauty, who was so often cold as ice. Indeed, Conan's efficiency in setting up the academy and the refugee shelters was extraordinary. Both tasks involved massive complexity. Yet she handled them swiftly. In response to Senshai's praise, she remained as remote as ever, her heart seemingly frozen. Senshai, not one to give up easily, pulled out a certain item from his system inventory, a scroll for mutual multiplying explosive tags, something like a special lore for Conan. Conan's eyes did brighten slightly upon seeing it. Senshai had given her a gift like this before. Indeed, she paused only a moment before accepting it with a soft thank you. Though her voice was still icy, the distance between them seemed a bit less. Once that small interlude passed, Senshai refocused on the main business. With the academy built, they still needed to keep track of the refugees. The more people that came, the more he could pick out truly talented kids and train them. That would help Hidden Rain Village, help the Akatsuki, and help expand his mercenary corps. Eventually, Senshai also intended to instill something akin to an Will of Rain in this academy. But that raised a question: what exactly were those rain ideals, Will of Rain, anyway? Chapter 79, where the rivers flow lightly, the rain continues unceasing. As long as life goes on, missions never end. Speaking of the Will of Rain, one cannot avoid mentioning the benefits of grinding missions. 1. Earning commissions. 2. Growing stronger. 3. Contributing to your village. A single endeavor achieves 3 aims, naturally something worth actively promoting. Wherever the rivers flow dwindles, the rain continues unceasing. Wherever missions lie scattered, the grinders toil endlessly. Under Conan's guidance, Senshai made his way toward the podium near the Ninja Academy's front. Thanks to preparations over the past few days, the academy now had quite a few young faces. As they walked, Conan gave him a quick rundown of the students' backgrounds. The academy students come from 3 main sources, she said in her cool voice. Senshai asked casually, which 3? One group is from Hidden Rain Village, one group Highland from Hidden Grass Village, and a small number are children of refugees. Although the ninja world wasn't presently embroiled in a major war, small-scale skirmishes never stopped. And due to the impact of previous shinobi world wars, many small countries and medium-sized villages had vanished entirely. Consequently, the ninja world was never short on refugees. Since Hidden Rain Village put out the call that they were sheltering displaced people, those who lived closest in the neighboring regions of the Land of Rain had already arrived. As Senshai and Conan surveyed the children in the Ninja Academy, the chatter of a new generation, wide-eyed and full of curiosity, was fixed upon Angel Sama, Conan, and their principal Senshai. They already been told that soon the Angel and Principal Senshai would come to preside over their opening ceremony. Senshai was hugely famous in Hidden Rain Village. His appearance caused many of the kids to whisper excitedly, "Look, it's Principal Senshai? The strongest mercenary in the ninja world, the black market legend who's completed the most missions, with a 100% success rate. So that's the rumored mission terrorist of a principal?" Of course, Senshai and Conan heard their hushed mutterings. Seeing all the kids gazing at Senshai with such adoration, Conan mused that these youngsters lacked a realistic view of his lifestyle. Senshai's mission intensity was insane, no second shinobi in the world could endure the pace. Once they started real missions, they might not admire him quite so much. But Senshai was pleasantly surprised. He could sense those students' nascent will of rain. It was a good sign. Among them, there might be a future black market legend. Amid all the stares, Senshai stepped onto the podium. The Ninja Academy's students, along with the teachers, turned their eyes upon him. Senshai was unfazed. After a brief mental pause, he began his address. "Ninja Academy teachers, students, hello, I'm Uzumaki Senshai." With that, the crowd broke into thunderous applause. The entire Hidden Rain Village was paying attention, as was Nagato from the high tower. In the realm of missions, Senshai was truly the top ninja in the world, but could he do education, too? They would see. After a long moment, the clapping subsided, and Senshai continued, "The ninja world is harsh. A weak person can't even ensure their basic survival here, let alone enjoy a life. One major goal of founding this academy is to give you all the foundation to become strong ninjas, so you can survive in this cruel reality and strive for a better future." Those words resonated deeply with the kids from Hidden Rain Village and among the refugees. Both groups had endured the fallout of war. Standing nearby, Conan silently agreed, as did Nagato, watching from his hidden chamber. He recalled how he, Hueco, and Conan had only survived thanks to Jiraiya's teaching. Now, Senshai was for these children what Jiraiya had once been for them. But Senshai wasn't done. He'd laid this groundwork for a more crucial point. As a ninja, strengthening yourself is the utmost priority. And the most effective way to grow stronger is by completing missions. Only by tempering yourself mission after mission can you become forged like steel, capable of excelling as a ninja. Conan brought a hand to her face. Up in the rain tower, Nagato's expression turned equally perplexed. Other Akatsuki members, observing from afar, were likewise torn. Of course he ended up talking about his beloved missions again. A boy in the crowd raised his hand. "Principal, why do we have to do missions?" Though young, he'd asked a question as deep as any philosophical riddle. No problem for Senshai, though. He spoke in a profound tone. Why do people climb mountains? Because the mountains are there. Why do people hunt animals? Because the prey is there. Why do ninjas do missions? Because the missions are there. Carrying out tasks and solving problems is the essence of a ninja's existence. Thunderous applause broke out once more. Senshai still wasn't finished, knowing this might be his only chance to instill the will of rain. He recalled how in the Hidden Leaf Village's ninja academy, graduates all carried the will of fire. That was a testament to Hidden Leaf Village's success in education. So he had to push further. I hope all of you will look at the endless rainfall of Hidden Rain Village and grasp the will of rain. The rain here falls without pause, throughout the year. So it should be with your journeys as ninja, even on missions. Keep that will of rain in your hearts. Where the rivers flow lightly, the rain continues unceasing. As long as life goes on, missions never end. Senshai wasn't sure if that would get them to adopt his grind no matter what approach, but if it worked, it'd be worth it. From the rain tower, Nagato almost wanted to halt his rain tiger at will jutsu on the spot. What will of rain is this? It's basically spreading Senshai's task virus to the entire next generation. But within the academy, these brand new students, fired up, were shouting, where there is life, there must be missions. Where there is life, there must be missions. Where there is life, there must be missions. Conan thought these kids might be doomed, while Senshai felt fulfillment and joy. His will of rain had now been passed on. After finishing his exhortation, he glanced at his mercenary course system page, thrilled to see that a few new seedlings had emerged, presumably some kids who'd fully embraced the message. They were younger than Karen, their abilities weak for now, but Senshai didn't mind. The system could help them power up in time. With the ceremony continuing for a bit longer, Senshai and Conan afterward toured the academy. Though newly established, it had all the facilities a ninja school needed. Senshai checked some lessons, confirming that everything seemed fine. Then he prepared to leave with Karen and Hidan, presumably to go on more missions. However, as he was getting ready, Conan arrived. Senshai, Nagato wants to see you. Senshai's eyes lit up. Good news. Nagato might have a commission. No shortage of big jobs in Akatsuki, like capturing all the tailed beasts. Sure. He invoked his power, bringing Karen and Hidan with him in a distorted space warp toward the rain tower. There, Tendo Pain, the Devapath, waited. Senshai figured he'd use this chance to wring a big fat mission out of Nagato. He greeted them casually, so, what's up? But Nagato, speaking through pain, dropped a bombshell. Orochimaru accepted the tailed beast capture mission and went to Hidden Clouds Village. Hidden Clouds Village has 2 perfect Jinchuriki. I fear Orochimaru and Sasori won't be enough. I want you to support them. Senshai's face darkened at once. That damn snake, he stole the job I'd had my eyes on. He got angrier by the second. Orochimaru, you ungrateful bastard. I gave you that Yamata no Orochi fruit, was that not enough? Not only do you refuse to post more missions, you even stole the tailed beast missions you knew I wanted. That's intolerable. Land of Lightning, Hidden Clouds Village. Orochimaru was currently counting his money. He might have only just begun, but already he'd earned plenty from the 4th Raikage. Opposite him sat Sasori, hidden within his Hueco puppet, sounding distinctly unimpressed. Orochimaru, how long are you going to count that money? We need to go capture the tailed beast. I've no time to waste. Their partnership was frosty. They shared a desire for immortality but chose different paths. Orochimaru clung to biological immortality. Sasori made himself a puppet for eternal life. No wonder they didn't get along. Just then, a swirl of dark red space tore open nearby. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed. Senshai's trademark portal. So he finished my commission and came to deliver the goods? He thought. But as Senshai urged, Orochimaru grinned sinisterly. Did you bring me the Byakugan and Sharingan I asked for? This time, Senshai was not joking around. His face was grim, saying nothing. Standing behind him, Karen wore a look of mischievous glee. Something was about to happen. Orochimaru suddenly felt a lurch of unease. Though he'd just fought fiercely against the 4th Raikage and Killer Bee, that was nothing compared to how Senshai could toy with him. Sasori quietly stepped back to watch. He'd never met Senshai personally but had heard of his rapid rise. He was curious whether Orochimaru might get flattened, but if so, perhaps Sasori could collect a powerful new puppet. Aware of the tension, Orochimaru tried placating Senshai. What's going on? If there's a misunderstanding, we can talk. Senshai snorted coldly and snapped, Snake, I hear you snatched the tailed beast capture mission from the organization. Quite brave, huh? If anyone else had said that, Orochimaru might have returned the sarcasm. But from Senshai? Orochimaru did not dare. He felt this was so unfair. He never knew Senshai was eyeing that tailed beast mission for so long. Seeing the tension, Karen popped out and added mockingly, he must be out of his mind. Doesn't he know Senshai's been waiting on that mission? He's messing with the big dog. Orochimaru's mind raced. The threat emanating from Senshai set off every alarm. He could still die, 8 times, technically. Feeling an intense crisis, he spoke hurriedly, it's all a misunderstanding. I heard you ask Nagato for that mission, but he refused, citing fear of provoking the great nations. So I took it up in your stead, specifically to let you do it. I was doing you a favor. Senshai's expression remained skeptical. You expect me to believe you were trying to help? At that moment, Karen leapt at the chance to keep poking. Don't buy it, Senshai. Orochimaru's words can't be trusted. If he didn't want the job, why come to Hidden Cloud's village in the first place? Orochimaru felt singled out. Karen clearly hated him for having once tried to purchase her from Senshai. Now she was stirring the pot. In desperation, Orochimaru hastened to provide proof. I came here ostensibly to capture the tailed beast, but it's really just a cover. My main aim was money. Look, I already made plenty from the Rukongai. He pointed to the chests full of cash not far off. Then, to seal the deal, he posted a mission. Senshai, I'll pay you 100 million ryo for a long-term hire. Please assist me in capturing Hidden Cloud's village's tailed beasts for Akatsuki. Mission accepted. Client, Orochimaru. Objective, aid Orochimaru in capturing the tailed beasts of Hidden Cloud's village. Reward, 100 million ryo. Mission rank, S rank. System bonus, 100,000 employment points. At the moment that system alert rang, Senshai's frosty expression instantly melted. With a broad grin, he walked right up to Orochimaru. Snake bro, you shouldn't have. You quietly lined up such a big job for me, how thoughtful. Orochimaru was secretly relieved but also exasperated. So to Senshai, when there's a mission, I'm Snake bro. Otherwise, I'm just a target to kill. Great. Saisari, lurking nearby, felt disappointed. He'd expected a cataclysmic battle. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, cowering before a younger upstart? Pathetic, he thought, and sneered from within Hueco. Orochimaru, you've really lost your nerve. Groveling to this newcomer. Working with you is shameful. But Orochimaru just ignored him. Saisari had no idea how terrifying Senshai really was. Senshai, having settled the matter with Orochimaru, barely spared Saisari a glance. He'd focused entirely on Orochimaru. After all, once he was being paid, there was nothing left to fight about. Chapter 80, Danzō exploiting a bug? Seeing who it was, Senshai realized this wasn't just nobody but rather one of the ninja world's art masters, Saisari of the Red Sand. Just now, Saisari had taken a jab at Orochimaru, and originally, Senshai wanted to help Snake Bro and stir Saisari up a bit. He knew exactly how to get under Saisari's skin. Just say art is an explosion, Deodar's motto, the same way you'd needle some IMP with a wanna-wear Dedrick boots. Kind of line. After all, in Saisari's artistic vision, art should be eternal, not a transient moment. However, Senshai refrained for fear of further corrupting Karen. One can study good for 3 years yet learn bad in a day. Karen already had a sly streak and was cooking stir-fry with Susanoo, quite outlandish. If he also added those questionable ideas to her repertoire, it might get out of control. Senshai, however, didn't realize he wasn't much better than Karen. While she used Susanoo to cook, he used lightning style to electrocute fish, both equally bizarre in their own ways. At the moment, Senshai chose not to provoke Saisari by debating artistic philosophies. Instead, he eyed this Akatsuki member with great interest. A daring thought sprang to mind: flesh is weak, ascend to machinery. How about recruiting Saisari the puppet as my partner? Once that idea hit, it began spiraling uncontrollably. Hidan might have immortality, but if you pushed that body too far, it still needed time to recover. Plus, while Hidan couldn't really die, he did get tired, so Senshai had to keep electrifying him with lightning style to recharge him. Using lightning pillars to jolt him had its drawbacks. Several times Hidan passed out, foaming at the mouth, completely unresponsive to any further electric prodding. But a puppet has none of those problems, it never gets tired. If it wears out, you just replace some parts. Moreover, Saisari had another advantage: he hated wasting time. He detested waiting around, which fit perfectly with Senshai's plan for endless, round-the-clock missions. The more Senshai mulled it over, the more convinced he became that Saisari was a perfect fit. Hence, without much ado, he simply came out and asked, Saisari, do you need to sleep? Do you experience fatigue? Can you do missions 24 out of 7, without rest? Saisari, ! Hearing Senshai's words, Seisaori's entire puppet body felt dumbstruck. What on earth is he asking? And why such bizarre questions, right off the bat? While Seisaori's mind buzzed with question marks, Karen turned her curious gaze on the strangely dressed Seisaori. Is Senshai targeting this weirdo? If anyone could pull that off, only Senshai could. Had Karen known what was on Hidan's mind, Hidan would likely raise a timid hand. He'd been worked to the bone many times, too, collapsing with foam in his mouth, but he was still forced to keep going. Although Orochimaru could be thick-skinned and shameless, Seisaori had just mocked him, so of course Orochimaru would return the favor by throwing Seisaori under the bus. After Senshai asked, Orochimaru eagerly explained Seisaori's situation. Seisaori uses a puppet body, so he doesn't experience biological fatigue. Nor does he need normal human sleep to recover his energy. He only requires 3 to 4 hours of rest before resuming work fully refreshed. Upon hearing that, Senshai was deeply disappointed. He still wastes 3 to 4 hours a day on something as trivial as rest? That's worthless. In Senshai's mind, a proper ninja should treat mission work as a form of self-care, with low-intensity battles like yoga sessions. Seisaori converted himself into a puppet, yet he still needs that much rest? What was the point? 4 hours of sleep a day? Even that sickly Itachi Uchiha can go 3 days without sleep to grind missions with me. Realizing Seisaori wasn't living up to his perfect partner fantasy, Senshai shot him a look of disdain, shaking his head. Nope, this won't do. You're way behind Hidan and Kakazu. In Senshai's imagination, Seisaori seemed like the perfect partner. But reality was far less kind. Seisaori's actual specs failed to meet that ideal teammate standard. While Senshai and Orochimaru whispered to each other, Seisaori grew furious. From a distance, he saw them conversing as though he were some lamb waiting to be slaughtered, analyzing him top to bottom, and it utterly enraged him. Seisaori was also confused. What on earth are these two plotting? Finally convinced Seisaori had no future as a partner, Senshai lost all interest in that useless trash. He pulled out 2 bottles that Orochimaru had been craving, one containing a pair of Sharingan, the other a pair of Byakugan. The moment Orochimaru saw them, his eyes lit up. Carefully, he took the bottles, beaming with joy. As expected of the black market's top mercenary, your speed is as impressive as ever. It hasn't even been long, but you brought me the Byakugan and Sharingan I needed. While speaking, from behind Orochimaru emerged a snake's head spitting out a sealing scroll. Orochimaru handed it to Senshai. Your payment of 200 million ryo is sealed inside this scroll. Take a look. Senshai accepted the scroll. Plucking Karen off his back, he passed it to her. Karen, do your thing. Having his little assistant act as a human money counter, Senshai was delighted. Upon receiving Orochimaru's payment, a system prompt rang in his ear. Commission completed. Client, Orochimaru. Objective, obtain suitable Byakugan and Sharingan. Reward, 200 million ryo. Mission rank, S rank. Bonus, 200,000 employment points, 200 million ryo and 200,000 points, an endless windfall. Orochimaru was equally satisfied. Hiring Senshai usually turned out win-win. This time, he used Danzō's money. It was a win. Senshai hadn't disappointed him, bringing exactly what he needed, another win. And now that Orochimaru had the perfect body, he could use those bloodlines to their fullest. It was a massive victory. Senshai had similarly won big. The bloodline limits came from Tobi's stash, costing him nothing. Finishing the job netted him 200k employment points. Who knew how many treasures he might draw? Senshai, looking pleased, said, Snake bro, keep refining that Yamato no Orochi power. I know plenty more goodies that'd suit you. Between the lines, that meant, keep making money, lots, and I'll supply anything you need. Orochimaru's money plus Senshai's goods made for an unbeatable duo. With that, Senshai waved goodbye. Behind him and Karen, a dark red, vortex-like portal appeared. A moment before leaving, Karen peeked over Senshai's shoulder to make a silly face at Orochimaru. Having traveled with Senshai for so long, she had grown mischievous. At the moment, Senshai wasn't in a rush to capture the tailed beasts in Hidden Clouds Village. He returned to Hidden Rain Village instead. The Ninja Academy, the refugee camps, lots of projects awaited. Above all, his will of rain needed thorough dissemination. Orochimaru watched them leave, sighing. Seisaori, you're lucky you came out unscathed from Senshai? Seisaori replied icily, do you assume he can handle me? I'm nothing like a coward such as you. Along the path to eternal art, I fear nothing. Once again, Seisaori went straight for the throat with personal jabs at Orochimaru. Orochimaru shot him a cold look. That Seisaori still needed daily rest didn't mean the concept was wrong, just that his technology wasn't perfected yet. If Orochimaru aided him with his own research, Sasaori could well end up blessed with the ability to work 24 out of 7 without rest. Then Sasaori would understand the terror of Senshai's non-stop mission schedule. For now, Orochimaru had the Sharingan and Byakugan he'd long coveted. He didn't want to linger. He told Kabuto, "Pack it up. We're heading back." Hearing this, Kabuto set about sealing up their belongings in a scroll. Sasaori called after them, "Wait. Going back? Our mission hasn't made the slightest progress, how can we just leave?" Orochimaru nodded. "Yes, we're leaving." Sasaori sneered, "Orochimaru, are you so terrified of Senshai that you've lost your mind? Our mission is incomplete, and you want to run?" Orochimaru gave a sinister laugh. The moment that man took on the job, it was over. "I have no desire to waste time here. I'm returning to my research. Enough chatter." Without a shred of hesitation, he walked off. Sasaori looked on, dumbfounded. Has Orochimaru lost it? Hidden Cloud's village has 2 perfect Jinchuriki, and he's convinced Senshai alone can manage it? Sasaori suspected Orochimaru had gone insane. He'd heard of Senshai, knew he was strong, but didn't believe any single ninja could handle 2 perfect Jinchuriki. Watching Orochimaru and Kabuto depart, Sasaori decided to stay and observe how things developed. He guessed Senshai might show up eventually, and he wanted to see that power for himself. Truth be told, Senshai had accepted Orochimaru's tailed beast mission, but it wasn't urgent, and he headed back to Hidden Rain Village for other tasks. By the time he returned, the Hidden Rain Village might be thriving with ninjas who embraced his will of rain. Over the years, the 5 great nations had fought to their heart's content, leaving small countries and villages in ruins. War had uprooted countless families. None would have imagined a day when a village actually welcomed refugees wholeheartedly. And Nagato, Conan, they realized again how terrifying Senshai was. By himself, he could fund an entire village's finances. He'd poured enormous sums into the ninja academy and the refugee shelters, yet still acted as if he was flush with money. Indeed, the Uzumaki clan, renowned for Fuinjutsu, had been coveted by many forces in the ninja world, leading to the destruction of Hidden Village and the Land of Whirlpools after the Third Great Ninja War. The surviving Uzumaki were scattered, but now news spread that a new star of the Uzumaki was gathering clansmen in Hidden Rain Village. Hidden Leaf Village, Uchiha Compound. Sasuke had been training alone for a while. Suddenly, he noticed Naruto sitting nearby, chin on his hands, looking pensive. "Naruto, what are you daydreaming about?" Naruto, hearing Sasuke's question, told him today's rumor. "I heard from some folks in the village that teacher Senshai is taking in more Uzumaki clan survivors in the Hidden Rain Village. Probably loads of Uzumaki clan members are heading there." Sasuke silently digested this. Mentally, he resolved that, like Senshai-sensei, he too would one day revive his own clan's glory. Land of Vegetables, a certain mountain village. Here, many of the villagers had bright red hair, the Uzumaki survivors who had escaped here after the Land of Whirlpools fell. Yet even here, they faced discrimination and lived in hardship. One day, a senior figure among them, Uzumaki Takamori, gathered all the clan descendants. A 5 or 6-year-old red-haired boy peered at Takamori anxiously. "Takamori Ojuzan, are we distributing food again? I've been starving for days. Only 1 meal a day." Despite the Land of Vegetables having fertile land suitable for farming, the best soil had been claimed long ago. As destitute refugees, they could barely survive. Suddenly, a smaller child fainted from hunger. Takamori hurriedly said, "Feed him something quickly. Soon, we won't go hungry anymore." Following Takamori's words, Uzumaki Haruko gave a small piece of flatbread to the unconscious child. Yet Takamori's last statement startled Haruko. She was just 5.5, with memories full of nothing but hunger and death. Before coming here, she and her parents had wandered endlessly. Her father fell ill, her mother starved soon after, then her sister. On the brink of death, Haruko herself was saved by Takamori Ojuzan, a skilled low ninja of their clan, who brought them to this village. But they still had no guarantee of enough food to keep everyone alive. Not just Haruko, all the Uzumaki there felt the same. Thus, Takamori's next words struck them like a miracle. "Children, my kin, our days of suffering may soon see hope." A teenage boy named Uzumaki Utai asked, "Takamori Ojuzan, did our ally Hidden Leaf Village decide to help us?" Everyone's gaze turned hopeful. By right, Hidden Leaf Village should have extended a hand, but its higher-ups had taken no such action. Takamori shook his head. "Not Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Rain Village. We have a clansman named Uzumaki Senshai." He went on to explain astonishing news. In the Hidden Rain Village, they had a relative named Uzumaki Senshai, a legendary black market ninja said to have unbelievable power. Most importantly, Senshai was opening Hidden Rain Village to any and all Uzumaki survivors. "Why died?" Haruko asked timidly, Takamari Ojizan. If we go to the Hidden Rain Village, we'll really get food? And can even attend a ninja academy? The words food and school made all the Uzumaki children stare at Takamori with bright, hopeful eyes, fearing they might have misheard. He nodded solemnly. Yes, once we arrive at Hidden Rain Village and meet Lord Senshai, we'll all get food. All school-aged children can enroll in the Ames Ninja Academy. At that, Haruko and the other children cheered. Some shouted, "Long live Lord Senshai!" Takamori Ojizan was also overjoyed, though he worried about the long journey from this mountainous corner of the land of vegetables to the land of rain. They lacked enough food and protection, so who knew how many would survive the trip? Countless scattered Uzumaki faced the same predicament. Even so, Senshai's existence gave them a ray of hope. Despite the hardships, they set off for Hidden Rain Village. Hidden Leaf Village, nightfall. A dark and windy moonless night, everything silent. Danzō had been tormented by the Hidden Leaf Village F3, desperate to change his situation. He'd paced his route office for ages, still no solution. It only deepened his hatred for Orochimaru. Damn that Orochimaru. Running off with the money. If he ever falls into my hands, I'll show him the meaning of cruelty. Yet ranting was futile, he needed a plan. Then his gaze fell on someone standing nearby, Senshai's wood clone. Spotting this, Danzō formed a bold scheme. After all, Senshai's prowess towered over the current ninja world, even his wood clone was fearsome. He had once commissioned Senshai to ensure his safety. So what if Danzō went and stole a huge fortune somewhere? The local shinobi would try to kill him, forcing Senshai's clone to intervene to keep him alive, making Senshai the prime target and pitting him against them. Perfect bug abuse to exploit Senshai's guaranteed protection. Full of excitement at his brilliance, Danzō acted immediately, mask on, no subordinates, leaving Root alone. Why bring anyone? Senshai had to protect him anyway, and it was a shady errand besides. Beneath the night sky, Danzō dashed through the woods like in bygone days. Senshai's wood clone trailed behind, strolling casually. Senshai was puzzled, what is Danzō up to? World so big, did he go traveling on a whim? Or is he fleeing Hidden Leaf Village after failing to handle the 1 billion fiasco? He followed along, soon seeing Danzō run quite far indeed. No fear of draining his chakra, the old codger crossed the land of fire, the land of hot springs, and made it all the way to the land of lightning. Among Hidden Leaf Village's adversaries, Land of Lightning's Hidden Clouds Village was the biggest thorn. Evidently, Danzō planned to use Senshai's nuclear deterrent to teach them a lesson. Within Land of Lightning territory, Danzō consulted some intel sheets, verified his path, and pressed on. His destination, a treasury in the Land of Lightning. He'd steal the money, shift the blame, and walk away rich. Soon, Senshai and Danzō arrived at the site. Around it, Hidden Clouds Village ninja stood guard. Danzō strutted up to the treasury, immediately spotted by the guards. They barked, "Halt. This is a restricted treasury. No unauthorized personnel." Behind his mask, Danzō wore a cruel smile, speaking icily, "I'll give you 1 minute. Open the vault and clear out. Anyone still here after 1 minute, dies." The Hidden Clouds Village guards traded bewildered looks, the commotion drawing their captain, Odoi. He assessed the masked intruder, then asked his men, "Why the fuss?" They replied, "Captain, some drunk came causing trouble." He just said, Odoi understood. "Drive him off." A shinobi dashed forward, about to expel Danzō. Yet before he got close, Danzō lunged and struck him in the stomach, knocking him flat. "Bastard!" Odoi yelled, "He's here to cause trouble, take him down." The other guards all leaped at once. Danzō didn't resist, he wanted them furious, so they'd threaten his life, forcing Senshai to step in. With Senshai's wood clone so strong, these guards would be destroyed instantly. Right? Except as fists hammered him, Senshai didn't budge from his vantage in a tree. He saw clearly that Danzō was trying to exploit a bug. Danzō wanted Senshai forced into action. Yet as long as they weren't actually trying to kill Danzō, there was no need for Senshai to intervene. Meanwhile Senshai couldn't help but marvel, truly worthy of being Hidden Leaf Village's root, the Dark Elder. Look at him endure a beating without uttering a sound. Gritting his teeth, Danzō endured the barrage, equally mystified. "Damn it, Senshai, why won't you step in?" By his logic, Senshai ought to have unleashed a thunderous strike by now. Could it be that he wasn't yet in enough danger? Perhaps he hadn't been hurt seriously enough. Hence, Danzō snarled at the Hidden Clouds Village guards, "What's wrong with you? Didn't you eat breakfast? You call this punching? You call yourselves ninja?" Chapter 81, Promotional Event. As the surrounding Hidden Clouds Village ninjas guarding the treasury looked on, at first they intended only to teach Danzō a minor lesson. After all, he wasn't the first drunk to show up causing trouble near the treasury. But when Danzō dared spout such tough guy lines, They saw no reason to hold back. Hey. If you'd just eaten a few more peanuts, you wouldn't be saying that kinda crap. Hit him. Whoever heard of such a weird request? Hit the guy who's already smoking, beat him till he's half dead, keep going till he's sober. In an instant, a torrent of punches rained down on Danzō like a fierce storm. At first, Danzō waited for Senshai to step in. Surely, once Senshai attacked, these ninjas would retaliate, and in the process Senshai would wipe them out. Then Danzō could pillage the treasury and leave at his leisure. But he remained conscious just long enough to realize Senshai had no intention of intervening. Before he could growl or complain, he lost consciousness. From his vantage point, Senshai had been watching Danzō carefully. Seeing that Danzō had only been knocked out, his life not in real danger, Senshai had no urge to step in. When the guards finally got tired of beating him, they quietly carried off the barely breathing Danzō, then dumped him at Hidden Leaf Village's hospital in trance the next morning, and left without a trace. All was calm that night, until dawn brought shocking news that rattled Hidden Leaf Village's top ranks. The so-called Hidden Leaf Village F3 raced to the hospital, utterly stunned. In the intensive care ward, there lay Danzō, bandaged up head to toe like a mummy. Hidden Leaf Village's F4, the Hokage plus the other 3 elders, would never have expected to be meeting again under these circumstances. Danzō had regained consciousness, raging inside while bound in white bandages like a mummy. Another person might have wept bitter tears of regret, but not Danzō. He was no ordinary man. Instead, he seethed with anger at Senshai. He'd tried to exploit Senshai's rules, only to get burned instead. As long as he wasn't about to die, Senshai simply wouldn't lift a finger. Danzō, just what happened? Hiruzen Sarutobi demanded, looking extremely serious and more than a little furious. How could the man who was supposed to assist the Hokage get beaten to a pulp like this in his own village? Did that mean Hidden Leaf Village was no longer safe for anyone? If even Danzō couldn't protect himself, what about ordinary villagers? Hamura Midokado and Koharu Uchiha wore equally grim expressions. Their foreheads were creased with worry. After questioning the hospital staff, Hamura spoke in a low voice, "We must punish the culprit severely. I spoke with the doctors, apparently in the entire history of Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, they've never treated anyone so horribly injured." Hearing that, Hiruzen and Koharu both nodded earnestly. The statement nearly made Danzō break his composure, for he himself hadn't realized he'd been beaten at badly. Inwardly he cursed Senshai, "Damn that Uzumaki Senshai, I put my trust in you, only for you to screw me over." Of course, the truth was that his attempt to exploit a loophole had backfired. Senshai always demanded 2 payments for 1 job, and Danzō was only paying for 1. He'd been daydreaming. Not long afterward, Senshai's wood clone relayed everything to Senshai himself, who was sitting at his office desk in the Hidden Rain Village's Ninja Academy. PFFF. He nearly spat water everywhere, laughing the moment he got the news. If there had ever been a more hilarious operation than Danzō's, Senshai couldn't recall it. This attempt to cheat the system was truly idiotic, but also quite ingenious in a certain way. Danzō, that old schemer, actually tried a stunt like this? Uzumaki Senshai, must admit he has some talent. A real glutton for punishment, our punching bag king. As he chuckled, Karen walked in, announcing, "Senshai, Sister Conan's here to see you." Karen had hoped for more juicy rumors between Senshai and other kunoichi but never found any. She did approve of Sister Conan though, and was waiting to see if there'd be any sparks. Unbeknownst to her, Senshai's personal life wasn't as dramatic as she imagined. Karen's train of thought aside, Conan soon arrived at the office. Senshai asked, "Conan, what's up?" Then, out of nowhere, he reached over and tousled Karen's neatly brushed red hair into a bird's nest, prompting her to retaliate with indignant little fists pounding his lower back. She'd only just washed and combed her hair nicely, now it was ruined again. Once the minor ruckus settled, Conan eyed Senshai with hesitation. Karen's eyes flashed with curiosity. Did Conan want to talk about something private but felt awkward saying it in front of her? But it turned out her guess was off the mark. Senshai, seeing Conan's troubled look, guessed something must be wrong with the academy or refugee shelter. "Conan, is there some problem with the ninja academy or the shelter?" he asked. Both were major drains on his finances, but he had no issue spending money if it furthered his will of reign. After all, money he spent would quickly cycle back to him in the form of mission fees and mercenary points. Conan looked torn, but finally spoke her mind. "Nagato's health has been declining, worse and worse each day. I'm worried. Do you have any way to help him?" She looked at him, eyes brimming with hope, though also anxiety. Nagato's condition was rather unique, and normal medical ninjutsu was useless. Senshai realized this was quite good news in a way, because it meant Conan trusted him deeply enough to reveal her partner's secret vulnerability. In the Akatsuki, they had many uneasy alliances, but Senshai was different. He had contributed massively to the organization. After a brief pause, Senshai decided to tell her part of the truth. In the original storyline, Conan died believing Nagato's Rinnegan had been his all along, never knowing the real story. He explained, Conan, Nagato's worsening condition is caused by his Rinnegan. It wasn't originally his, someone transplanted it into him as a child. Even though he's an Uzumaki with huge chakra reserves, he can't withstand the strain of continually using that eye. Stunned, Conan pressed for details. If anyone else had said these things, she might have dismissed it, but Senshai had his own deeper intel networks. Plus, Nagato's symptoms did line up with Senshai's explanation. Conan thought back to how Nagato's health kept getting worse with every use of the Rinnegan. Senshai continued, any forced use of a foreign KK Genkai can be very harmful. For instance, Hidden Leaf Village's genius Kakashi has just one Sharingan he can't fully control, constantly draining him. For Nagato, the Rinnegan is far more advanced than the Sharingan, so it's only natural it's hurting him. Conan believed him about 70 to 80%. She asked, do you have a solution? Of course, she knew how big a problem it was. Kakashi's issues had never been fixed, despite having Hidden Leaf Village's best behind him. Senshai first put on a show of reluctance. Well, Conan, the easiest way to halt Nagato's decline is to remove the Rinnegan. But as the leader of Akatsuki, he can't really give it up. Conan's face sank with worry. Indeed, continuing to use the Rinnegan would ruin him, but throwing it away was impossible. Senshai saw her distress. The time was right to reveal the next step. Coughing lightly, he added, removing his eyes is the normal method, but there's another way that can solve Nagato's problem forever. Conan's eyes lit up. Really? A method to let him stay healthy and keep the Rinnegan? Yep, Senshai assured her. Before she could question, Karen chimed in, Sister Conan, if Senshai says he can do it, he absolutely can. I've never seen him fail at anything. Yes, Karen was the perfect little assistant, backing up Senshai's claims. Conan still had a tinge of skepticism, though. Senshai wasn't known for medical skills, nor was Hidden Leaf Village able to fix Kakashi's issues. Could he really fix Nagato's Rinnegan problem? So Senshai decided to show her a success story. Orochimaru used a technique called living corpse reincarnation, Fushi Tensai. When it fails, you're almost guaranteed to be left in a near-death state. Not long ago, he failed and was on the brink of death, but I saved him. And he's now better than ever. Karen, nodding fervently, insisted, yes indeed. Orochimaru was in terrible shape at that time. She was merely bluffing, because she actually wasn't present during Orochimaru's operation, but she played a loyal assistant role perfectly. Shocked, Conan asked, you saved Orochimaru from the brink of death? And he's totally fine now. When Senshai nodded, she realized that might mean he truly could help Nagato. But she needed details. Senshai interpreted her unspoken question. So, do you want me to treat Nagato? If that's what you want, I can do it, but... He put on a troubled face. Conan, we're all in Akatsuki together, but this won't be easy, and you should understand what I mean. He paused, a hint of teasing in his voice. Conan rolled her eyes. She'd heard from Nagato how Senshai demanded high fees for everything, so she was expecting he would ask for a big commission. Nonetheless, she'd no choice, Nagato's life was at stake. Meanwhile, in one of Orochimaru's bases, Orochimaru wore a hospital gown, lying on a bed. He'd rushed back here from Hidden Cloud's village, having gained both the Sharingan and Byakugan, eager to transplant them. He'd desired the Sharingan for a long time, ever since being overpowered by Adachi's Dujutsu. In the past, he'd feared his body wasn't strong enough to handle the transplant, but now, thanks to the Yamata no Orochi fruit, he felt invincible. Beside his bed, Kabuto handled the procedures. After successfully implanting one Sharingan in Orochimaru's right eye, he turned for the other. Suddenly, a swirling red and black dimensional portal opened beneath Orochimaru's bed. When Kabuto looked back, both Orochimaru and the bed were gone. Kabuto, where did Lord Orochimaru go? Along with the bed. Hidden Rain Village, Ninja Academy, Principal's office. A matching crimson-black vortex appeared nearby, in front of Senshai, Karen, and Conan. Then, out popped a hospital bed with Orochimaru upon it, dressed in patient clothes. He blinked, revealing a mismatched set of eyes, his left golden pupil and his newly transplanted right Sharingan. Shocked, he realized Senshai had just teleported him mid-surgery. Damn it, Senshai? I was in the middle of a critical operation. What if I'd been halfway through a heart transplant? Karen, Conan, and Senshai all froze at the sight. Then the comedic absurdity broke them. Karen was first to lose it, bursting into giggles at Orochimaru's mismatched eyes. Even Conan's ice-cold composure cracked for a second, though she quickly pretended nothing had happened, returning to her aloof manner. Flushed with anger and embarrassment, Orochimaru demanded, "Sensei, what's the meaning of this? I was in the middle of major surgery, what if something had gone wrong?" His heterochromatic eyes gave the scene a bizarrely humorous twist, making Sensei struggle not to laugh. He coughed, avoiding looking directly at Orochimaru's odd face. "Ahem. Sorry, but I have an important client negotiation right now. She wants to speak with someone who's used my product. So share your experiences from before and after acquiring the Yamato no Orochi fruit, would you?" Realizing Sensei had dragged him here for some promotional event, Orochimaru wanted to protest but swallowed it. He was Sensei's major paying client, but Sensei also possessed terrifying power. Offending him could lead to serious pain. Besides, if this turned out to be a huge sale, it meant big money, and Orochimaru liked big money. So he nodded. Conan's first question, however, made both Sensei and Orochimaru tense up. "Didn't Sensei say your body was totally fine now? Why are you still on an operating table?" Orochimaru quickly clarified, "I am perfectly fine. I was just performing a transplant for the new Sharingan, that's all." Leaping off the bed and out into the academy courtyard, he formed hand seals with ease. Poof! A giant serpentine form, Manda or some other snake, was summoned. Orochimaru deftly hopped onto its head, then released the summoning jutsu and dropped lightly back beside Conan and Sensei. His swift, graceful movements proved he was indeed healthy. With that, Sensei heaved a sigh of relief. This demonstration should impress Conan. If they could secure a contract worth hundreds of millions again, that'd be perfect. Orochimaru understood, too, that if he ruined Sensei's kitsch, Sensei would make him pay dearly. Hence, after showing off his healthy state, Orochimaru faced Conan and continued, "Not long ago." Chapter 82, Time to Instill the Will of Rain. After hearing all that, Conan understood that Orochimaru really had been near death but was saved by Sensei, and afterward became even healthier. Yet she still furrowed her brows slightly and asked, could Nagato use the same method to get stronger, too? Although Orochimaru didn't know why Nagato needed a power-up, he answered firmly, "Conan, you can always trust in Sensei's ability to solve problems." Sensei was thrilled to hear that. Karen served as his hype assistant number 1, and now it looked like Orochimaru, the big money, or big sucker, client, was acting as hype assistant number 2. When faced with large deals, he could have Karen and Orochimaru help clinch them. After telling Conan how Sensei not only restored his health but also gave him incredible new powers, Orochimaru continued, "My body is in a state of unprecedented peak condition. With Sensei's help, I gained astonishing abilities." When he finished, Orochimaru activated his Yamato no Orochi form. Roar! Suddenly, Orochimaru transformed from a single head into 8. The middle snake head looked 70 to 80% like Orochimaru's face, while the other 7 heads were a pale white. Swish! Those 8 huge snake heads spat out 8 swords at once. Clap clap clap. Even though Karen loathed Orochimaru for being a creep, she still applauded the spectacle. It was indeed impressive. She might dislike him personally, but she couldn't deny the flamboyance of his display. Orochimaru snorted, then retracted his swords and returned to his normal form. Conan clearly looked shocked, and Orochimaru felt a bit smug about that. Compared to those 2 muscle-bound brutes in Hidden Cloud's village who hadn't been impressed, at least Conan seemed stunned. If the Hidden Cloud's village shinobi had been any smarter, he might not have been able to scam them so smoothly. The intense aura and overflowing vitality Orochimaru displayed in his Yamato no Orochi form made Conan recognize that Sensei's solution truly had some merit. She was now much more confident that Sensei could solve Nagato's problem. Still, thinking of Orochimaru's new form, she spoke quietly to Sensei, "The commission fee isn't a problem, but can you find a fruit that won't turn Nagato into a snake? Having 8 snake heads is rather disgusting." "Sensei, degrees, Orochimaru, Conan's words left Sensei momentarily speechless and Orochimaru thoroughly offended. "Who says 8 snake heads are ugly? They're awesome." Clearly, Conan must have no appreciation for the aesthetics, he groused inwardly. Not wanting to see Orochimaru and Conan argue, both were valuable clients, Sensei quickly teleported Orochimaru away, especially since looking at his mismatched eyes made Sensei want to laugh again. Back at Orochimaru's research base, Kabuto had waited only a short while when Orochimaru reappeared. Seeing him, Kabuto blurted, "Lord Orochimaru, are you alright? Was it Sensei who did this?" Orochimaru nodded. "Yes, it was Sensei who teleported me." Hearing Orochimaru was okay, Kabuto breathed a sigh of relief. "Then shall I continue the surgery on your other Sharingan, my lord?" But Orochimaru waved him off, a serious look on his face. "Kabuto, I have a question, and I need you to answer me truthfully." Adjusting his glasses solemnly, Kabuto replied, "Yes, Lord Orochimaru, ask away." "I'll be completely honest." Looking intense, Orochimaru asked, "Does my Yamato no Orochi form have artistic beauty?" A fair question for Kabuto, whose sense of art was unique. Even if Orochimaru sprouted a face on his belly, Kabuto would likely find it splendid. He answered candidly, "Lord Orochimaru, your Yamato no Orochi form is absolutely the pinnacle of ninja world art." With that, Orochimaru was reassured. Obviously, Konan either didn't understand art or lacked taste. If both he and Kabuto saw the 8-headed snake form as the peak of beauty, then the problem must be with Konan's aesthetics. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Rain Village's principal's office, Senshai and Konan were still discussing the mission. Konan's only complaint, besides wanting Nagato to recover, was ensuring he wouldn't look like a snake monster. Senshai wasn't bothered by that at all. If Konan had insisted Nagato get 8 heads as well, that might have been difficult. The Yamato no Orochi fruit wasn't necessarily going to reappear in the draws, but there were plenty of other possibilities. Seeing Senshai so quiet, Konan came closer and added, "Price is no object. Just don't give Nagato the snake look." Senshai realized this was his chance to name a high price. If she didn't want an 8-headed outcome, fine. He'd just have to keep pulling new fruit from the system. He mulled it over briefly, then said, "Konan, I'll offer you a special friends and family price, a total of 150 million ryo, and I'll resolve Nagato's condition." That was certainly not cheap. Hueco of the Guardian Shinobi 12 was only worth 30 million ryo. Senshai's price was effectively the cost of 5 Hueco. But Konan could handle it. The Akatsuki had money, and this was a worthy cause. Spending 150 million for Nagato's well-being was a bargain. After some thought, Konan agreed, "All right. I'll pay you 150 million ryo to fix Nagato's health." The system pinged in Senshai's ear, "New employment mission accepted, client, Konan, goal, solve Nagato's health problem, reward, 150 million ryo, rank, S rank, mission bonus, 150,000 employment points." Senshai was thrilled. He'd just earned a massive sum from Orochimaru, and now an equally huge job from Konan. And fixing Nagato's body was easy, he'd simply use the system's draws. Senshai gave Konan a genuine smile. "No problem, Nagato's health is as good as fixed." Konan, believing in Senshai plus Orochimaru's demonstration, felt assured. Yes, Senshai asked for steep fees, but in return, he really did deliver results. With Nagato's body steadily weakening, Konan had been extremely worried. Now, with Senshai's help, her burden lifted. She left the office feeling lighter, other tasks done, the village thriving. At this rate, everything was improving for the Hidden Rain Village and the Akatsuki. After Konan left, Senshai abruptly sensed something via his wood clone. Sasuke was longing to break past his current plateau. Knowing that, Senshai mused, maybe it's time to teach Sasuke and Naruto about the rain concept of perpetual mission grinding. Life never stops, neither do missions. He also realized it had been quite some time since he'd last visited those seedlings in person. If he ignored them too long, they might grow crooked. So he decided to head to Hidden Lee Village again soon. But first, let's try Karen's medical jutsu. He planned to take her along to meet some newly arrived Uzumaki refugees. At the Land of Rain border. Under Uzumaki Takamori's leadership, Uzumaki Haruko and the others had finally arrived. But after such a grueling trek, they were near collapse. Along the way they'd encountered bandits, all bore injuries. Takamori's right arm was numb and useless. Haruko and the rest were exhausted, half-starved, lucky to be alive only because Uzumaki blood gave them robust bodies. Thud. A 4-year-old child tumbled to the ground again, too weak to continue. Takamori anxiously said, "Any food left? Give him some. Once we cross this forest, we'll be in Ames territory." But everyone shook their heads. Haruko said softly, "Takamori uncle, we've had no food since noon yesterday." Her words plunged them into despair. They already lost some clan members. Now, so close to the Land of Rain, they couldn't bear more deaths. Haruko hesitated, then offered, "I'll check the forest for Baileys or something for Jiro." She hobbled toward the trees, only to spot eerie green eyes flickering in the darkness. The others gasped. A pack of wolves encircled them. Takamori was too injured to fight, and the rest were half dead from exhaustion. Would they all be eaten? Just then, a swirling portal of red-black space appeared, and Senshai and Karen popped out behind Haruko. A giant wolf lunged for Haruko at that very moment. Ah! She paled in terror, sure she was done for. But an unfamiliar red-haired big sister popped up at her side, calmly raising a hand, "Suzuno." Boom. A pinkish skeletal giant materialized, instantly shredding the wolves. Even the alpha wolf was finished in a couple of moves. The displaced Uzumaki group looked on in shock. But they soon noticed this young man and young lady, like them, had striking red hair. Clearly they were also Uzumaki. Scanning the starving, skeletal clan members, Senshai pulled out a pile of toasts and packaged breads from his system storage, handing them out. At that, Karen's eyes lit up. Senshai, they're nearly fainting from hunger, right? Why not let me cook them a good meal? She recalled she'd tried Suzuno cooking before. Senshai quickly stopped her. Please don't. They're in no shape for your style of cooking right now. Just use your medical ninjutsu, that'll be enough. Meanwhile, Conan strolled through the busy streets of Hidden Rain Village. Thanks to Senshai's efforts, it was bustling with new residents and returning refugees. Many villagers wore cheerful expressions. People greeted Conan with reverence. Look, it's Angel Sama. Wow, you're right, she's so pretty. She's smiling more ever since Senshai Sama came back. Conan, previously known for her cold beauty, indeed wore a faint hint of warmth these days. Onlookers whispered that Senshai must have done something else beneficial for the village, making Angel Sama happy. Her fleeting smile appeared and then vanished, but that single moment of spring-like radiance enchanted everyone. Hidden Leaf Village, Uchiha District Training Ground. Naruto and Sasuke had just finished an intense spar and sat at the side to rest. Naruto, panting slightly, joked, Sasuke, you keep this up and I'll surpass you real soon. Sasuke sneered, dead last. You think you can beat me? Come back in 100 years. His mouth said so, but in truth, Naruto's rapid improvement had forced Sasuke to push himself harder than ever. No way would he allow this loudmouth dead last to leave him behind. Nearby, Naruto's mind skipped to something else. We deserve a reward after such awesome training. Would be perfect if we could grab a bowl of Ikiraku ramen right now. Sasuke rolled his eyes. What's so special about that? He wasn't a fan of Ikiraku ramen, but Naruto always tried to drag him there. Indeed, Naruto's favorite pastime was hoping Iruka-sensei or Sasuke would treat him at Ikiraku. Naruto just shrugged. In the end, ramen was ramen. Sitting under the twilight sky, he felt that after training with Senshai, his life had changed dramatically. He and Sasuke were now the two strongest in the academy, with Iruka and the other students recognizing his strength. Ever since he was a kid, Naruto had craved people's acknowledgement, and at last he'd gotten it. His only annoyance was that Sasuke hogged all the girls' attention, especially Sakura's. Catching Naruto's weird stare, Sasuke snapped, "What are you looking at me like that for, Naruto?" Naruto didn't answer, silently wondering what made Sakura like Sasuke so much and whether he should try copying Sasuke. Maybe he should just transform into Sasuke and ask her face to face. Seeing him lost in thought, Sasuke barked, "Idiot, if you have time to drift off, use it to train harder. Stop thinking about random childish stuff." With that, Sasuke started pondering his own growth. Under Senshai's tutelage, his power had reached about a normal Jonin's level, but he felt himself slowing down. The gap between him and that man was still huge. Frowning, he went to Senshai's wood clone, raising his face seriously. "Senshai-sensei, I feel like my improvement has stalled recently. How can I get stronger faster?" Land of Rain, near the refugee shelter. Senshai and Karen had just finished settling the new arrivals from the Uzumaki clan. The stories of their hardships were dreadful. Without their sturdy constitutions, many would have died of starvation long before. Karen stood with her arms crossed, wearing a sulky expression. She was angry that Senshai had refused to let her cook. Humphrey, jerk. Won't even give me a chance to show my cooking, she thought. She'd almost killed Sarada, in another timeline, with her Suzuno cooking, after all. But then Haruko, that young red-haired girl, walked up shyly. "Sister Karen, could you heal Utai's injuries, please?" It seemed he'd been hurt but didn't want to trouble her. She nodded, "Of course. Take me to him." Haruko explained that Takamori had worried Karen might not have enough chakra to heal everyone, so the lightly wounded clan members tried to manage on their own. Hearing that, Senshai smirked. "Hey, I told you before, you should have practiced more medical ninjutsu instead of your bizarre cooking. Now people doubt your abilities." Karen pouted angrily. How could he scold her at a time like this? He's so annoying. Still, the nearby children watched the pair with envy. This banter felt so natural, like a real family. Karen went off to heal the boy named Utai. Meanwhile, the wood clone's intel on Sasuke's plateau reached Senshai. So, time to pass on more of the mission grinding spirit. He told Karen, "We'll head to Hidden Leaf Village soon to deal with something. Let's go see those seedlings, so they don't grow crooked in our absence." And so it was that Senshai prepared once again to set foot in Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 83, Dapao. Whoosh, location, Hidden Leaf Village, Uchiha District, Training Grounds. In the distance, Sasuke and Naruto both saw a familiar sight, a swirling dark red vortex in the air. They recognized it at once, Senshai's space portal. Exerting his teleportation power, Senshai arrived on the spot with Karen. The moment they stepped out, Sasuke and Naruto grew visibly excited. "I knew you two would show up," Senshai said with a slight smile, as he and Karen emerged from the portal. Seeing Senshai, Sasuke couldn't contain his delight. "Senshai-sensei." Naruto, farther away, waved frantically as he ran closer. "Senshai-sensei." "Karen-chan." "Awesome, so glad to see you both again." Hearing that, Karen gave a little huff, striking a bossy pose. "Don't call me Karen-chan. It should be Karen-nichan." Naruto nodded eagerly. "Got it, Karen-chan." Exasperated, Karen began to roll up her sleeves as if to make Naruto taste Suigetsu's suffering. Seeing this, Naruto hurriedly adopted a defensive stance. At that moment, Senshai stepped in before a real brawl could break out. He made a swift move to replicate a headpat kill scene, almost like crafting a new world-famous painting. Swoosh, in a single body flicker, Senshai positioned himself behind Karen and Naruto, placing a hand on each of their heads. If Sasuke had stepped in between, they could have taken a heartwarming teacher and students group photo. With Senshai intervening, all of Karen's aggression got redirected at him. Naruto couldn't help bursting out laughing when he saw how Karen's neatly combed red hair got turned into a bird's nest style by Senshai's head pat. Naruto himself got the same messy treatment, but he didn't mind one bit. He even mulled over whether he should do a head pat approach to Sakura, without realizing that might be an excellent way to get clobbered. Senshai, of course, had no idea that Naruto was learning a new self-destructing move from him. After that minor scuffle, Senshai pulled out items from his system space to distribute, a portion of Ikiraku ramen for Naruto, fresh tomatoes for Sasuke, his favorite, dango skewers for Karen. Then he invited the three kids to sit off to one side for a small break. As they settled, Sasuke took a bite of his tomato and addressed Senshai. "Senshai-sensei, is there a way for me and Naruto to keep boosting our strength even faster?" Naruto joined in earnestly. "Sensei, I want to get stronger too. I want more acknowledgement from the villagers." Senshai felt quite gratified. He'd been waiting for them to ask that question and open the way to his lessons. Clearing his throat, he began, "To get stronger fast, you need a clear goal and constant effort. I'm not some prodigy, nor was I born into a prestigious clan. The reason I've come this far is simple: I focus on missions, pouring in endless sweat and giving my all." Sasuke and Naruto listened with rapt attention. Sasuke, especially eager, said, "Please guide us, Senshai-sensei." Senshai put on a serious expression, becoming somewhat solemn as he declared, "The only way, the one and only, to power up quickly is to do missions. Lots of them, at a furious pace. You'll gain experience from each job, tempered in live combat, forging yourself through the tasks until you truly transform. That's the surest path to real strength." At first, the boys were stunned. Senshai realized he needed to explain further or they wouldn't grasp what made doing missions so crucial. "Doing missions has many benefits," he went on. "First, it sharpens your problem-solving skills. Second, you can see your strength surge through practical experiences. Finally, once a mission is over, you also get paid for it. It's a perfect trifecta. In short, to grow stronger, you must do lots of missions. Understand?" Naruto and Sasuke still looked a bit doubtful. Sasuke pointed out, "But sensei, plenty of ninja in Hidden Leaf Village have spent years doing missions, yet they haven't gotten that strong." Senshai waved a hand. "That's because they're not taking enough missions. Only when you accumulate enough quantity do you get a qualitative leap. Their mission count is too low, and they don't push themselves, so they don't see rapid progress." Just then, Karen, fulfilling her role as excellent assistant, gave a personal testimonial. I'll confirm Senshai is telling the truth. He's grown so strong precisely because he's spent uncountable years with basically non-stop missions." Karen wasn't spouting nonsense. She'd followed Senshai around for a while now and had never seen him do typical training. For him, each mission was effectively rest and practice combined. Her eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had clearly witnessed how Senshai, by piling on tasks, built up power enough to dominate the ninja world. Hearing about Senshai's success, plus Karen's endorsement, Sasuke and Naruto started to believe. If Senshai-sensei and Karen said so, how could it be wrong? Eagerly, Naruto said, "Then let's do it, Dappeo. Sasuke and I will start taking missions." Sasuke nodded in agreement. "No wonder our progress stalled lately, turns out we haven't done enough missions. From now on, we'll spare as much time as we can to take on tasks. That's how we'll keep advancing." Naruto concurred wholeheartedly. Senshai felt a rush of joy, exactly as planned. If these two thrived under his guidance, they become unstoppable mission machines, generating a flood of points for him. Doing missions equals money equals half of the mission points for Senshai's system. Still, correct direction wasn't enough. He needed a proper incentive so they'd truly embrace the mission grind. So Senshai told them, after you formally start taking missions, I'll keep track of every reward you earn. Once you truly get rolling, for every piece of pay you bring in, we'll record it carefully. They blinked, not sure why he'd bother tallying money. But Senshai had thoroughly planned it. He would get 50% of the employment points from each mission they did. Once they earned him enough points for 10 draws, he'd share 1 draw with them. It was a bit underhanded, they do 10 draws worth of work, and he grants them 1. But that was how middlemen function. Meanwhile, these two gained freebies they'd never have otherwise. Anyway, seeing their confusion, Senshai explained further, each time you accumulate 20 million ryo from missions, you'll get to do a lucky draw for a special reward. If you get something on par with the items you've already received, like the Thunder Punch or Aura Sphere skill discs, your strength will jump again. At that, Sasuke and Naruto's eyes gleamed in excitement. Sasuke, Thunder Punch. Naruto, Aura Sphere. Sasuke, Thunder. Naruto, Aura. They were all fired up. Doing missions was already killing 3 birds with 1 stone, but now with an additional draw, it was effectively quadruple the benefits. If they drew something as powerful as their existing moves, they'd get even stronger in no time. Senshai absolutely wouldn't fill those draws with worthless items like one Kairaku ramen or generic sweets. He might draw such things for himself, but for them, he'd try to pick things beneficial to them. Indeed, he was more generous than Orochimaru. That snake had once taken Danzō's money and left him high and dry. Karen, upon hearing Senshai's plan, was instantly intrigued. She popped out from behind him and said, Senshai, I want to do missions too so I can join the draws. She regarded mission rewards as easy pickings. Her pink Susanoo would mow down all resistance. Not to mention her eternal Mangekyo eyes never wore out. But Senshai pressed down on her head, replying, no need for that. As my assistant, you just do your job. If Sasuke and Naruto wholly matured, they'd collectively overshadow even the legendary warrior duo, unstoppable in missions. Meanwhile, he wanted Karen to keep focusing on daily tasks, and not blow everything up with cooking. Scowling, Karen retreated a short distance, pouting. Hey, don't underestimate me. I awakened a brand new ability. It might even trouble you, you know. Senshai arched a brow. Oh? Then show me. Grinning smugly, Karen took a stance and shouted, adamantine sealing chains, gold style, sealing bind. Whir. A series of iron chains materialized at lightning speed, coiling around Senshai and holding him tight. Senshai was surprised that Karen had actually mastered the Uzumaki clan's legendary sealing chain so quickly. Even a severely weakened Kushina could shackle the Nine Tails with those. In his training program, Karen had obviously soared. Mildly impressed, he flexed once and broke free instantly. Not bad, he praised. Karen felt crushed. She had pinned all her pride on that newly awakened ability, but Senshai busted it in under 0.1 seconds. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Naruto were dumbfounded at how quickly Senshai had escaped. That said, being able to restrain him at all, even for an instant, was a remarkable feat for someone so young. Seeing Karen slump in disappointment, Senshai patted her head. It's a very strong and useful power. In future tailed beast captures, it'll be vital. Just like that, her face shone again. If it helped them capture tailed beasts, that was great. No more negativity. Afterwards, Senshai resumed teaching. He wanted Sasuke and Naruto to truly get into mission grinding. They had soared thanks to learning Thunder Punch and Aura Sphere, but Naruto was nowhere near unstoppable. So Senshai gave them pointers on mission execution. They listened closely, because mission equals money equals strength. Naruto, fired up, declared, Dapao. I can't wait to start a mission. Sasuke agreed. We want that money, 2 million, 4 million, or better yet 20 million to get the big reward. Let's do this. They were done lazing about. Satisfied, Senshai said, alright, if you have no more questions, Karen and I'll head off now. The two kids waved goodbye, while Senshai and Karen returned the gesture. Then Senshai used his swirling portal again to leave. With them gone, Sasuke turned to Naruto. Hey, I've decided, I'm applying for early graduation. I want to keep up with Senshai-sensei's pace. How about you? Naruto nodded excitedly. Me too. I can't wait to do real missions. Then he teased, I bet I'll reach 20 million ryo first, Sasuke. Sasuke gave a cold laugh. TCH, you, the eternal dead last, think you learned that money faster than me? Naruto, don't underestimate my new resolve. I've gotten a lot stronger lately. Sasuke, effort alone won't surpass a genius. Let's see how far you get. Naruto, you dissing me again, Sasuke? Sasuke, time to see if you can keep up, Naruto. Naruto, Sasuke. Sasuke, Naruto. The next day, Hokage's office in Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at two separate forms on his desk. Both were requests for early graduation. His brows knotted. These days, Hidden Leaf Village was plagued by ongoing issues. The Forest of Death had been leveled, 1 billion ryo had vanished from the treasury, Danzō nearly got beaten to death by unknown assailants. Now, on top of that, new problems had arisen. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's growth, and the last two Uchiha's growth, were straying drastically from what the village elders intended. Knock, knock, knock. There came a knock at the office door. "Come in," said Hiruzen, taking a puff on his pipe. The door opened, admitting Kakashi Hatake. Hiruzen greeted him. "It's you, Kakashi. What's the matter? Are you finding the Sharingan comfortable to use?" Observing Kakashi's general state, the third Hokage noticed he looked more energetic than ever. Previously, carrying even a single Sharingan wore him down. But now, it seemed different, he actually looked refreshed. Kakashi answered, "Hokage-sama, it may sound hard to believe, but I can now perfectly use my pair of Sharingan." In truth, Kakashi owed Sensei for that. But he wasn't exactly showering him with thanks. Thanks to Sensei, Kakashi had gained a brand new set of eyes, enabling him to open or close them at will. Before, Obito was a high mecha, two-person pilot, and for a long time neither had a stable mecha. Now, though, once Kakashi developed his Mangekyo, he and Obito could theoretically pilot a mech battle in the Valley of the End or wherever. Hiruzen was surprised. He'd noticed Kakashi possessed a normal pair of eyes, meaning he could close the Sharingan at will, but he hadn't realized Kakashi was fully in sync with them. No discomfort or abnormalities. The Hokage asked, worried there might be hidden traps. If those eyes malfunctioned mid-mission, Kakashi could be in grave danger. Kakashi assured him, "Lord Hokage, these eyes fit me so naturally, it's almost like I was born with this bloodline. Using them feels completely normal." If only Danzō weren't in the hospital, he might dispatch Root to investigate whether Kakashi had some evil Uchiha lineage. But right now, Danzō was laid up, and no further trouble had begun. Chapter 84, Ora Kakashi had carefully researched and tested the pair of Sharingan he now possessed. His conclusion was that they were unbelievably convenient. Before, the Sharingan Obito had given him couldn't be deactivated, placing a huge burden on him. In battle, he had to finish things quickly or withdraw promptly, otherwise, if a fight dragged on, his chakra would run out. That was why he developed the Activate Chidori and Finish It Fast style of combat. He simply couldn't afford a prolonged fight. But now everything was different. His Sharingan brought only benefits, no drawbacks. Having both eyes perfectly adapted to him boosted his abilities exponentially. He explained all these new experiences with his upgraded Sharingan to the third Hokage, who merely nodded. Hiruzen Sarutobi had no idea why Sensei would provide Kakashi with a perfectly compatible pair of Sharingan, but it was, in the end, a good thing for Hidden Leaf Village. Even so, Hiruzen felt an even greater wariness toward Uzumaki Sensei. Acquiring even a single Sharingan was extremely difficult. Not only could Sensei get hold of them, but he could also provide a pair that perfectly meshed with Kakashi's body. What kind of terrifying power was that? Was Sensei indirectly flexing his muscle in front of Hidden Leaf Village, signaling them not to meddle in his affairs? Seeing the Hokage frowning in silence, Kakashi spoke up, "Hokage-sama, now that I've fully recovered, I'd like to begin investigating Obito Uchiha's whereabouts immediately. Please grant me permission." Kakashi had previously applied for this, and the third Hokage had agreed. But today was different. Though Kakashi had once been free to handle that matter, there were now more pressing issues for him. Hiruzen remained silent, simply handing Kakashi two applications from his desk, requests for early graduation. Having been in the Anbu, Kakashi was fairly informed about all manner of intelligence. Seeing the names on these applications, he was rather startled. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and a lone surviving member of the Uchiha clan want to graduate early. During wartime, it was normal for strong students to graduate early to defend the village. Sometimes you'd see children as young as 3 on the battlefield. But in peacetime, early graduation was rare, unless the student was remarkably gifted and had learned all they could from the academy. Hiruzen nodded slightly. "Yes, it's these two kids requesting early graduation. I went to the academy recently and observed them sparring. Their abilities far surpass the graduation standard, they really can graduate early if they want." The Hokage's words surprised Kakashi. Based on what the Hokage implied, Naruto and Sasuke had to be special geniuses. But if that were the case, why hadn't anyone heard about it before? Just then, Hiruzen pulled him back from his thoughts, continuing, Naruto is the village's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and Sasuke Uchiha is the last flame of the Uchiha clan. Their identities are extremely sensitive, both are crucial to Hidden Leaf Village, so nothing can be allowed to happen to them. Hidden Leaf Village is in a turbulent period, and I need you to handle these kids. Kakashi frowned. He still wanted to investigate Obito first. Obito's sudden appearance both thrilled and bewildered him, giving him an uneasy feeling that this whole business was complicated and dangerous. But Hiruzen gave him no chance to refuse, adding, I want you to approach them and see if any hostile village has secretly contacted them, or if there's any unusual factor behind their sudden leaps in strength. Since the third Hokage had put it that way, Kakashi couldn't say no. Although he was anxious to track down Obito, Naruto was his teacher's, the fourth Hokage's, child, and naturally Kakashi didn't wish for anything bad to happen to him. So he nodded. Understood, Hokage-sama. Hidden Leaf Village, Ninja Academy. Class ended for the day, and students left in small groups. Some parents greeted their kids at the gate and took them home. Naruto and Sasuke, though, weren't so lucky. There were no parents waiting. As always, the two left school together, planning to head for the Uchiha compound's training area. But this time, a silver-haired figure called out to them at the gate, wait a second, Naruto and Sasuke, right? I'm Kakashi Hatake, a Hidden Leaf Village Jonin. I've been assigned to oversee your request for early graduation. Speaking, Kakashi showed them their application forms, complete with the third Hokage's signed approval. Sasuke recognized them at a glance. These were indeed the forms he and Naruto had submitted, with the Hokage's signature. Before Sasuke could voice any doubts, Kakashi said, I heard from the academy teachers that your skills already match the standard for graduation. Whether you can truly graduate early, though, depends on my observation and tests. For now, you don't need to attend classes, I'll give you temporary guidance. Sasuke had no objections, this was simply the village's arrangement. Naruto, however, grimaced, a guidance teacher? We already have a teacher. Before he could finish, Sasuke clapped a hand over his mouth. Don't let your mouth run, Dobi, dead last. This is a special instructor sent by the village, not the same as the academy teachers. Compared to the impulsive, clueless Naruto, Sasuke acted more mature and composed. He knew that whenever a Hidden Leaf Village ninja got too close to investigate them, Senshai-senseis would clone hid in secret. Clearly, Senshai didn't want the village to know he was personally training the two. Naruto, with his personality, wouldn't have realized these complications. Kakashi kept up a faint smile, but he was secretly paying attention. As a former Anbu elite, he didn't let slip a single detail. Just now, Naruto apparently said they already had some other teacher. Did that mean a foreign ninja was secretly involved with them? He'd been told by the Hokage that such a possibility existed. That was precisely why he'd been sent, to see if foreign influences explain their rapid leaps in power. Naruto, having almost blurted out their direct connection to Senshai, realized his mistake the moment Sasuke shot him that meaningful look. He scratched his head sheepishly. So the guidance you'll give us is different from Iruka-sensei's guidance? Kakashi nodded, exactly. I'll evaluate your abilities and give you targeted training. If you truly meet the standard to graduate early, we'll finalize your application. Otherwise, you'll stay in the academy for more practice. While chatting with them, Kakashi studied the boys carefully. Normally it was tough for any ninja from outside the village to stay here incognito and contact Naruto or Sasuke so often without being found. Apart from Naruto's earlier slip, Kakashi saw nothing else suspicious. He would keep observing. As Kakashi watched them, Naruto and Sasuke sized him up as well. Naruto couldn't help complaining inwardly, why does early graduation have so many hoops to jump through? When can we finally do missions? He was itching to complete a bunch of tasks, earn money, and get more moves like his aura sphere. He wasn't sure why, but these orb-based techniques really suited him. Sasuke's thoughts were more complex. Kakashi's laid-back smile might appear harmless, but from the moment he arrived, he'd been quietly assessing them. Has the village noticed some of our behavior? Sasuke wondered. Did the higher-ups send this ninja because of Senshai-sensei? He wasn't worried for Senshai's safety, just whether it might cause unnecessary trouble for him. After all, if the village openly clashed with Senshai-sensei, it could end very badly for them. Worst case, they might have to rebuild the village from scratch. Finally, after putting away the application forms, Kakashi asked again, I've got a rough idea of your time in the academy. But if you're graduating early, do you have any plans? Something you want to achieve? Kakashi posed the question in a casual tone, but it was definitely a probe. He guessed Sasuke might not say much, but Naruto might blurt out crucial info. Yet this time, he miscalculated. Both boys exchanged determined looks and replied in unison, we want to do missions, lots of them. Naruto added, excited, no matter the task, I'll go all out. Dappeo. Sasuke, I'll surpass your mission count, you hear? Sasuke sneered, you, the dead last, think you can beat me? Naruto, hey, I'll definitely beat you this time. Sasuke, that'll never happen, Dobi. Naruto, don't call me Dobi, dumb. Sasuke, HN. Kakashi? He was stunned. Who taught them to say such stuff? Missions? Lots of missions? Going all out on every single one? Hidden Rain Village, Ninja Academy, Principal's office. Returning from Hidden Leaf Village with Karen, Sensei arrived here. No matter how strong he was, there was a limit to what one ninja could do alone. But now, he wasn't working alone. Even though the current system for mission acceptance still wasn't fully set, many of his mercenary corps members were raring to go. Someone like Kakazu, the ninja world's ultimate laborer, was out there somewhere mowing down tasks, earning him plenty of employment points. After exploring the mercenary corps system for a while, Sensei had it figured out. He didn't have the time or energy to train a huge number of recruits. Only those who formed strong bonds and got personal guidance from him would join. They had to be the elite among elites. People like Naruto or Sasuke might eventually surpass all known measure in mission capabilities. While it was hard to find many legendary Pokemon like them, he could still nurture some Charmanders or Squirtles. Meanwhile, the Rain country's mass acceptance of refugees would continuously expand its population, letting Sensei carefully choose the best of the best. The Sensei pick meant guaranteed excellence. Aside from relying on quantity leading to quality, he had also created the strongest ninja academy in the ninja world. Period. Kakazu, for instance, had been strong but had major weaknesses. Once an enemy discovered his heart's secret, they could kill him easily. But now, each of Kakazu's 5 hearts was heavily protected, boosting his power another level. Smack. Wood style, wood clone. Inside the principal's office, Sensei clapped his hands. Multiple wood clones emerged around him. He planned to assign them as teachers at the academy, helping instruct all the children. Even the Hyuga clan's heiress in Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't receive such super ninja tutoring. Attending Hidden Rain Village's academy was effectively winning from the starting line. After sending the clones to their posts, Sensei opened his mercenary corps interface. Indeed, there were a few more new faces, tiny children who'd already embraced the will of Rain, each with bright futures. Among them were also some Uzumaki clan members, though not many. The Uzumakis had massive chakra and potential, plus talents in sealing jutsu, possibly awakening mind's eye of the Kagura, healing bites, or adamantine sealing chains. Thinking about that, Sensei decided to check on these newly sprouted seedlings in his farmland. Whoosh, using Kama's ability, he teleported to the refugee shelter. An instant later, he found himself surrounded by countless refugees, most in poor health. Without him persuading Nagato to accept them, many would likely have starved to death by now. Once they saw Sensei, the refugees, men, women, children, brightened. Their eyes shone with gratitude. It's Lord Sensei? Lord Sensei has come. Thank you for sheltering us, Lord Sensei. A wave of excitement spread. Everyone expressed their gratitude in their own way. Sensei, seeing their fervor, waved and encouraged them. Everyone, try to put your past hardships behind you and focus on regaining your strength. From the moment you arrived in Hidden Rain Village, you began a new life. Everything starts over now. Whatever difficulties come your way, do not be afraid, carry through with the will of Rain, and any challenge crumbles like paper. They didn't fully grasp his meaning, but responded energetically, raising their fists and shouting, where missions flow, the grind never stops. Seeing them accept the will of Rain so readily filled Sensei with satisfaction. But he was here mostly to see his fellow Uzumaki clansmen. Their special settlement was still under construction. Not long ago, it was near impossible to even find 2 Uzumaki survivors together in one place. Now, the Hidden Rain Village's refugee shelter hosted over 10 from the Uzumaki clan. Among them, the oldest was Uzumaki Takamori, those even older hadn't survived the extended hardships. There were hardly any middle-aged folks. Instead, many were children, because parents, out of love, gave survival priority to their kids. After he arrived, the Uzumaki survivors gathered around, saying, Lord Sensei, thank you for taking us in. Lord Sensei, we've fully recovered and want to join in building the village. Yes, we can do so many tasks for you. They insisted they were ready to work, though in truth, all of them were malnourished, looking ready to topple from a mere breeze. Sensei waved them off gently, then pulled out a large cache of supplies from his system space, dropping it before them. Hand these out first, then focus on healing your bodies and regaining your strength. Once you're well, I'll lead you in building a new homeland for the Uzumaki. He wasn't in a rush to have them do labor. Putting these red-haired, half-starved folks to heavy tasks would be overkill. More importantly, if they visibly thrived here, more Uzumaki from across the ninja world would come seeking refuge. All the clan members visibly relaxed and felt joy. Though they hadn't been here long, it was already worlds better than their previous lives. They could sense Senshai truly regarded them as kin, supplying safe accommodations, hot food, warm clothing, and concern for everyone's health. They believed that if Senshai became the Uzumaki clan's leader, he could definitely restore them to greatness. It was then that a 5-year-old boy named Uzumaki Utai timidly asked, "Lord Senshai, can we go study at the Ninja Academy, too?" His aunt, Keiko, promptly scolded him, "Utai, don't bother Lord Senshai, he's got a ton to handle and has already helped us enough." In her eyes, going to the Ninja Academy sounded complicated. You'd need school supplies, possibly ninja tools. Senshai was already feeding them and giving them hot meals. They should be content and do some labor in return once they recovered, right? So some older kids who also longed to attend the academy fell silent, and the few older survivors all nodded. They felt the Uzumaki children shouldn't become a burden, especially since the academy was presumably for the Hidden Rain Village's own young. Nobody expected what happened next. Senshai patted Utai's head with a slight smile. "Utai, if you want to attend the Ninja Academy, there's no problem. I'm the principal there. Any child who comes to Hidden Rain Village is welcome to enroll." Utai gaped in shock and delight. They could study at the academy, after all? The other kids were likewise astonished. A few sensitive little girls were so moved that tears came to their eyes. Going to school had been an impossible dream. Yet in the Hidden Rain Village, with Senshai's permission, all children could attend. Cheering erupted among the younger Uzumaki. While these tender shoots began absorbing the will of rain, Senshai glanced at his mercenary core interface. As expected, 2 new kids' avatars popped up. One was that little girl who'd been crying tears of joy, the other a small boy. Both had decent potential, making Senshai quietly elated. Letting them freeze or starve out there would waste their talents. By gathering them here, letting them recover, and developing their Uzumaki gifts, they'd have far better lives, and provide more employment points for him. Not only did that little girl cry tears of joy, but Utai's aunt also shed tears, overwhelmed by how great this all felt. Before, her biggest fears were starving to death or a harsh winter. Now, all that had changed. She and a few older survivors stared at Senshai with gratitude. He was indeed their salvation. Meanwhile, Uncle Takamori and his nephew Mutsumi stood to one side. Takamori was a seasoned genin, Mutsumi a boy learning ninjutsu from him. They'd fended off dangers on the journey, enabling the more fragile clan members to reach the Hidden Rain Village. Listening to Senshai's words, Mutsumi muttered, "Is this a Ganjutsu? That's impossible. Since when? Release Ganjutsu." Takamori found his Chunibyo nephew tiresome and bopped him on the head. But the older man's gaze turned complicated. Hidden Edi Village, once known for powerful sealing techniques, had been destroyed by various covetous forces. Many died in war, some were captured for experiments, and the rest teetered on death's edge. Takamori had been observing Senshai with mind's eye of the Kagura since the beginning, mistrusting the idea that someone would help them for free. If they hadn't had no options left and heard rumors that the Hidden Rain Village's new figurehead was also an Uzumaki, he wouldn't have taken the risk of bringing so many survivors here. Indeed, they'd lost 2 more on the way, but it now seemed worth it. Still, Takamori remained on guard. Senshai looked harmless at the moment, but that didn't mean he had zero ulterior motives. As an elder, he had to maintain a sense of crisis. At that moment, Karen and Haruko came over carrying new supplies. Karen apparently had found a little tag-along. Haruko's bright eyes gleamed with admiration for Sister Karen. Passing Takamori, Karen cheerfully called, "Uncle Takamori, why are you spacing out? Hurry and get your share." Seeing her bright, genuine smile, Takamori felt his eyes moisten. Like them, Karen possessed that characteristic Uzumaki red hair. Yet the Uzumakis he knew always wore pained or fearful expressions, seldom smiling so freely. He'd already learned that Karen had been with Senshai the longest, so she knew him best. Maybe talking to her would help him figure out whether Senshai had some hidden agenda. Thus he spoke, "Karen-chan, could you tell us a bit about Lord Senshai's stories?" Karen perked up instantly, as though her drowsiness vanished. She loved talking about Senshai's legends. She took Haruko aside, seating them with Takamori, Mutsumi, and the others. "Takamori Ojuzan, Mutsumi, Haruko-chan, you're all curious about Senshai's exploits?" she asked. Takamori nodded firmly. Mutsumi, about 13 or 14, wore a resolute look. He wanted to become as impressive as Senshai. Haruko, 5 or so, nodded fervently. Seeing their eagerness, Karen assumed the posture of a professional assistant and began, "Before I met Senshai, rumor says he was a normal Uzumaki ninja too, living in a shabby shack in Hidden Rain Village. But Senshai refused to bow to fate. He took up a sword and stepped into the black market in the Hidden Rain village, and so began a legendary black market tale. Takamari, Matsumi, and Haruko listened with rapt attention. Matsumi's eyes went round, and Haruko, in her soft, childish voice, exclaimed, "So Senshai-sama was originally just an ordinary Uzumaki, too?" Karen nodded and went on, "Once Senshai first ventured into the Ames black market, he never looked back. He finished one mission after another, undergoing ordeal after ordeal, honing himself. In almost no time, his name in the black market rivaled even Mr. Kakazu. Later, he left Kakazu far behind. Of course, these folks had no idea who Kakazu was, so Karen explained that Kakazu had once battled the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. It was a bit of a tall tale. They didn't know Kakazu's exact record, but no matter, the three men all gasped in unison. Hiss. Takamori drew a sharp breath. By the time Senshai-sama was just 18, he was stronger than Kakazu, who'd once fought the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. That gave Takamori an essential clue: unceasing, insane mission completion seemed the only way to skyrocket one's strength. That was apparently how Senshai rose. Hearing him press for details, Karen nodded. Soon after, he asked, "And then what happened?" Karen boasted, "Later, on his next mission, he encountered me, kidnapped by some evil traffickers. He rescued me, and from then on, I was his most loyal and dependable assistant. He already had an inconceivably strong mission execution ability, but after he got me, it rose even higher. Truthfully, if not for her, Senshai would have had to count money alone." She then told them how, upon entering the Ames black market, Senshai realized other ninjas were too overworked, so he volunteered to take all the tasks, making them weep with gratitude. It was basically just Karen's imaginative fluff, but so be it. She also recounted how Senshai allegedly supported Mua to overthrow the oppressive rule in Hidden Grass Village. In short, as the #1 Senshai fan, she conflated various rumors and legends. Regardless, her stories firmly cemented Senshai in Takamori and Matsumi's minds as a heroic, almost godlike figure. Just as Karen prepared to continue, Senshai arrived quietly and grabbed her by the back of the collar, hauling her away from the platform of destiny. He'd been listening in for a while. At first, her tall tales only made him twitch at the corners of his mouth, but the more she said, the more exaggerated it got, even he couldn't stomach it. Face-saving was one thing, but this was overboard. Hauling Karen back home, Senshai had a thought: since this girl praised him so sweetly, might as well arrange that silver disc she wanted. Not necessarily a move-learning disc, but something that'd suit her. The mercenary system's blind boxes came from countless worlds, no need to restrict it to Pokemon references. She was in a great mood. Meeting so many fellow Uzumaki, Takamari Ojuzan, Haruko, and Keiko, gave her a new sense of kinship. Before long, they'd all be part of one big clan, a warm family. Senshai then brought her to a small woodland area near the refugee shelter. He still had about 300,000 or so employment points left. Time to go all in on a few hundred draw attempts, hopefully finding something suitable for Karen and also a solution for Nagato. Nagato might not be a living skeleton yet, but at his rate of using the Rinnegan, that day wasn't far off. If these 300 pulls failed to produce anything for Nagato, that'd be unfortunate. He perched calmly atop a large stone, mentally commanding, "System, draw heavily for me. Start with 100 pull as a warm-up." In the past, he'd do single draws or maybe a 10 pull as a warm-up. Now, he was lavishly using 100 pull. 100,000 points deducted, remaining points, 240,350, drawing. Congratulations, you have acquired Senzuban X3 Sanshoku Dango X Denchuk Amount X3 Card KK Genkai, Explosion Style X1. Senzu beans? Are these the ones I think they are? Senshai's gaze turned to his system space. Indeed, he found them. Senzu bean, SS rank reward, from the Dragon Ball world, grown by the cat sage on Karen Tower. Abilities: eating just one keeps you from hunger for 10 days, with an extremely powerful restorative effect. As long as the user isn't completely dead, they can instantly recover stamina and energy, restoring their body to peak condition. Wow! So the system could even pull items from Dragon Ball? Next might come Saiyan blood or something. Senshai chuckled. But this was not a permanent fix for Nagato, it only treated symptoms, not the cause. It wouldn't fix the Rinnegan's continuous draining. Plus, 3 bins from 100 pull was pretty stingy, they were obviously rare items. He shrugged. Apart from Senzu bins and an explosion style limit, nothing else was that eye-catching in this first 100 draw. Time for more. He adjusted his posture and mumbled a short draw luck incantation. Dark clouds in the northwest, may the black rooster drop among phoenixes. All in, all in. Let's do 2 more 100 pulls. 200,000 points deducted, Remaining points, 40,350. Drawing, congratulations, you have acquired Todoil X3 bottles Sanshoku Dango X Denchuk Raw Amount X3 Card KK Genkai, Sharingan X2 Expired Milk X1 Arrow, Killer Queen Limited Edition X1. Killer Queen? Senshai's eyes locked on the new item, Arrow, Killer Queen Limited Edition, S-Rank Reward, from the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure World. Anyone pierced by this arrow becomes a stand user, gaining the Killer Queen stand. Development level, D, currently unlocked ability, First Bomb, anything Killer Queen touches becomes a bomb. Only one active bomb at a time. Reading this, Senshai's thoughts began racing. If you became a passing stand user, that would be insane. You could have Aura in one hand and Midamata in the other. Even someone used to big scenes like him couldn't help but grin. The mental image was too vivid. That said, he wasn't planning to use Killer Queen himself. The stand had a cute pink cat face design, which he found less to his taste. It might suit Karen better, letting her become a stand user from this day forward. Senshai quickly walked over to Karen. Karen, come over here, let me stab you. Karen? That question left her confused. Why does Senshai want to stab me? I'm not sick, and I haven't done anything wrong. Did I mess up somehow? But she didn't refuse. She obediently walked over, preparing to pull down her pants. Chapter 85, Legendary Pokemon on Grind. Luckily, Senshai reacted quickly. No, not the butt, just extend your hand. Okay. Karen blinked her big, bright eyes, looking curious, not knowing what Senshai was about to do. If it wasn't an injection, had she done something wrong and was about to be punished? Before she could react, Senshai took out the arrow, pricked her hand with it. Oh! Suddenly, a mysterious ripple emerged. Karen had officially awakened the stand Killer Queen, becoming a stand user. Because Karen was still a young girl, the Killer Queen stand that she awakened was also a child version. It stood at the same height as Karen, shaped like a pink-furred humanoid cat. Although Senshai himself did not have a stand, he wasn't a stand user. Through his mantra he could basically sense the stand's presence and form. In his view, the child-sized pink cat person Killer Queen suited Karen perfectly. With her pink Susanoo to go with a pink cat-like Killer Queen, it was a perfect path to max out the macho points in its own quirky way. Likewise, Karen's status screen might now look like this. Name, Uzumaki Karen. Identity, Senshai's assistant. If in the future Senshai found a suitably compatible special trait learning disc for Karen, she could take on a new role like a yada-yada type Pokemon. Or if Senshai drew some Pokemon that suited Karen, he could tell her, look, this is a summoning beast I discovered, thus adding a Pokemon trainer identity for her. It wouldn't be surprising if she eventually became a passerby cameo with great power. While Senshai was figuring out how best to nurture Karen, he sat on a large stone in the forest clearing, checking the results of his recent Gaka draw. Quickly scanning through the various rewards, Senshai saw none that would help Nagato right now. Was it Nagato's ill-fated destiny, or had Senshai's luck run dry? In any case, it had been easy enough drawing the Yamato no Orochi fruit for Orochimaru back then, so Senshai was unwilling to accept defeat. He decided to recheck the system's inventory thoroughly. But after carefully reviewing everything in his storage, it appeared there truly was nothing that suited Nagato's situation. Worst case, he could feed Nagato a Senzubin to keep him from deteriorating for a while, but that would only be a patch job, not an actual fix. Conan had entrusted Senshai with truly solving Nagato's health issue, so giving him a Senzubin wouldn't count as the mission done. She wouldn't fork out more money just for that. Ugh, how troubling. At least with Senzubins on hand, Senshai could ensure Nagato didn't sink into a lethal state, thus avoiding total mission failure. He still had the big quest in Hidden Cloud's village to capture the tailed beasts, earning him more cash, and presumably another 100 draw or two. If the system was not too stingy, 4 sets of 100 pulls in total should be enough to get something that cures Nagato. As Senshai pondered these assignments, Karen, newly minted stand user, happily tinkered with her powers. Her Killer Queen stand would tap an object, turning it into a bomb. Since Karen was still a child, she ran many little safety tests. Susanoo. Just before detonating a bomb, Karen activated her Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, summoning her pink Susanoo around herself and Killer Queen. Only then did she announce, go for it. Fortunately, Killer Queen couldn't speak to question why she was so cautious. In Karen's view, bombs were as dangerous as explosive tags, so you needed safety measures. Plus she had a habit of summoning Susanoo for something as simple as preventing hot oil splashes when cooking, so messing with bombs definitely called for protective measures. With her pink Susanoo shielding them, Killer Queen lifted its right hand, pressing the small detonator button on its second finger joint. Boom. The rock, now turned into a bomb, flared with orange-red light and exploded violently. After a few trials, Karen became more confident in the ability. She got bolder, using Suzunu's giant arms to move a boulder over 2 meters wide, planning to lob it at the distant forest. She had the whimsical notion of copying Senshai's famous moment, pointing to a swath of woodland and casually saying, "See that forest there?" Then hurling an explosive and blowing the trees to kingdom come. But before Karen and Killer Queen could carry out their mischief, Senshai intervened. "Karen, don't be reckless. We need to head to the black market and find Hidan for more missions." He could see perfectly well what Karen was about to do. Chucking a giant boulder as a bomb into the forest would be extremely destructive, effectively turning her into a living cannon. Hearing him, Karen let out a small low, then dismissed Suzuno and dashed towards Senshai happily. She latched onto his leg, rubbing her head affectionately, grinning. "Senshai, you're the best. I love this new gift." Senshai patted her head, leading her off to the black market. He cast a sidelong glance at the child version of Killer Queen, musing privately about how to incorporate Midamida or Aura combos in the future. At Hidden Rain Village's black market, Senshai had been busy lately, so he hadn't come in person to check on Hidan. But that didn't stop his wood clone from doing so. Hidan was a great partner but needed training, so to speak, meaning no rest from missions. The moment they entered the black market, Senshai turned to Karen casually. "It's been a while since we've seen my beloved buddy and perfect partner, Hidan the Handsome. I truly miss all those mission-filled days with him." Karen laughed softly. "He definitely doesn't miss you at all." True enough. Even someone with immortality might go insane under 007 level mission shifts. Once they spotted Hidan, they saw his eye bags looked even worse than before. "Why do his dark circles look so heavy?" Senshai murmured, his voice tinged with confusion. He walked up, asking, "Hidan, what are you doing here?" Hidan, standing like a statue, gazed woodenly at him and raised a hand. "Gimme all the commission forms. I want all the missions in this place." "Senshai? Karen?" Senshai was stunned. Has Hidan turned robotic? He waved a hand in front of Hidan's face. Hidan first didn't respond, then after a few seconds, "Hey, I've finished all the commissions. Pay me now." He rummaged in his robe for a handful of empty air, handing it to Senshai. "Senshai, semicolon." Seeing Hidan's condition, both Senshai and Karen were speechless. "Yikes," thought Senshai. "He's broken. If the entire Jashin cult had multiple immortal believers, I'd try switching him for a fresh one. But there's only him." He couldn't tell if his mission intensity had driven Hidan nuts, or if maybe it wasn't enough. Perhaps Hidan was stuck at a plateau. If they ramped up the intensity even further, he might break down and then reform. He'd become an even more perfect partner, but Senshai was in a hurry to get to Hidden Cloud's village and do tasks. He could give Hidan a chance to break and rebuild later. But with Hidan in this crazy state, it was no good taking him to Hidden Cloud's village. So Senshai decided to try normal methods to rouse him. If that failed, he'd resort to electric therapy. Karen eyed Hidan pityingly. "Senshai, he looks kinda miserable." Senshai spoke calmly. "Karen, this is the price of growth. Hidan may look bad right now, but he's gained huge improvements these past few days. Once he snaps out of it, he'll thank me." For a brief moment, Senshai wondered if he'd been too harsh on Hidan. But after 1 second of reflection, he decided he'd done nothing wrong. The high-intensity missions had drastically powered Hidan up. Too bad it didn't fully break him so that he could ascend to the next tier. He'd handle that later. Right now, he needed to finalize a mission in Hidden Cloud's village. Senshai also recalled how Hidan tried to evangelize Jashin in the past. Letting him roam free in the Hidden Rain village would cause trouble with Nagato, so Senshai had kept him busy. It was effectively saving lives. Senshai felt rather proud. Meanwhile, Karen tapped him. "He's fallen asleep standing up." Turning around, Senshai saw that Hidan was indeed asleep on his feet, body stiff upright. "Senshai? Oh dear, he was so sleep-deprived that he dozed off mid-stance." "Alright," said Senshai, "this means he probably never really slept during tasks. I guess I should pick up a commission from the black market. We'll take Hidan with us on a client escort mission." "Sure, I can teleport directly to Hidden Cloud's village using my powers, but I can't forsake old traditions. Who knows what side tasks we might do along the way." After receiving the escort mission, Senshai swiftly found the client, then turned back and kicked Hidan's leg. "Hidan, wake up. It's a waste to spend such precious time sleeping when you could be doing missions." A few kicks later, Hidan stirred woozily. Then in his arrogant, repetitive voice, "Hey, hand over all the commission forms, I'll take all the missions here." Senshai could only laugh in exasperation. Good grief, a walking loop indeed. Hidan rummaged in his chest, retrieving phantom paperwork and slamming it on a non-existent table. "Look, I finished every task. Pay up." Sensei ignored the ghost roleplay. No question about it, Hidan needed thorough recharging and perhaps therapy to snap out of his trance. Meanwhile, Sensei would proceed with the escort job. They could treat Hidan on the way. In a certain corner of the hidden Rain Village black market, a pair of green, glowing eyes secretly watched them. The owner of these eyes was Kakazu. He was furious. Damn it. That spot's supposed to be mine. How can that half-hearted slacker Hidan be the so-called perfect partner? Humphrey, I'll show everyone who's the real number 2 mission devourer in the ninja world. Only the genuine number 2 can be Sensei's ultimate partner. With that, Kakazu stomped into the black market hall. Bang. 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 He slammed his hand on the counter near the manager. Where are the missions? Hand them all over. I'm taking every single one. Because Kakazu concluded Sensei didn't call on him lately simply because he hadn't done enough tasks. If he hammered out a monstrous volume of missions, he believed, Sensei would realize who was the true perfect partner. Hidden Leaf Village Sasuke and Naruto had begun their mission spree. Being only academy level, they could take only D-rank missions, which typically paid 5,000 to 50,000 ryo. Once the job was done, the village took a 50% cut. They could divide the rest among themselves in whichever way, Sensei didn't care. The employment points were based on the total commission amount, not how it was split. Spurred by Sensei's reward system, Naruto and Sasuke both wanted to quickly earn 2 million ryo. Once they hit that threshold, Sensei would award them a lucky draw. That might result in something akin to Thunder Punch or Aura Sphere. Maybe even something better. On a Hidden Leaf Village street, Naruto was running about with a mission slip, calling to Sasuke, who was off to the side. Sasuke, I'm about to start my 4th D-rank mission. Bet you're still on your 3rd, huh? Sasuke gave a mirthless chuckle. Humphrey, Dobby. 10 minutes ago, I already started my 4th mission. Naruto's eyes popped. You beat me to it? Let's see who finishes first, then. Sasuke shrugged. No need. Obviously, I'll get done before you. Naruto retorted hotly, don't be so sure. Now that I've got experience from the last mission, this time I'll definitely come out on top. Sasuke snorted, are you forgetting my own improvements? Naruto, I'm not losing. Dapeo. Sasuke, HN. It was D-rank mission mania. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who was observing them, felt his head spin. These two kids were unbelievably enthusiastic about tasks. From morning to midday, they kept going non-stop. Another hour, Sasuke wrapped up his 4th job, Naruto right behind him. They each turned in the results. Kakashi planned to have them stop for lunch. Then he was taken aback to see Naruto snatch a bendo, wave, and dash off. Kakashi-sensei, aren't you going to eat? I'm heading to my 5th mission while I eat lunch. Kakashi, Naruto. What are you doing? Naruto blinked guilelessly, I'm multitasking, doing my 5th mission and having lunch. Why? Kakashi was speechless. Huh? Even more surprising was Sasuke's approach from the other direction. Kakashi felt relieved, maybe Sasuke was normal enough to eat lunch with him. But when he invited Sasuke to lunch, Sasuke shook his head, no need. I already took a soldier pill. No point wasting precious mission time just eating. Kakashi? He was slack-jawed. These kids. Who on earth raised them to be like this? Missions, 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 to the point they skip lunch. Nevertheless, Naruto glimpsed the soldier pill in Sasuke's hand, cursing, darn, I should have thought of that, didn't need to stop to eat. He inhaled the remaining portion of his bendo in seconds, then darted off to keep up with Sasuke. Kakashi could only stand there, feeling overwhelmed. This unstoppable obsession with tasks is not familiar? Where is it coming from? He'd gleaned nothing so far except that the kids' behavior was bizarre. From dawn to dusk, they relentlessly hammered D-rank missions. Were tasks really that appealing? By day's end, Naruto still looked bursting with energy, waving goodbye. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke and I are heading home. See you tomorrow. Kakashi lamely waved back. The two boys lived together at Sasuke's place now, so they went off that way each evening. Naruto liked staying there, it was bigger, with better living conditions, and even the instant noodles tasted better than they did at his own little apartment. Sasuke sure is good at this stuff, he mused. With his hands behind his head, Naruto grinned. Sasuke, yet again no winner, no loser, huh? Sasuke snorted, TCH, so what if we both did 14 D-rank missions today? My completion times were definitely quicker than yours. Naruto pouted, that's cause I wasted time eating a bendo. You took a soldier pill. Next time, I won't lose. Sasuke shook his head faintly, smart planning is part of strength. Naruto didn't bother arguing further, hurrying over to Sensei's wood clone who'd been tailing them quietly. Sensei-sensei, Today Sasuke and I each finished 14 D-rank missions. Chapter 86, Black Market Starter. Senshai's wood clone heard Naruto say he'd completed 14 D-rank missions in a single day and was a bit surprised. After all, ordinarily when fresh graduates of the Ninja Academy form a 3-man squad, they still can't complete 14 D-rank missions in one day. Naruto and Sasuke, each one alone, are basically worth multiple 3-man squads, truly great prospects for mission work. Senshai gave a calm smile, patted Naruto's and Sasuke's heads, then asked, "How much did you earn today?" Hearing that, Naruto immediately perked up. He dumped a thick bundle of banknotes on the ground and said, "Teacher Senshai, just a second, I haven't had time yet to count today's mission pay." Sasuke likewise took out a thick wad of bills, tossed them on the ground, and started counting. D-rank tasks generally pay somewhere between 5,000 ryo and 20,000 ryo. Higher-paying D-rank tasks do exist, but their number is very small. After counting all his bills, Naruto said, "Teacher Senshai, after the village's 50% cut, I made 80,000 ryo in profit. That means altogether, in today's tasks, I earned 160,000 ryo." Then, looking very excited, he added, "If I do this many missions every day, how long will it take to get that special reward from you, Teacher Senshai?" Because Naruto had once turned in a blank paper during the Chunin exams, this kind of arithmetic wasn't his strong suit. After a while fiddling with his fingers, he couldn't figure it out and could only turn his eyes towards Sasuke. "Sasuke, how much did you make today?" Sasuke said blandly, "About the same as yours." They had both done D-rank tasks, and their overall total didn't differ much. His own pay was a bit higher than Naruto's, around a bit over 160,000 ryo before the village took its cut. Once Naruto heard Sasuke's figure, he lit up happily. "Sasuke, if that's the case, how long till we reach Teacher Senshai's threshold for the special reward?" Naruto figured Sasuke might need a moment to calculate, but Sasuke just blurted out, "About 125 days. If our daily mission income is only about this much, we'll need roughly 4 months to earn one special reward from Teacher Senshai." Naruto? Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto was floored. 4 whole months just for one special prize from Teacher Senshai? Isn't that way too long? Besides, the special reward Senshai promised isn't guaranteed to be something on the same level as or a sphere. There's an element of luck in drawing it. What if after slogging away for 4 months, he ends up drawing a free Ikiraku ramen ticket? Sure, Ikiraku's tastes amazing, but he really wants a powerful jutsu. Naruto pressed on, asking Sasuke, "So is there a way to make more mission money, Sasuke?" Sasuke frowned. "Probably not. We're only gain in. We can only do D-rank and C-rank requests. And if we do a lot of missions, we inevitably wind up doing a ton of low-paying ones, since the majority of tasks don't pay much." Hearing Sasuke's explanation, Naruto's face turned sour. So they'd need to work for months just to get that single special prize from Senshai-sensei? This was too painful. He wanted Senshai's special reward sooner. Seeing Naruto and Sasuke stumped, Senshai spoke up encouragingly, "It's true that as Geinin, you can only accept D-rank and C-rank requests here in the village. But you two are strong enough now to handle higher-level missions. Besides taking on tasks within the village, you can also go to the black market for missions." Both Naruto and Sasuke perked up in curiosity. They knew nothing about the black market. Observing their eager looks, Senshai gave a faint smile and calmly said, "In the black market, your gain and rank won't hold you back at all. The black market has a great variety of missions with high pay and high difficulty. You can hone yourselves far more in those tasks." Once Senshai finished, Naruto got excited. "Sasuke, let's head there right now and pick up bigger paying jobs." But Sasuke felt a headache coming on. "Dobi, the black market is outside the village. It's nighttime now. We can't leave." Naruto exclaimed, "The black market's outside the village? Then I can't pick up missions there at all." This news struck Naruto like a bolt from the blue. For reasons unknown, he wasn't allowed to leave Hidden Leaf Village. Whenever he tried going out to see the world, the ninja guarding the village gates blocked him. Feeling helpless, Naruto muttered, "What now? The gate guards never let me leave." Meanwhile Sasuke can go train outside as long as he doesn't stray too far. It's so unfair. Sasuke had no answer either. He was puzzled why Naruto was the only kid in the village barred from leaving. Everyone else could go in and out just fine. All at once, Naruto lost hope. "If I can't leave the village to accept those higher-paying black market commissions, I guess I'm stuck doing these low-level ones." All day long, he'd done tasks like chasing lost cats and dogs and finding miscellaneous items. Not only were they trivial and boring, the pay was tiny, and they ate up a lot of time. The experience boost was minimal. And if he'd have to do these for the next 200-odd days, it would be torture. He yearned for more challenging missions that would really temper him. Sasuke pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure out how to let both of them work freely outside. After all, black market tasks with higher pay might not be in Hidden Leaf Village's vicinity. Even if they had the strength, lacking free movement outside the village meant they couldn't do them. Plus, at present, there was no solution. To roam freely, ninja generally must pass the Chunin exams. And who knew when that'd happen? Noticing them stuck again, Senshai grinned. Don't worry. Teacher has a plan. Hearing that, Naruto and Sasuke both brightened. They were just kids, after all, with heavy travel restrictions. Naruto, especially, couldn't leave at all. Naruto's face glowed with excitement. Right. Senshai-sensei is so strong, he can take us outside to do missions, right? I'm really itching to hit the black market for intense training. He looked hopefully at Senshai, while Sasuke's eyes also glimmered. If Senshai-sensei was willing, it should be doable. But although Senshai could whisk them away by force, he would not. Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Sasuke was the last living Uchiha, both highly important to Hidden Leaf Village. Spiriting them away would mean burning bridges with Hidden Leaf Village. Senshai might not fear them, but nor did he need such trouble. After all, Hidden Leaf Village was arguably the strongest hidden village among the 5 great nations, and the Land of Fire the wealthiest. Provoking them would cut off a lucrative stream of potential tasks. Hence, Senshai would need some other trick to let the two kids leave. Late evening. A caravan traveled through the Land of Lightning on the way to Hidden Cloud's village. In the last carriage, Senshai, Hidan, and Karen sat together. During the trip, Senshai performed repeated shock therapy recharging on Hidan to restore him to a functional state. Electric therapy worked well. Hidan had finally stopped groaning and muttering. Meanwhile, Karen had spent all day playing with her pink cat-like Killer Queen stand and had fallen asleep on Senshai's arm. Hidden Cloud's village had 2-tailed beasts, both with perfect Jinchuriki. If Orochimaru and Sasori had kept going, they might target the 2 tails, Nyujido, for a marginally simpler catch. For Senshai, it made no difference whether it was a 2 tails or the 8 tails, neither was difficult. On the ride, Senshai pondered the relevant intel. The 2 tails host, Yujido, was rumored to be a proud, striking, but also gentle big sister type, wavy blonde hair, healthy wheat-colored skin rather than typical Raikage's complexion. The 8 tails host was Killer B of the AB duo. Although B might be stronger than Yujido, it hardly mattered to Senshai. Moreover, he might showcase to the AB brothers what real lightning style looked like. Not only could he beat B in raw power, but in rap as well. He kept 2 rap lines in reserve. Maybe once he met B, he'd open with, Killer B, I want Disney. And then follow up with giant bowl of wide noodles. He'd truly kill B's pride if he trumped him in both flow and skill. What kind of flow is that? Haha, at present, Senshai hadn't made up his mind. Lay a hand on the flower, that is catch Yujido, or kill hearts with rap, target B? He wasn't some evil maniac out to do both unless Nagato posted 2 separate requests. Meanwhile, Hidden Cloud's village itself had no idea what was coming. Yujido and B were clueless as Senshai approached. Sasori, waiting so long there, was near madness, hating to wait. Orochimaru's line, once a man accepted a mission, it's basically done, had proven untrue so far. So many days had passed with zero action, Sasori couldn't even find Senshai's whereabouts. As the carriage rumbled onward, Karen woke up yawning, still groggy but curious about the Land of Lightning and Hidden Cloud's village. Last time she came, it was all too quick to explore. Being nighttime now, there wasn't much to see. She rubbed her eyes. Senshai, are we almost there? He nodded slightly. We're close. Then he added, Karen, if you have any new recipes, get Hidan to taste them first. But honestly, I suggest you not invest too much time in cooking research, focus on your medical ninjutsu. He said this because in her sleep, Karen had muttered about wanting to try new dishes to impress Senshai's palate. Senshai was not that optimistic about her cooking skills. And since Hidan literally couldn't die, who better to serve as taste tester? Back in Hidden Leaf Village, at Sasuke's house. Naruto and Sasuke felt a bit deflated after the wood clone refused to bring them to the black market. Yet Senshai naturally had reasons. Among the Hidden Leaf Village higher-ups, someone had once coughed up 1 billion ryo for Orochimaru. If Senshai created demand, he could potentially get a large chunk of that. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, also had a big personal stash. Senshai wanted to preemptively buddy up as brother Hiruzen. Obviously, Naruto and Sasuke knew nothing about all this. Seeing their frustration, he decided not to tease them further. Though I can't personally take you out for black market missions, Kakashi can. Naruto and Sasuke both frowned in confusion. Naruto asked, Could Kakashi-sensei really bring us out to the black market? Sasuke shared the question, giving Sensei a doubtful look. But Sensei wore a deep, knowing smile. He definitely won't refuse your request. He had noticed how Kakashi had been put in charge of investigating them, yet he'd learned nothing so far. If they proposed going to the black market, Kakashi would probably agree, hoping to flush out whoever might be secretly guiding them. The next day, before sunrise. Kakashi's house. Kakashi had just returned from an urgent overnight mission, thoroughly exhausted, and lay down to sleep. Because the third Hokage had limited manpower, they often turned to Kakashi. On top of that, the job of investigating Naruto and Sasuke was still ongoing. He planned to rest a bit, then resume observation, trying to figure out the cause of their near-fanatical obsession with missions. In that dim pre-dawn hour, when the village was at its darkest, two eager figures slipped out from Sasuke's home. Glancing at the black sky, Sasuke muttered, "Dobi, you're sure we have to bother Kakashi-sensei now? I bet he's still asleep." Given what he knew, it made sense. Not even the breakfast stalls had opened yet. But Naruto waved him off. "Sasuke. By the time we get there, maybe he'll be awake. Besides, don't underestimate Kakashi-sensei, he could have been up ages ago." In reality, they were wrong. Kakashi had just gone to bed after working all night. Naruto and Sasuke didn't know that. They soon arrived at the Jonin's door. Naruto cupped his hands to his mouth, shouting, "Kakashi-sensei, you home? You up yet? We wanna start today's missions." Inside, Kakashi could only gape. What in the world? The sun isn't even up, and they're calling for tasks? After a moment, he decided to remain silent, feigning absence. Even if he needed to keep investigating them, he needed sleep. As expected, after more yelling and door pounding, the noise stopped. Naruto paused, turning to Sasuke. "Sasuke, why won't he answer? Maybe he's not here after all." Sasuke reasoned, "Let's go. If he were home, he'd have popped out as soon as we stepped in the yard, with all that yelling." Naruto looked gloomy. He really wanted to do tasks, he was all fired up, and now Kakashi was nowhere to be found. Inside, Kakashi smiled faintly. "They're talented, but green. My plan worked." He relished the peace and prepared to doze off, except Naruto was anything but predictable. The fox kid disliked giving up. Driven by desperation, Naruto used a family passed-down stomp technique, forcibly kicking in Kakashi's door. Boom. A muffled crash. The door flew open. Kakashi, he never thought the kid would kick his door down at dawn. Sitting bolt upright on his bed, Kakashi looked at Naruto with an extremely complicated expression. Spotting Kakashi indeed present, Naruto beamed, "Sasuke, come back. He's here." Sasuke had already started leaving the yard. Hearing Naruto's shout, he blinked in mild surprise. Glancing back, he saw the footprints on Kakashi's door, feeling speechless. Indeed, Naruto was far too reckless. But with that, they'd successfully awakened Kakashi. Naruto rushed over joyfully, "Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke and I wanna do missions right now." Kakashi pressed a hand to his temple. "Naruto. This early, the mission office hasn't opened. You can't pick up tasks." Naruto waved that off, "Not from the mission center. Sasuke and I wanna do black market tasks." At that, Kakashi's caution soared. Children like them shouldn't even know about the black market, a shady, tangled domain. He recalled the third Hokage suspecting some outside party might be guiding them. With Hidden Leaf Village having tightened security, said party might be trying to lure them the way into black market territory. This all but confirmed the Hokage's guess. Chapter 87, Cooked. Kakashi was feeling quite stifled, but over in Hidden Clouds Village, they were feeling even more vexed. Everything in Hidden Clouds Village stemmed from Orochimaru suddenly showing up not long ago. That time, when Orochimaru arrived in Hidden Clouds Village, he displayed a jutsu called Edo Tensai to the fourth Raikage. This jutsu was extremely mysterious, able to bring the dead back into the living world. Orochimaru even revived the deceased third Raikage right in front of the fourth Raikage. The third Raikage was famed for possessing the strongest spear and the strongest shield. If he could truly be brought back, it would be an enormous boon not just for the fourth Raikage personally, but for all of Hidden Clouds Village, because the third Raikage alone once battled 10,000 enemy shinobi for 3 days and 3 nights. If indeed revived, Hidden Clouds Village's power would immediately and dramatically increase. Outside a secret base of Orochimaru in the Land of Lightning. Boom. With a single punch, the fourth Raikage slammed the wall in front of him, sending bricks flying in all directions. Seeing that, one could tell his eyes were bloodshot with fury to the limit. Damn that Orochimaru, he actually ran off. Not long ago, Orochimaru demonstrated Edo Tensai for him and Killer Bee, and the two sides reached a deal. Hidden Clouds Village would provide Orochimaru with 1 billion ryo of research funding to perfect Edo Tensei. And once Orochimaru perfected it, he'd formally resurrect the third Raikage. This should have been a happy arrangement, except now it had gone awry. For some time, Orochimaru hadn't given any further updates on his research progress. Initially, they assumed he'd simply hit a bottleneck. But as it turned out, Orochimaru had quietly relocated everything from this research base. He was gone. Standing not far away, Killer Bee emerged from the now empty facility. He threw a couple of rap hand signs before speaking. Orochimaru should have been cut into slices, but he deceived my big bro and left no traces. He's vanished without a clue. Hidden Clouds Village can't recoup. Yo-yo, chakadoo blockadoo. Baka.rapu. Nonsensical rap scatting, though B's words were nothing special, they further inflamed the fourth Raikage's anger. TCH. Boom. 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 Letting out an enraged roar, he hammered a few more fists into the base's walls. Off to one side, Darui hurriedly tried to reassure him, Lord Raikage, please quell your anger. At this point, we need to take emergency measures. But the fourth Raikage, who was already hot-tempered and reckless, had become even more furious in the face of such deception. From Hidden Clouds Village's perspective, they were the ones who usually took advantage of other villages, who often seized what they wanted. Since when did someone else get the better of them? For Orochimaru to cheat them right in their own village. And worst of all, Orochimaru had run off with their 1 billion ryo. At the brink of going berserk yet again, the fourth Raikage glanced at Killer Bee, who piped up, Yo-yo. This is a messed up show, big bro in rage, I already know. Straining to calm himself, the fourth Raikage turned to Darui. Alright, Darui. You said we need emergency measures. Let's hear it. Darui, relieved the Raikage was listening, spoke up, yes, sir. First of all, we certainly need to track down Orochimaru and recover our funds. Darui knew full well it wouldn't be easy. Orochimaru had clearly planned this all along, coming specifically to con them. By the time he fled, Hidden Clouds Village hadn't even realized. But at least the fourth Raikage, while furious, was no fool. He took a deep breath, forcing down his anger, continue. Though the Raikage often called Darui his left arm and right arm, Darui was effectively his brain as well. Darui nodded and continued, second, we must thoroughly investigate the Land of Lightning and Hidden Clouds Village at large. Ensure Orochimaru has no remaining bases here. If we can't recover that billion ryo, at the very least, we can stop him from doing further harm within our borders. This facility wasn't even built with Hidden Clouds Village's approval. Orochimaru had owned it for who knows how long. The man had lairs all over the shinobi world, each like a home away from home. Hearing this, the fourth Raikage agreed, acknowledging, yes, we need to do a wide sweep, flush out any other hideouts he might have left in the Land of Lightning. Once more, Darui offered his final suggestion, third, we should gather every scrap of intel about Orochimaru, both for trying to find him and for eliminating whatever hidden spots he's set up. Darui finished, the Raikage gave him a hearty clap on the shoulder and burst into rough laughter. Ha 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 ha. Darui, you truly are the best support I have. Orochimaru dare defend Hidden Clouds Village, he'll pay dearly. If we catch him, I'll twist his head right off. Of course, Darui knew these were only rudimentary steps, more closing the barn door after the horse has bolted measure. But sometimes that was all you could do. Killer Bee, too, had confidence in Darui's plan. Yo-yo, Darui's calm and fine, this cunning plan, a top design. Orochimaru can't hide no more, we'll strike him with lightning for sure. Chakadoo blockadoo. Yet while Bee and the fourth Raikage showed optimism, Darui quietly sighed. Orochimaru was too cunning for such a manhunt to go smoothly. Still, fortune smiled on them. Not long after the Raikage issued orders, they got some results. Returning from scouring Orochimaru's lab, they were met by Sammy, Killer Bee's Kenjutsu student, who brought urgent news. Lord Raikage, sensei, there's an important finding. The fourth Raikage perked up, speak. What did you find? Sammy explained that in a merchant caravan traveling through the Land of Lightning, they spotted several shinobi wearing the same distinctive attire as Orochimaru wore, evidently belonging to the same organization as him. Ecstatic, the Raikage roared, perfect timing. Lead the way. Land of Fire, Black Market. Naruto and Sasuke had indeed managed to come, just as they wanted. Sensei's hunch was correct. In order to fulfill the third Hokage's directive, Kakashi wasn't inclined to pass up any chance to uncover whoever might be guiding the two kids from outside. Normally, these two shouldn't have known about the black market at all. The mere fact they wanted to come do missions there was suspicious. Now that Hidden Leaf Village had tightened security, Perhaps Naruto and Sasuke's unknown contact was trying to lure them into this shady area. Having arrived, Naruto and Sasuke were awed by the many missions posted, as well as by two familiar faces, or rather, two Senshai clones. Both had apparently been posted in the black market doing tasks. Seeing them, Naruto lit up, say. But the moment he opened his mouth to call out Senshai-sensei, Sasuke froze him with a sharp whisper, "Dobi, this is the black market. Don't shout." He also gave Naruto a pointed look, reminding him Senshai-sensei clearly didn't want to blow his cover. The fact the man's clones had hidden themselves so thoroughly in Hidden Leaf Village suggested he'd prefer not to be recognized publicly. Realizing his near slip, Naruto scratched his head, worried he might have just made trouble for Senshai-sensei. Glancing at Kakashi, he saw the Jonin's expression looking a bit suspicious. "Kakashi!" Kakashi was deeply stunned. The moment Naruto and Sasuke spotted those clones, he did as well. One Senshai was terrifying enough, but here there were two. He immediately recalled the shuddering dread he'd experienced before. As a lightning-style prodigy, he'd once been bested by Senshai, having his own Sharingan ripped out, only for Senshai to then replace it with a more perfect pair of Sharingan eyes. Kakashi still hadn't figured out the motive behind that. Possibly it was all some long-laid plan by Senshai? Yet seeing two Senshai clones in the black market hammered home the fear. And they were not even the original. Kakashi realized how unstoppable this man's strategy might be. He reined himself in, opting not to rush forward. He wouldn't dare act recklessly. Instead, he hung back to observe from afar. After a moment, Kakashi deduced the pair in front of them were clones that handled tasks. Senshai was infamous for taking on massive mission loads. If that was merely the Land of Fire's black market, how many clones might Senshai have in other places as well? Imagining the possibility of Senshai employing 100 clones simultaneously, each day doing 100 times the normal workload, was staggering, especially given Senshai's own monstrous skill. 3 days for him equaled a year of a normal shinobi's missions. What a terrifying man, Kakashi thought to himself. He then noticed something unsettling. Naruto and Sasuke's near-fanatical devotion to mission work was identical to Senshai's. This was no coincidence. Kakashi glanced at the two kids, only to see them whispering excitedly. Naruto quietly murmured, "No surprise, Senshai-sensei's here too. He is unbelievably dedicated to missions." Sasuke nodded, "Indeed. He never lied to us. Senshai-sensei's formidable power was forged through ceaseless missions. If we want that kind of growth, we need to keep doing missions day and night." Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto looked eager. "Then let's get going, Sasuke, and pick up some tasks right now. I want to keep polishing my skills so I can earn everyone's acknowledgement, so I can protect them, and become Hokage." Sasuke wasn't interested in being Hokage. He simply mused inwardly, "Itachi, I've found a clear path to rapid power. Your doom approaches." Meanwhile, outside Hidden Rain Village, Itachi Uchiha was using the Akatsuki ring to communicate with Kisame over long distance. "Kisame, do you know if Senshai is still in the village?" Kisame's reply crackled back, "Itachi-san, what's this about? Where have you been lately?" But he answered anyway, "Senshai left Hidden Rain Village 2 days ago. Pretty sure he hasn't returned." Hearing that, Itachi felt a surge of relief. If Senshai wasn't in Hidden Rain Village, Itachi could at last go back without fear of encountering him. So he slipped back to Hidden Rain Village, reaching the base he shared with Kisame. Kisame was astonished at how haggard Itachi looked. "Itachi-san, what in the world happened? You seem spooked." Indeed, Itachi was not just spooked, but practically bedraggled. Normally, life with Kisame was slow-paced, but the short time he'd spent forcibly teamed with Senshai had been an unending nightmare of back-to-back missions, day and night, leaving him no time to breathe. After Senshai left, he took the chance to escape, but spent the following days nervous about being caught. Finally, after confirming Senshai had left Hidden Rain Village, he tentatively contacted Kisame and returned. Kisame pried into Itachi's experiences, but Itachi simply sighed, "Some time ago, I went to Hidden Leaf Village." Kisame already knew that part. He stayed quiet, letting Itachi continue. Recalling everything, Itachi's face showed lingering dread. Even now he trembled at that memory. "While in Hidden Leaf Village, I found Senshai? Somehow he demanded I become his partner. For certain reasons, I had no choice but to agree." Stunned, Kisame retorted, "Itachi-san, you fool, how could you become Senshai's partner?" Itachi agreed with the sentiment. Yes. Partnering with Senshai was dangerous and terrifying. Kisame empathized, nodding vigorously, "I told you, never approach that guy, he's inhuman." He recalled how even Kakazu and Hidan ended up pitiful under Senshai. Itachi himself was forced to do inhuman amounts of missions. After Itachi recounted some of his ordeal, Kisame got goosebumps. But he noticed something missing in the story. So how come you aren't still with Senshai right now? Itachi replied, once I realized how dangerous Senshai was, I planned to escape. When he stepped out briefly, I seized the opening and ran. At this, Kisame's eyes went wide. You mean you snuck away from him? Kisame knew well how Senshai was rumored to respond to those who defied him. In a trembling voice, he thought, trouble. Senshai is basically a tyrant. A two-faced, cruel monster who can't tolerate disobedience. He remembered what had happened to Kakazu, who'd once recruited a new partner, Hidan. Because Kakazu was replacing Senshai, Senshai exacted savage revenge. Not only did he steal Hidan, but he inflicted unimaginable torture on Kakazu, turning him into an emotionless mission machine. Similarly, Hidan ended up charred by repeated lightning strikes. One could smell the burnt odor wherever he went. To Kisame's mind, it was obvious that Senshai had zero leniency. If Senshai treated them that way just for small infractions, how would he react to Itachi outright running away? A chill spread through Kisame, and the worst part is, the Akatsuki's leader does nothing about Senshai's rampage. Where's our rule against betraying comrades? This is insane. Far off, Senshai, wholly unaware, was busy with missions while a huge misunderstanding festered in Kisame's brain, that Senshai was some merciless dictator punishing any defiance without mercy. Senshai's positive intentions, helping them gain experience and grow stronger, were thoroughly misread. But Kisame believed his half-baked inferences, concluding Itachi was in mortal danger. Even the man standing next to Itachi now risked guilt by association. Kisame exhaled, Itachi-san. You are half dead already, and still you came back looking for me? I can't get dragged into this. Sighing, he suddenly fainted that Senshai had arrived, then cold-cocked Itachi from behind, knocking him out. Kisame gently laid the unconscious Itachi on the floor, muttering, forgive me, Itachi-san. But you provoked Senshai, and then returned here, endangering us both. I'd rather not end up another Kakazu. Chapter 88, Battered sky high and clouds light, sun bright and breeze gentle. Within a land of lightning, a caravan was on its way toward its destination, Hidden Clouds Village. After a good night's rest, Karen was brimming with energy today, lively and enthusiastic. The land of lightning's natural scenery, with its abundant towering peaks, was exceptionally beautiful and majestic. All along the way, Karen looked this way and that, quite intrigued by the land of lightning. Beside Karen, Senshai was leisurely flipping through a set of commission requests. These commissions in his hands were fairly challenging, but his skilled clones could handle them, so there was no need for him to go in person. Throughout the caravan's journey, there were Hidden Clouds Village shinobi periodically scouting the area. Senshai knew it well. Such a large-scale caravan visiting the Hidden Clouds Village, if the village had zero reaction, that truly wouldn't be normal. As the caravan advanced toward the Hidden Clouds Village, the village side had already mustered enough elite forces to take action. Ah! 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 Again and again, the sound of slicing wind resounded, as one after another of lean, forceful figures materialized around them. The moment the caravan entered the vicinity of the Hidden Clouds Village, it was swiftly encircled by many powerful dark-skinned shinobi. Seeing this, President Lawrence, head of the caravan, was thoroughly startled and afraid. This time, he was transporting goods of very high value. If any mishap happened, the losses would be unimaginable. Even so, President Lawrence was not so panicked as to have no idea what to do. Because the ninja he had hired this time included a living legend. That individual was none other than the black market legend, Senshai. President Lawrence jogged all the way over to Senshai's carriage and spoke with great courtesy. Senshai-san, our caravan is being surrounded by a ninja from the Hidden Clouds Village for reasons unknown. By now, Senshai's name echoed throughout the ninja world, particularly in places like the Hidden Rain Village and Kusa, where he was at the height of fame. As soon as he accepted a commission, it almost never encountered any real trouble. Other ninja who got wind of it would simply give up on interfering. Senshai's lips curved slightly. The Hidden Clouds Village's troopers dared to hinder the caravan under his protection? President Lawrence, don't worry. I'll check it out. He wanted to see what exactly these Hidden Clouds Village shinobi intended by stopping the caravan. Karen was likewise astonished. Usually, while Senshai was working, basically no ninja would risk standing in his way. One look, though, and there was indeed a mass of black uniformed shinobi everywhere. Karen was both indignant and a bit eager. They're actually hostile to Senshai mid-mission? She thought. Such boldness. At the same time, Karen's excitement stirred. She wanted to test out her new Susanoo plus Killer Queen combination that she had been itching to try out in real battle. Maybe this was her chance to show her stuff. Meanwhile, the rest of the caravan's guards, faced with such a perilous situation, remained quite calm. Most of them were used to working in the black market and knew Senshai's true caliber well. When outsiders watched, they only saw the spectacle. Insiders, however, recognized the depth. It was well known Senshai had already completed over 400 S-rank commissions with a 100% success rate. With such a legendary man here, they had no need to worry. The ones who should worry were these Hidden Clouds village shinobi with dubious motives. Soon enough, Senshai led Karen to the caravan's forefront to assess the situation. At that same moment, the AB combo arrived under the escort of Darui, Sami, and others. At the instant they drew closer, their eyes were drawn to the black robe patterned with red clouds that Senshai wore. AB exchanged a glance, each thinking the same, that was the same outfit Orochimaru had worn recently. Hence, Senshai and Orochimaru belonged to the same group. If they captured Senshai, maybe they could force out Orochimaru's whereabouts. Of course, there might be a slight problem in that if they genuinely could subdue Senshai was another matter. While the Hidden Clouds village nin were sizing Senshai up, Senshai also gazed at them with slight curiosity. He'd thought maybe just some random small fry would block the caravan, not expecting both the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee would come in person. But before either side spoke, Karen bounced forward with bravado, placing fists on her hips and mimicking Senshai's typical style. You've got some nerve. Do you know who's protecting this caravan? You dare hinder its passage. This is plainly not giving Senshai any face. If you all won't leave with dignity, Senshai can make sure you do. Emulating a kind of intimidation, Karen put on a fierce attitude. Killer Bee, hearing Karen's words, promptly struck a couple of rap gestures and spoke, Yo-yo. You claim it sounds so scary, but I ain't feelin' fear, lil lady. Whose kid spouts big talk, who is this scary Senshai? Yaoulu. Karen, following Senshai across the lands, she'd seen many scenes, but this was her first time encountering one like this. She couldn't make heads or tails of why the black man in sunglasses spoke this way. It wasn't as though she couldn't understand him at all, but it was so odd. Could each country's customs differ this greatly? Should she also speak in his weird style so he could understand? Alternatively, she might as well have Killer Queen blow him up. Senshai, seeing Karen summon Killer Queen, hurried to lift Karen away. No way he'd let her start a fight so fast. That was the fourth Raikage, after all, one of the top 5 potential big-paying clients. Given local customs and wanting to make a good impression, Senshai tried to meet Bee halfway. He used the same rap style Bee did, yo-yo. It's me, Senshai, you gotta hush, don't go scrin my Karen too much. Best not to tangle, your rap is sure to lose, I can flow better, that's how I choose. B, Karen, the words left both B, Karen, and many onlookers wearing perplexed looks. For an instant, B seemed ready to carry on with a rap battle. But the fourth Raikage reminded him of their real purpose. B. Enough. We have important business first. So B halted. Turning to Senshai, the fourth Raikage wore a grim face. Senshai merely responded, half laughing, why, isn't this the fourth Raikage, brother E? Why gather a squad to block my caravan? Looking for me to handle some big job? I can do it, price negotiable. The Raikage, however, wasn't in the mood to joke. He'd concluded that Senshai and Orochimaru belonged to the same organization. All he wanted now was Orochimaru's location. Where is Orochimaru? Speak. Senshai was inwardly astonished. Indeed, he had business with Orochimaru, but the Raikage's manner was quite rude. Still, mindful that the Raikage could be a lucrative potential client, Senshai held back irritation and asked politely, Orochimaru? Sure, I know him. But what's that to do with me? The Raikage believed otherwise. Since they wore matching uniforms, they had to be related, so Senshai must know Orochimaru's whereabouts. Cut the nonsense. Tell me Orochimaru's location, or else we won't be polite. Senshai blinked. They didn't seem polite already. If not for the possibility of future deals, he might have already used a certain pure love thunder. Shaking his head, we might have a misunderstanding. Yes, I know Orochimaru, but he doesn't have anything to do with me. Of course, the Raikage wouldn't buy that and, after asking Senshai a few more times, ran out of patience. He waved an arm, take this suspicious ninja down, he's from the same group as Orochimaru. At his command, numerous elite Hidden Clouds village shinobi lunged from all directions. Karen's big eyes sparkled with delight. Finally she could test out her new technique. She swiftly activated her eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo. A pink Susanoo manifested, enveloping Karen. The skeleton frame rapidly gained blood and flesh, forming strong limbs. Boom. 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 Karen controlled the pink mecha, casually kicking out. The Hidden Clouds village nin diving at Senshai were each knocked flying away like rag dolls. Even though these were no ordinary nin, They couldn't resist Karen's Susanoo. They flew faster than they'd come. Seeing this, the AB combo was shocked. Indeed, they knew the Uchiha's Susanoo from history, but the girl's hair was bright red, clearly not Uchiha. Where had she acquired such a perfect mastery of the Sharingan? Meanwhile, Karen was downright thrilled. Inside Susanoo, hands at her waist, she mocked, "With that level of skill, you dare interfere in Senshai's mission? You've got a lot of nerve." Plainly, Karen was already showboating. Admittedly, even the great Madara had only awakened his eternal Mangekyo after heavy losses. Karen, though still little, had extremely high build potential. As the battered Cloud Ninja were scattered, some still preparing to regroup, Yarui, Samui, Amoy, and other higher-level elites readied themselves to intervene. Karen's strength was not trivial, so they had to get serious. But at that moment, the fourth Raikage took one giant step forward, cracking the stone beneath him. He intended to move personally. Senshai saw this and calmly told Karen, "That's enough, Karen. Leave the rest to me." Though Karen's specs were off the charts, she was short on actual battle experience. Meanwhile, the Hidden Clouds village side also recognized that, seeing the Raikage step up with confidence. Many Cloud Ninja felt reassured. Lord Raikage is stepping in, now it's that guy who's in trouble. Karen quipped back, "Just watch, Senshai is stepping in. You're the ones who'll be in trouble." While Karen traded words, the Raikage's body flashed with intense lightning. He triggered the distinctive Hidden Clouds village nintaijutsu style, lightning style armor, and blasted forward at Senshai, attempting to subdue him in one blow, then interrogate him for Orochimaru's whereabouts. He never expected Senshai to be likewise clad in blue arcs of lightning, even more powerful, and even faster. In the next instant, both men roared the same lightning taijutsu, Lightning Crush Lariat. Lightning Crush Lariat. They collided, generating a deafening thunderclap and shockwaves that shattered the ground. After the dust settled, Senshai was intact and unmoved, while the Raikage felt his head buzz. Usually, that technique would fling the enemy around. This time, the Raikage himself got tossed about. Shaking his head to reorient himself, he stared at Senshai in puzzlement. How did a non-Hidden Clouds village ninja master their secret lightning-style taijutsu at a level surpassing his own? Even though the fourth Raikage was quite the brawler, it was obvious now that Senshai was out of his league. Hence the Raikage immediately decided to call upon B. They'd fight side by side. "B. Ready?" B swiftly rapped, "Yo, that's right, we got no time to chat, Senshai's about to get flattened flat, yo." Senshai naturally heard him, but he cared little for a rap-off. In this fight, fists would speak louder. Some Cloud Ninja felt relieved. If the AB combo joined forces, they should handle him. Sure enough, after a quick exchange, they positioned themselves in front and behind Senshai, ideal for unleashing their collaboration skill, double lariat. Double lariat. Double lariat. They lunged, unstoppable, yet all it did was crash against Senshai's intangible body with zero effect. Bang, not a scratch. Then Senshai seized each man by the throat. "You wish to dance with me? I, Senshai, see you as weak indeed." Tossing them aside, he revealed the gap in strength. The battered Raikage and B realized how terrifying Senshai's lightning mastery was. Still unconvinced, B went full-tailed beast transformation, 8 tails, while the Raikage again charged at full power. The other Cloud Ninja exclaimed, "Now that they're dead serious, that Senshai is finished." Darui and Samui, however, only felt worry. Their superiors were fighting for real, yet Senshai barely seemed to have started. And indeed, Senshai decided to end it fast. 200 million volts, Raijin. Drawing on the Rumble Fruit's advanced potential, along with multiple buffs, Senshai's power soared to monstrous levels. Boom, 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 boom. A colossal lightning giant rose up into the sky, overshadowing even the massive 8 tails. One mighty punch, carrying an almost divine force, smashed into the tailed beast. They never got to finish charging his tailed beast bomb. He was blasted away, crashing into the Raikage and sending them both flying. One punch had downed the fully transformed 8 tails. The entire Hidden Clouds village force gaped in shock. Seeing Senshai not pursuing the advantage, the Raikage, battered, signaled a retreat. "Fall back, retreat first." Because if Senshai pressed them, the whole village might have to mobilize to fend him off. As they pulled away, Senshai called, "Hey, don't just run off. I never said I can't help you find Orochimaru." He wasn't about to let such a potential client slip out of reach. At that, the duo paused, all Hidden Clouds village eyeing him warily. The Raikage asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Senshai shrugged. "I said, this is all a misunderstanding. While Orochimaru and I might be in the same organization, my affairs have nothing to do with him. Likewise, Whatever he's done in your Hidden Clouds village is unrelated to me. Though the AB duo found it unclear, they did glean one thing: regarding Orochimaru, they and Senshai could at least talk. Chapter 89. This time, Senshai and the people of the Hidden Clouds village finally began proper negotiations. Although it was Senshai who spoke directly with the high-ranking officials of the Hidden Clouds village, for most of the discussion it was the fourth Raikage's brain and stand-in, Darui, who explained the situation. Lord Senshai, not long ago Orochimaru appeared in the Hidden Clouds village. He developed a jutsu and, right before the fourth Raikage, resurrected the third Raikage. But Orochimaru said that this jutsu still needs further development to truly bring the third Raikage back to life. After that, Darui recounted Orochimaru's activities in the Hidden Clouds village in full detail for Senshai. In short, Orochimaru used the third Raikage's resurrection as a pretext to demand a research budget of 1 billion ryo from the Hidden Clouds village. Then, the usual formula followed: same old trick, same old taste. As soon as Orochimaru took the money, he ran off. But he was wearing that black robe with red clouds, which became a crucial lead for the Hidden Clouds village to trace his whereabouts. After hearing it all, Senshai couldn't help but laugh wryly. Turned out he'd been framed by Orochimaru. You snake-skinned freak. This is ridiculous. Fine, fine. So that's how you make your money, huh? Developing that great snake park scam and taking it all the way to the Hidden Clouds village. The key point is, Orochimaru was worried no one would know he's a member of the Akatsuki, so he wore the black robe with red clouds everywhere he went, scamming people. Naturally, that trashed Akatsuki's reputation. I just arrived in Hidden Clouds village, and got surrounded by a gang of big, tough guys. With Orochimaru causing all this chaos, how am I supposed to happily do my missions in the Hidden Clouds village? No wonder when Danzō saw me wearing the red cloud robe that time, he reacted so strongly. He must have thought I'm just like Orochimaru, birds of a feather. At that moment, an idea suddenly came to Senshai. He looked at the fourth Raikage and said, bro, what does the Hidden Clouds village plan to do about Orochimaru?" The fourth Raikage snorted and said, "We plan to capture Orochimaru, get our money back, and then give him the harshest possible punishment." Hearing that, Senshai's eyes lit up. Bro, does the Hidden Clouds village already have a plan?" This time, the fourth Raikage hesitated slightly. As Senshai's excellent little assistant, Karen immediately understood what she needed to do upon seeing this. She carefully chose her words, then spoke up, "Lord Raikage, if you don't have a great plan in place, Senshai can offer assistance. Orochimaru's behavior was just too vile, using such unethical methods to con people out of money. This cannot be tolerated. We have to capture him and bring him to justice." Karen had been following Senshai for a long time now, and she had developed a bit of a mischievous streak. Back when Orochimaru terrified her, she jotted that down in her little notebook of grudges, and she was just waiting for a chance to stir up trouble for Orochimaru. When AB, Darui, and the others heard Karen, they all looked at Senshai. Finally, the fourth Raikage asked, "You have a way to catch Orochimaru?" Senshai waved his hand. "It's not a matter of having a way or not, bro. Capturing him is guaranteed." The fourth Raikage frowned. "Your strength is great, but Orochimaru isn't weak, either. Not long ago, I fought him myself. He has extremely high resistance to lightning-style chakra. Besides, you two belong to the same organization, he probably knows plenty of intel about you. Capturing him might not be so easy." Senshai? Hearing the Raikage say this, Senshai realized he was being underestimated. Didn't the Raikage see how crazy that operation of his was just now? One misstep and a lightning lord might have been done for. So Senshai looked at the fourth Raikage seriously and said, "Raikage, do you want Orochimaru or not? As long as you say the word, I'll deliver him to you in no time." Both fell silent, while the fourth Raikage hesitated slightly and then looked at Darui. Darui nodded and said, "Lord Raikage, to my knowledge, Senshai's ability and reputation have no issues at all. If Lord Senshai is willing to get involved, it's probably only a matter of time before Orochimaru is captured." As the fourth Raikage's right-hand man, Darui was privy to a lot of information. He had heard all about Senshai's 100% success rate on missions. And today, he'd finally witnessed it with his own eyes. Since Darui said so, the fourth Raikage nodded. "Then let's have you bring Orochimaru back." Hearing this, Senshai rubbed his hands and showed a professional smile. "Well, you understand, right? There's a service fee for all this." The fourth Raikage knitted his brow. "How much are you asking for?" Senshai's smile became even brighter as he held up one finger. The Raikage ventured, 10 million? Senshai shook his head. Bro, since you fought Orochimaru, do you think that price is suitable?" A ninja as dangerous as Orochimaru would cost at least 100 million ryo to bring in. When the Raikage heard that, he immediately shook his head. Not long ago, Orochimaru had scammed them out of 1 billion ryo, and now Senshai was asking for another 100 million. And on top of that, Senshai and Orochimaru were from the same organization. How could the Raikage trust him? The Raikage admitted, not long ago, Orochimaru scammed us out of 10 times that amount, 1 billion. And the most infuriating part is that he used reviving my father as a pretense. When Senshai heard that, he cursed silently, damn that snakeskin freak, messing up my plans. Just you wait. After cursing Orochimaru in his mind, Senshai put on his professional smile again and continued negotiating with the Raikage, his potential client. Bro, I'm not like Orochimaru. I always do the work first, then collect payment. I'd never run off the way he did. You can check my track record in the black market. Hearing this, the fourth Raikage relaxed a bit. After thinking it over, he said, 100 million is too much. An elite Jonin's bounty on the black market is at most 30 million. At best, Hidden Clouds Village will pay 60 million to hire you for this. Senshai chuckled. Now the Raikage was trying to talk market rates, but that was Senshai's area of expertise. Bro, that's not how you calculate it. An elite ninja worth 30 million on the black market would die in seconds against Orochimaru. 1 goes, 1 dies, 2 go, 2 die. Bro, do you think 100 million is really that high to deal with someone like Orochimaru? This time, the fourth Raikage fell silent. Then, after conferring with Killer Bee, Darui, and Sami, they concluded that getting Orochimaru back, along with the money he stole, was worth the cost. So the Raikage looked at Senshai and said, Hidden Clouds Village will pay 80 million ryo to hire you to capture Orochimaru and bring him back to us. That price was already quite high. After all, the 1 billion that Orochimaru had stolen was originally Hidden Clouds Village's money. If they failed, they lost 1 billion anyway. If they succeeded by hiring Senshai, they'd have to part with an extra 80 million on top of that, which still hurt. Yet Senshai shook his head, looking as though he was in anguish. 80 million ryo. No, that won't do. Orochimaru is my beloved friend, someone as close as family, a brother in arms, a comrade in the same group. Fourth Raikage? Killer Bee? Senshai's words left the Hidden Clouds Village crowd, especially the AB brothers, stunned. What? He's your brother in arms but you're still going to sell him out just like that? 100 million. Non-negotiable. You guys have no idea how tricky Orochimaru can be. After thinking it over for a moment, the fourth Raikage finally agreed to that price. Fine. Hidden Clouds Village will pay you 100 million ryo to capture Orochimaru. Mission accepted, client. Fourth Raikage A. Goal, capture Orochimaru for the Hidden Clouds Village. Reward, 100 million ryo. Mission rank, S. Bonus, 100,000 employment points. Receiving the system notification, Senshai was thrilled. What easy money. In the original timeline, after Orochimaru defected from the Akatsuki, even the organization couldn't do anything about him. Catching him could easily cost billions, with no guarantee of success. But for Senshai, it was different. He had already placed a space-time mark on Orochimaru. Catching him would be a piece of cake. So Senshai activated his unique ability and opened a dark red, black hole-like portal, preparing to summon Orochimaru for the capture. Near Hidden Rain Village, in one of Orochimaru's secret research bases. Orochimaru was living quite comfortably these days. He had fully realized the importance of money. If he had tried acquiring the Sharingan, the Byakugan, and the Yamato no Orochi fruit purely on his own, he might not have obtained a single one by now. He had already attempted to snatch the Sharingan in the past, but he ended up getting taught a lesson by Itachi. As for the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, it was no simpler. Senshai had previously explained how difficult that could be. And the most difficult target of all was the Yamato no Orochi fruit. Orochimaru knew almost nothing about it, no leads at all, so obtaining it seemed impossible. This alone showed how extensive Senshai's intelligence network was, something Orochimaru couldn't even get a single clue about, yet Senshai could casually source it. Within his lab, Orochimaru was busily studying the Yamato no Orochi fruit, along with the Sharingan and the Byakugan. As a scientist, of course he had to research them thoroughly. He already tried a setup with the Byakugan in his left eye and the Sharingan in his right, but it didn't quite work out. Now his setup was, his main body had transplanted a pair of 3 Tomoe Sharingan, and on one of the serpent heads in his Yamato no Orochi form, he'd transplanted a pair of Byakugan. After a period of intense research, he could already manipulate his 8-headed serpent form at will, something akin to partial transformations of a tailed beast. He could summon 8 heads simultaneously, or remain in normal human form while summoning just one serpent head, creating a sort of chimera look. It looked odd, but it worked. Because the snakehead had independent consciousness, he could use both Sharingan and Byakugan simultaneously. At the moment, he was in a sealed training chamber where walls on all sides were embedded with various mechanisms. He turned to Kabuto. "Kabuto, begin." Kabuto pressed a button to activate the devices. Instantly, countless shuriken, kunai, and a flurry of exploding tags and senbon came from all directions in a storm of attacks. Under normal circumstances, this barrage matched the intensity of hundreds or even thousands of shinobi attacking at once. With the Sharingan and Byakugan's enhanced vision, Orochimaru smoothly evaded, parried, or used ninjutsu to block every single attack. Sometimes, he even fired back with his own shuriken to intercept them. By the end of it, Orochimaru remained unscathed. This made him even fonder of the Sharingan and Byakugan. He'd only just begun researching these abilities in tandem with the Yamato no Orochi fruit. Once he'd tapped into their full potential, he would surely become incredibly strong. He couldn't help thinking, relying on Senshai's services was definitely a wise choice. What Orochimaru didn't know was that, if he paid enough, Senshai could even help him evolve the Sharingan into the Mangekyo, or help the Byakugan become the Tenseigan. While Orochimaru was still deep in research, Kabuto remained by his side, assisting him. Orochimaru tested illusions on Kabuto, and with 3 Tomoe Sharingan, he was now every bit as proficient as an Uchiha using Genjutsu. This sparked Kabuto's own desire for the Yamato no Orochi fruit. Its power was too great, offering endless avenues for research. Not to mention, it had a certain artistry to it. We have to make more money, Kabuto thought. Following Orochimaru is the way to go. After finishing his training, Orochimaru walked out and said to Kabuto, "Kabuto, pack up. We're going to another place to make money." Kabuto nodded. "Lord Orochimaru, where are we headed next?" Before he even finished his sentence, he realized Orochimaru had vanished in the blink of an eye. Back at the entrance of the Hidden Clouds village. That familiar warped sensation hit Orochimaru, and he immediately knew it was Senshai meddling with space-time again. When he landed, Orochimaru stared at Senshai, exasperated. "Senshai, what are you up to now?" Without answering, Senshai spoke in a frosty tone, "Snakeskin freak. You've been wearing Akatsuki robes everywhere, scamming people and ruining our organization's reputation. That's one thing, but you've also interfered with my own missions in the Hidden Clouds village. Do you realize how big a hassle you've caused me? Where did you get the nerve to do something like that? What do you have to say for yourself?" After Senshai finished, Karen popped her head out from behind him, adding fuel to the fire. "Idiot scumbag. Snakeskin freak. You're done for. You messed up Senshai's mission. How do you think you should be punished?" Before Orochimaru could answer, the 4th Raikage, fuming with anger, charged forward. His eyes were practically bulging in rage as he glared at Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, where's my money? Orochimaru." Heck, this is a high-level trap, Orochimaru thought. Indeed, the entire Hidden Clouds village was enraged to the extreme. Before, they couldn't find Orochimaru. But now that Senshai had brought him straight to them, they were determined to punish him severely. The hot-headed Raikage was already set on using brute force. Veins popping, the Raikage roared, "Orochimaru, you bastard, you dare scam the Hidden Clouds village out of money. And even used reviving my father as an excuse. Pay it back right now, or we'll keep you here as a specimen." As his anger mounted, the Raikage could no longer contain himself. Just as he was about to deliver a fist to Orochimaru's face, Senshai stepped in. "Wait." The 4th Raikage, already infuriated, became even angrier. He glared at Senshai. "Uzumaki Senshai, what is the meaning of this? Didn't you say you were reliable and had no credibility issues? Why are you stopping me now? So you two really are in it together." Facing the nearly explosive rage of the 4th Raikage, Senshai cleared his throat and said, Bro, you haven't paid me yet. I can't just hand him over. What if you deny it afterward?" All the Hidden Clouds village ninja. They were all stunned. They weren't Orochimaru. How could he possibly think they'd refuse to pay? Despite feeling furious, the Raikage remembered his billion ryo and Senshai's troublesome nature. In the end, he chose to pay up first. He gave a decisive order to Darui. "Darui, go fetch 100 million ryo from the village treasury." "Yes." Darui responded instantly. Orochimaru, meanwhile, finally pieced together the situation. In his original plan, it was supposed to be foolproof: get the money, then disappear. After hitting all the big targets for easy money, he would convert that cash into valuable items through Senshai. But now he discovered a loophole in this plan. Senshai was a double-edged sword. He could be hired by anyone. If someone else hired him first, Orochimaru could be in deep trouble. Now that he understood the score, Orochimaru quickly came up with a countermeasure. He turned to Senshai and said, "Senshai? I'll pay you 200 million to get me out of here, away from the Hidden Clouds village." He figured this was going to be a battle of whoever offered more money. Hidden Clouds village's funds came from legitimate sources, but his money was basically gotten through the Great Snake Park Con, like it fell from the sky. If the two sides tried to outbid each other, he could definitely raise the stakes higher than them. The Raikage was already reluctant to pay 100 million, he surely wouldn't keep matching Orochimaru's price hikes. All the Hidden Clouds village shinobi turned pale. Indeed, if Orochimaru pushed it to 1 billion, would they pay 1.1 billion just to catch him? That would turn 1 billion Ryo loss into a 1.1 billion Ryo disaster. Just as tension mounted, Senshai glanced at Orochimaru with a sidelong look, and declined. Sure, netting a cool extra billion from Orochimaru was tempting, but that would destroy Senshai's reputation. Betraying a client mid-mission, right before everyone's eyes? That would ruin Uzumaki Senshai as a name in the black market. No one would trust him again. So Senshai scoffed and said to Orochimaru, "You're insulting my professional ethics. As the legend of the black market, the benchmark of this industry, I would never betray a current employer. Not in the past, not now, not in the future. Understood?" His tone was righteous, as though delivering a sermon. But the key point Orochimaru heard was the final sentence, "I don't betray current employers." Implying, "Look, Snake Bro, I know you're loaded. I'll do this job properly, but I won't push you to the brink. Pick up what I'm laying down." Orochimaru mentally ranted, "Professional ethics, my foot." But he caught the subtext Senshai was hinting at. Just then, Darue returned carrying a large box of money, swiftly reappearing beside the Raikage. "Lord Raikage, I've brought the 100 million. The fourth Raikage nodded and gestured at Senshai, "Give it to him." Darue did so without hesitation. Senshai took the cash, and a system alert pinged in his mind, "Mission complete, client, 4th Raikage A, goal, capture Orochimaru for the Hidden Clouds village, reward, 100 million Ryo, mission rank, S, bonus, 100,000 employment points." With the mission done and the money and points in hand, Senshai cheerfully kicked Orochimaru to the Raikage's feet. Still, he cast a subtle glance at Orochimaru, just to make sure the message was received. Then he looked up and said to the Raikage and the others, "All right. A bro, be bro, Orochimaru is all yours now. Our cooperation is complete. Take him away, don't block the village entrance. You're in the way of the merchant caravan I'm escorting." Chapter 90. After finishing his conversation with the Hidden Clouds village shinobi, Senshai gave Orochimaru another glance. Then he realized that he and Snake Bro were lacking in tacit understanding. He had signaled him with his eyes, yet Snake Bro did not respond at all. Even though he'd just sold out Snake Bro, the man with 17 or 18 billion Ryo to his name was still a beloved comrade, a sworn brother, and a respected employer. Senshai thought for a moment and began talking tough to Orochimaru with bluster that was more bark than bite. "Snakeskin freak. About how you ruined the organization's reputation, I'm going to settle that score with you later. I hope you'll reflect on your mistakes and conduct yourself properly from now on." To the ears of the Hidden Clouds village shinobi, there was nothing odd about Senshai's words. They lacked a royal interpreter and thus couldn't catch the hidden meaning behind them. The fourth Raikage waved his hand. "Let the caravan pass." With that, the many large, dark-clad shinobi who had been surrounding Senshai and the caravan cleared a path. The trade caravan, escorted by Senshai, then entered the Hidden Clouds village without incident. The fourth Raikage and his group also prepared to leave with Orochimaru. Just before departing, quite a few Hidden Clouds village shinobi couldn't help praising Senshai's efficiency. "His reputation precedes him. Uzumaki Senshai truly lives up to his name. No wonder he's a legend of the black market," the man called the mission sweeper. "His efficiency is unbelievable. I've heard that from the moment Lord Uzumaki Senshai takes on a mission, it's basically already completed." "Exactly. From now on, ordinary missions can go to run-of-the-mill ninjas, but major missions must go to Lord Uzumaki Senshai so we can be at ease." The Hidden Clouds village shinobi were delighted. Without Senshai, who knew how long it would have taken them to capture Orochimaru. But Karen felt they might be celebrating too soon. Listen to the music and understand its elegance. How could Senshai possibly be defending the Akatsuki's reputation free of charge? Something had to be up. Orochimaru, too, sensed something amiss. He hadn't been sure when Senshai first spoke, but Senshai's suggestive look afterward and those final words clinched Orochimaru's suspicions. While Orochimaru didn't know Senshai as intimately as Karen, who'd followed Senshai around for a long time, he was still one of Senshai's biggest patrons. He had collaborated with Senshai time and again, both short and long term. He'd also flip-flop repeatedly between being Snake Bro and Snakeskin Freak. So even though Orochimaru didn't have as much information on Senshai as Karen did, he was very familiar with just how shameless Senshai could be. Since Senshai had emphasized the mission was perfectly completed, that naturally meant that from now on, anything else that happened had nothing to do with that mission. Once the mission ended, Senshai would no longer interfere with Orochimaru's actions. If Orochimaru fought back now, Senshai wouldn't attack him. The mission was finished, and the Hidden Clouds village had accepted it. After running all of these twists and turns through his mind, Orochimaru immediately stopped playing along and broke into open revolt. Ah! 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 From within his sleeves, several vicious snakes appeared and lunged at the surrounding Hidden Clouds village shinobi. Some managed to dodge instantly, but many more were sent flying, coughing up blood as they were struck by the serpent's whip-like bodies. Seeing this, the fourth Raikage exploded with rage. Orochimaru, you're courting death. Right then, the fourth Raikage was utterly furious. Orochimaru had swindled 1 billion ryo from the Hidden Clouds village, forced them to pay another 100 million in vain, and now he was still daring to lash out after being captured. ZZT. 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 Lightning-style chakra wrapped around the fourth Raikage's entire body. His figure flashed like lightning as he charged Orochimaru at high speed. Damn it, this bastard Orochimaru still dares to resist. Last time, the AB duo hadn't fought Orochimaru to the death, B hadn't gone into full-tailed beast mode, and the Raikage had held back. Now that the entire Hidden Clouds village elite was present, they refused to believe they couldn't take down a single Orochimaru. If one of the legendary Sannin were truly that invincible, wouldn't they have unified the ninja world long ago? Why would the third Hokage still be meddling so meekly? As the fourth Raikage attacked, he gave an order to the Hidden Clouds village shinobi, everyone strike together, take down this madman. With that, Killer Bee, Darui, Samui, Amoy, and the others all joined the fight, applying heavy pressure on Orochimaru. Yet Orochimaru felt no strain whatsoever. Compared to Senshai, these Hidden Clouds village ninjas' lightning style was like child's play. As for the Hidden Clouds village shinobi themselves, they showed no fear. Sure, they'd been no match for Senshai, but Snakeskin Freak Orochimaru was a different story, right? They believed they could handle him. Shouting angrily as they attacked, Orochimaru, surrender now. Don't resist pointlessly. Don't waste words on him, beat him a half to death first so he knows what it means to anger the Hidden Clouds village. Everyone, attack. Our entire elite against Orochimaru alone, the advantage is ours. But Orochimaru didn't pay their offense any mind. Once he activated his eight-headed serpent form, no one else mattered. Yamato no Orochi. Sharingan. Byakugan. Having entered his eight-headed serpent state, Orochimaru simultaneously activated Byakugan and Sharingan, giving himself a 360-degree view of the battlefield with no blind spots. His arms turned into more than 10 massive brown pythons, and each of his 8 snake heads unleashed a different ability. TSK. 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 One head slithered like a giant python, dodging attacks while savagely biting the surrounding Hidden Clouds village shinobi. Ah! 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 Another head spat out the Kusanagi sword, which slashed through the crowd like a raging storm. Yet another kept spitting out venomous snakes. In a flash, the village gates turned into a sea of serpents, a world of snakes. Everywhere you looked, there were countless snakes of varying sizes, patterns, and colors, some matching, some not, and some dazzlingly multicolored. As soon as the fight began, Orochimaru alone managed to pin down the Hidden Clouds village forces. Unlike the last time he came to the Hidden Clouds village, when he had only recently obtained the Yamato no Orochi fruit and had yet to acquire the Byakugan or Sharingan, he'd since developed his powers extensively. Back then, Orochimaru hadn't explored the fruit's abilities deeply. This time, it was entirely different. The Hidden Clouds village shinobi might be feeling the pressure, but he still hadn't shown his true hand. Although Killer Bee hadn't gone full-tailed beast mode and the fourth Raikage wasn't fighting desperately, the fact that they had so many people facing Orochimaru alone and were still on the losing side spoke volumes. And judging by Orochimaru's current state, he hadn't gone all out yet, either. He'd never treated these Hidden Clouds village ninjas as a real threat. In the past, he had 2 shortcomings, not having a perfect host body and not possessing an ideal KK Genkai. But his greatest gift was his research talent. With Senshai's help, he not only made up for those weaknesses but also fully realized his potential. Now Orochimaru was stronger than ever, to the point that even when surrounded by the Hidden Clouds village's elite, he left them feeling immense pressure. Intent on impressing Senshai, Orochimaru reveled in showing off the results of his research into the Yamato no Orochi fruit. Sensei? Selling me the Yamato no Orochi fruit for just 100 million ryo was the biggest mistake of your career. He had many reasons to think this way. Other shinobi who acquired the Yamato no Orochi fruit might have 8 heads, but they wouldn't be able to fully utilize them. After all, even with 8 heads, they wouldn't have 8 pairs of hands to form seals. Orochimaru, though, was different. He had pushed the fruit's development to a whole new level. At the Hidden Clouds Village's gates, while battling in 8-headed serpent form, Orochimaru underwent yet another transformation under the watchful eyes of the Hidden Clouds Village shinobi, as well as Sensei and the caravan members. He upgraded one of his classic techniques, hiss, roar. All 8 heads of Orochimaru's serpent form spat out Orochimaru's upper torso, 8 in total. The battlefield scene became bizarre and convoluted. Orochimaru had transformed into an 8-headed serpent, and that serpent had now spat out 8 Orochimarus. All 8 immediately started weaving hand signs, using ninjutsu in unison. TSK. 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 Right after the simultaneous seals, a wave of venomous snakes surged forward like a tide, rushing the Hidden Clouds Village forces with unstoppable speed. Shrouded in a faint mist, these snakes swarmed swiftly. The moment they closed in on the Hidden Clouds Village shinobi, they launched an onslaught impossible to defend against. Arg. Ugh. I got bitten. Me too. Where's the medical unit? Someone help. Chaos erupted among the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas, screams echoing across the field. Moreover, Orochimaru began summoning even more giant venomous snakes, each more dangerous than the last. Once they appeared, they rampaged through the battlefield as though no one else was there. The 8 Orochimarus kept weaving seals, summoning even more snakes. The Hidden Clouds Village shinobi watched in horror, their scalps tingling and their hair standing on end. Both Karen and Sensei also witnessed Orochimaru's nightmarish jutsu. The sight left Karen feeling downright sick. She'd been peeking out from behind Sensei to keep an eye on the fight, but once Orochimaru started spitting out 8 Orochimarus, she found it hard to watch. Ugh, Orochimaru is so gross. Why would he develop such a bizarre jutsu? If Kabuto had been around, he might have cried that this was pure art, snakehead spitting out snakes spitting out Orochimaru. Sensei also looked disgusted, nodding emphatically at Karen's words. Any power that lands in his hands becomes this kind of nauseating mess. Not far away, Orochimaru clearly heard their conversation. In his view, Sensei might respect technique, but he simply did not appreciate Orochimaru's sense of art. His aesthetics in developing the Yamato no Orochi fruit were, in his mind, perfectly consistent with his own style. Sensei and Karen needed to refine their taste. The AB duo and the Hidden Clouds Village shinobi were already struggling. Now, with Orochimaru using such a hellish move, they simply couldn't keep up. Moments before, they had Orochimaru surrounded, now he was the one encircling all of them. By this point, the 4th Raikage was truly flustered and turned to Sensei, who was still standing idly by. Uzumaki-sensei, are you just going to stand there and watch? Sensei paused, bewildered. If not watch, what else? I could sit down if you prefer. That answer nearly made the Raikage explode with rage. You took our money, this is how you do the job? Sensei wasn't pleased to have his professionalism questioned. Wearing a serious expression, he answered, bro, the job I accepted before was simply to capture Orochimaru and hand him over to Hidden Clouds Village. Search your conscience, isn't that exactly what I did the moment I accepted the mission? If you can't keep hold of him, how is that my fault? I'm not the scapegoat Kage. I'm not taking responsibility for that. This logic infuriated the 4th Raikage to no end, but he couldn't find fault with it. Glaring, he snapped, you. Yet had no other move. The contract with Sensei really was only to bring in Orochimaru and turn him over. Sensei completed that, so the mission was technically finished. Anything thereafter had nothing to do with him. Hearing this exchange, Orochimaru let out a triumphant laugh. The 4th Raikage had already been scammed out of 1 billion ryo by Orochimaru, then forced to cough up another 100 million for Sensei because of Orochimaru, truly a run of terrible luck. Sensei obviously had every reason not to help the Hidden Clouds Village now, leaving the 4th Raikage feeling helpless. And since the 4th Raikage was no longer Sensei's employer, if he tried to hire Sensei again, he might have to outbid Orochimaru. The Hidden Clouds Village had already poured 1.1 billion ryo into this fiasco. Who knew how much more they might end up losing. Sensei, for his part, had no intention of taking further action against Orochimaru. He wasn't stupid. First off, Snakeskin Freak had 1.6 or 1.7 billion ryo and was still his snake bro. Second, All he really wanted was for Snake Bro to avoid wearing Akatsuki robes next time he ran a scam, so as not to sully the organization's name. Whether that money-making tactic was moral or not was another matter, so long as Snake Bro used the profits the right way, that is, hiring him again, Senshai didn't care. All the Hidden Clouds village shinobi heard the exchange between Senshai and the Fourth Raikage, but there was nothing they could do. Orochimaru was far stronger than they had imagined, and without Senshai's help, they simply weren't his match. Some among them even considered issuing another mission request to Senshai. After all, it was just money, and they'd already sunk 1.1 billion. But that line of thinking was naive, because Senshai would never genuinely help them pursue Orochimaru for compensation. The reason he captured Orochimaru this time was purely because he was annoyed by Orochimaru wearing an Akatsuki cloak all over the place and messing up his own business of efficiently completing missions. He saw Hidden Clouds Village's bounty, accepted it, and arrested Orochimaru mainly to teach him a lesson. Did the Hidden Clouds Village really think Senshai would now help them get money back from Orochimaru? In the end, Orochimaru's money was basically Senshai's money, future hiring fees, no less. There was no way he'd chase Orochimaru for them. Senshai didn't plan to stay there any longer. It might be tough for Snake Bro to flatten the Hidden Clouds Village all by himself, but there was no doubt he could escape safely if he wanted. Hence, there was no point in continuing to watch the show. Besides, if Senshai kept hanging around to watch, President Lawrence and his caravan would do the same. That wouldn't do, he still had other tasks ahead. So Senshai turned to the caravan leader, President Lawrence. President Lawrence, that's enough sightseeing. Let's hurry on into the village. President Lawrence, a well-traveled merchant, had seen many big occasions, but nothing like this. And thanks to Senshai's nearly godlike protection, he could stand there and enjoy the show without worry. The spectacular jutsu unleashed by Orochimaru and the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas had stunned Lawrence and his group. Prompted again by Senshai, Lawrence still seemed reluctant. Senshai-san, are we leaving now without seeing who wins? Senshai had no words. What else would we do? President Lawrence, time is money, time is life. You've brought so much merchandise here. Don't you want to start selling? Realizing his lapse, Lawrence immediately came to his senses. Indeed, he was a businessman here to make a profit. And there was clearly a lot of money floating around the Hidden Clouds Village. Orochimaru had already swiped 1 billion, and Senshai had earned another 100 million. Lawrence reasoned that he should mark up his goods a bit, too. Under Senshai's persistent urging, the caravan members reluctantly continued on, entering the village. Once the wagons had set off, Karen sidled up next to Senshai and asked in a low voice, Senshai, don't we have a mission to capture the Hidden Clouds Village's tailed beast? That rapper just now, he's a Jinchuriki, right? She was referring to Killer Bee, using a word she'd picked up from Senshai earlier. Senshai patted her on the head. Karen, that's the 8 tails we're talking about, the second strongest tailed beast. The organization is only paying 100 million ryo this time. No way am I snagging the 8 tails for that price. He paused, then added, you get what you pay for. The best I'll do is catch the 2 tails for that payout. The 8 tails is a whole separate fee. Although for Senshai it made no difference whether he caught the 8 tails or the 2 tails, as a leading figure in the black market, he couldn't break the established price scales. Pay for 1 bowl of noodles, get 1 bowl, nothing more. Inside the carriage, Karen stared at him in confusion. She furrowed her brow. Senshai, if the 8 tails is the second strongest, who's the strongest? Senshai chuckled and gave her a cryptic smile. Karen, you've seen the strongest one already. You've even shared a meal with him. Karen instantly realized. She nodded seriously. I get it. So you must be the strongest Jinchuriki, right, Senshai? Senshai? Her guess left Senshai at a loss for words, torn between laughter and tears. He promptly reached out and ruffled her neatly groomed red hair into a bird's nest, saying, Karen, the strongest tailed beast is the 9 tails, called Kurama, and its Jinchuriki is Naruto Uzumaki. Being the most valuable Jinchuriki, I couldn't just leave him running around out there, I took him down a while ago. Karen was floored by the stunning revelation. So the most powerful tailed beast's Jinchuriki was that blonde-haired kid of her own Uzumaki clan? But Senshai was so annoying, he messed up her hair for no reason. That was too much. Ah! She cried out and began brawling with Senshai, pummeling his side with her little fists. But Senshai ignored her and started thinking about what to do next. He wasn't worried about Snake Bro. Once he finished escorting the caravan, he could collect his billion ryo. However, he also had to check in on the 2 saplings he'd left in Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto and Sasuke. Originally, he'd left a wood clone with him to serve as a guide. Yet after the 3rd Hokage noticed something was off with Naruto and Sasuke, he took measures, assigning Kakashi to them. This prevented Senshai's wood clone from keeping as close contact as before. While it wouldn't necessarily be a big deal, Hidden Leaf Village was a potential major client, so he preferred not to alienate them. Given that Naruto and Sasuke were already walking the right path under his guidance, Senshai knew their general status even without direct observation. He could simply check the mercenary group interface. If he paid constant attention, the task list would occasionally update, indicating that a member had completed a mission. He skimmed through the missions recently completed by his group members. Your mercenary group member Naruto Uzumaki completed a mission. Employment points plus 30. Your mercenary group member Sasuke Uchiha completed a mission. Employment points plus 40. Your mercenary group member Kakazu completed a mission. Employment points plus 500.